I let me emphasize that I recognize what I should not do. And though I know it's wrong, every now and then I fall just because there's no cross my mind, and I don't know why, but I'm here. I want to stay. I realize the moment when I've got kids at home. I can't leave them alone. This I'm feeling. I gotta let her know, 'cause I still love my wife. Oh, I still there's no right that will be Like nobody else, and I need you beside me. Yeah, I wanna give you myself. If I hurt you, feel bad. Your love and way was makes me sad. I feel someone to count on in a world of change. Here I am, stuck where you stand. What you need is a love, a man to take over. Oh girl, don't look any further. Strange, when you think of the chances that we both be in a state of mind to be careless. If I right thing, oh baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. You could have been anywhere tonight, but you're here with your boy. Also the goddamn law, Black Superman, the man, the myth, the Legion, Charles Faulkner Jr. Woo! How's everybody doing? Mm-mm-mm. See, we got a recap on my last epic video. When I said, Confessions of a Multifaceted Man, and how trashy modern women have become. And this is coming from a man who's neither incel, neither misogynist, just a man, a can, and a plan, dude. Just a grown man who's smart enough to actually observe the terrain and report what he's seen. What makes this interesting is that after I explain the nuances and the weirdness of what's going on with people in general, especially what's going on with modern women, it's destructive. It's the stuff that is so devastating that you can literally chart down the end of the progress of the black community. What's up, everybody in the chat? Mr. Z, Village Arsonist, 2 Triv. Russo, goddamn mighty. Namer, Perfect Timing Podcast. TD, tell him I'm listening. Sir Ayobadu, or Badu, hopefully I pronounce it. Primetime VA. Kareem. See, this is a guy who loves black women. But anything I'm willing to love and protect, I am also willing to critique. Too many damn people don't understand what it takes for to be a warrior, a protector, a leader, father. Not too many that are willing to actually go in depth the way I will. When I explain my frustration with modern women, not because I can't get them. It's because once you get them, they're not worth the goddamn paper you write on. Not all, but a fucking overwhelming majority. Let's be totally honest and frank. I'm gonna say this in the most honest way that I can. I heard BGS's video about should we start thinking black men first. The short answer is hell yes. Should have started yesterday, last year, last decade, last century. Okay? If the last few years of the manosphere politics have shown you two things for certain, two things for damn sure. You're on your own, black men, and your women don't give a fuck about you. Except for the select few. Everybody thinks it's something about pussy or sex or trying to get the prettiest women. Fuck all that. Fuck all that, fuck all that, fuck all that. I'm not upset on who or when or why a bitch fucks a certain type of nigga. I'm concerned about the type of sons and daughters you're raising. Like it or not, if you are a father, you should have a vested interest in what the fuck I gotta say. Please, 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 Bruce Almighty, put the Cash App and the PayPal, if you do, good sir. I'm gonna explain this. That number one, you are fighting between a rock and a damn sure hard place. You are the most hated creature on God's beautiful earth. And it's not because you did something wrong, it's only because you exist. Your women don't like you because you can't make them right and white. The only creature that is upset with her plot, not because you cursed her, only because you could. The white institutions hate you because they know turnaround is fair play. The reason why somebody hates you as hard as they do because they know if you get an inch, you're gonna take a goddamn country mile. They're afraid not that you're gonna get your fair share. They're gonna get afraid because they're gonna be wallowing in obsolescence. Have you noticed? Not even their women want them anymore. So they're going elsewhere to get children, elsewhere to be protected, elsewhere to be provided. And they can't have that because if you're not the man, then you can't control the plan. And there was a wise philosopher who said, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And they cheat so they can try to beat you. Woo! Let's look how the last party who hates you the most. You might know them, and that person is yourself. Oh, no, I lost the thought. Man, I love myself. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, 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 no. You hate yourself because you believe all the propaganda, all the false narratives that have been said about you. And you live up to the stereotype instead of living up to your greatness. Woo! I might not even break 100 subscribers, live subscribers right now. But let somebody go to Jessica X. Let somebody go to Jessica X channel. And you'll see all the goddamn simps subscribing, donating to a motherfucker who's not even in the same country as you. A motherfucker who's not even ADOS. A motherfucker who don't even know how it is to be a black American male. You will willingly simp to somebody due to a voice, hoping just to see her hand, rather than somebody who's giving you a goddamn plan to your salvation. This is how I know you hate yourself. You go around trying to discredit each other, not because you want to hear the correct narrative, because you say you don't like this person. Early on Bernard's channel, JB was trying to make a narrative. I said, look, dude, I don't care if black mothers miseducate their sons on women, consciously or subconsciously. I gave him the notion that guess what? If I took my gun out and shoot somebody, do you give a fuck why I shot him? Or do you give a fuck that he's actually shot? That's what the fuck we're worried about. We're worried about, well, they do it on purpose. No, they don't do it on purpose. Who gives a fuck? Only 10% of our boys, when they reach the 8th grade, can read on level. Don't give a fuck if they purposely miseducate them or subconsciously do it. You're still at war. You're fighting each other tooth and nail to be what? Back at square one? This is the reason why you need channels like this to tell you to be black male first. And here's the funny part. Being black male first does not mean being anti-black woman. Woo! Being black male first is putting our best foot forward for black men, black boys, and the ones who have yet to come. Okay? It does not matter. No one cares. Nobody gives a fuck anymore. I'm going to tell you what the fuck is going on. A lot of you can't even fathom What happens if we actually band together? It should not be a Umar Johnson trying to be getting a school. It should be a band of fucking brothers getting schools around this goddamn country. You motherfuckers are so weak-kneed, wearing bonnets to a bunch of unforsaken, God forbidden women who hate your guts. I've always said this. The way a woman looks and presents herself to you in the world is telling you what the fuck you deserve. But here it is. When I have positive black women on my show, when I have accomplished brothers on my show, channels like my own can't even get to 100. We might not even get to fucking 70. Here it is. Goddamn, Cerulean and myself came up with an initiative. How many motherfuckers are actually following it? What we worried about? We worried about if these bitches can form. Fuck that. Taking a sip of this goddamn VSOP with my stainless steel ice cubes. Here it is. We're worrying about who this bitch spreads her pussy around. Guess what? I'm going to tell you a secret. A lot of those chicks out there will spread their legs to almost anybody. It's up to you to find a worthy woman who is only going to do it for you. Sometimes you need to assess the situation and approach it accordingly. Military 101. A lot of people out here, you hating black women. But when I have, God bless their souls and hearts, these lovely ladies such as Toya and Shonda H up here speaking on behalf of black men and what we could do to closing the gap in the community. It's almost stupid. You got chicks out here who don't even want stern, confident, money making, driven, leading men. You know why? Because a hellion wants chaos. I keep telling people all this time, you ain't got to worry about the bitches. That same bitch who fucked the whole basketball, football, and wrestling team. Thanks to this nation, she can have 5 babies by 6 different men and still become your boss. Still become your supervisor. Do you not? We're worried about sex, and they're worried about power and the acquisition of getting it. What the fuck is wrong with us? Why have we become such underachievers? Because we do not believe in black males first. Please, ladies and gentlemen, like, fucking share, subscribe, and donate to your goddamn interests. Don't think that I'm greedy, because I'll stop somebody else's show and make you donate to that person's chat. Ask Art of Ibmor. Ask Bernard Raleigh. Ask Art New Style. Ask BGS. Ask Roger Report. You don't even... Let me start there. Why? You have a trouble with blackmail first. You fucking simps out there, you know who you are, will donate money to a goddamn chick in England you'll never see. You don't even see her live cam up or nothing. At least you gotta give Cynthia G credit. You can see the fugly looking chick live and in living color sometimes. But you don't even see the chick live, and you got dudes. Oh, I love her voice. Guess what? I've been around some beautiful chicks around this country and around this planet. A voice does nothing for me. If she ain't built with a Coke bottle, I don't bother. Anyway. Woo! What's up, Snowman? Woo! What's up, AL? What's up, Bloodsport? Woo! You got men like an Obsidian, like an O'Shea, like an Angry Man, who should all of them should have 200,000 fucking subscribers. I see what the fucking money people donate to these broads. Motherfuckers will donate $100, $50, $20 to people who talk against them. And how is it that you got a guy like Art of Ibmor who carried the banner of the Coliseum when BGS said, hey, somebody else got to take over? When Art New Style, who has probably the most neutral page or channel we have here, who's also an art professor and about to be an actual factual administrator, how is it that the best and brightest are not getting your dollars? The motherfuckers in academia should not die poor. But a bunch of broads who say the same shit and maybe show half a titty, if that, motherfuckers will clean their bank accounts out. It's a goddamn shame. You don't even support your own. You know what? You know the one thing I love about black women? Say what you want, but them motherfuckers will support their fucking interests. Not only in body, mind, soul, and wallet. Say what the fuck you want. If I was talking some simp shit, I would have 300 subscribers. I could easily become the new Derek Jackson. I'm struggling to get to 2,000 subscribers. If I talk this whole panda bear shit, I'll be at 100,000 subscribers. All I gotta do is work out a little bit harder, cut my weight, do a couple of shirtless photos, and say, you know, I know you're 300 pounds with 7 kids from 8 different men, and I know your feet look like they're doing gang signs, and I know your teeth are about as crossed as Jesus Christ's hands. I know you got like 3 sets of titties that they look like udders, but you a black queen. You deserve the best. It's funny that black men don't even believe in joining forces. The littlest fucking thing. Yes, Snowman. The thing will say the saga continues. Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang, the limp until it's flaming. The bird is so sweet. Yeah, the thrill of victory. The agony of defeat. Had to take a sip on that one. You don't even believe in joining forces. How the fuck? This is the reason why I'm so hard on young black men joining the military. You learn how to put petty differences aside to join together against a common threat. The common threat is your survival, the betterment of you and your people. Yeah, sister, I know your feet look like you've been walking over hot coals for 8 hours. I know that you got enough lint in your belly button to make a fur coat, but you still a black queen, mama. See, what happens is this. You've been literally taught, both consciously and subconsciously, not to trust other black men. You truly don't see them as your brother. You see them as your other competition, your other enemy, your other threat. You will sell that black guy out to look good in front of both black women and white men. And tell me that doesn't happen. Damn rights, no man. Charles and I joined forces 7 years ago and showed how it can be done and should be done. Woo! Yes, you may. Yes, you may. The common threat is other black men because pussy is the goal, not power. Facts. See, a lot of motherfuckers on these YouTube streets will tell you something and live something totally different. I volunteer my time, body, soul, and money into other young men, especially my son. What say everybody else? It's funny how 6 years ago joining this manosphere, I got more people saying I'm a part of the system, but they haven't done shit for their black brother. I have a 20-year history of doing shit for 21 now, of doing shit for black men. You goddamn right, man. With crabs in a goddamn bucket. Can't wait to pull another motherfucker down. Why the fuck? I don't give a fuck. You got Mike Rashid talking to Melissa Ford. Yeah, I love Melissa Ford. She was the shit in the late 90s to 2000s. But even Melissa Ford said, well, I had to survive being in this misogynistic, industry. An industry that you chose? I have to ask Miss Psychology, Melissa Ford, if you didn't have the looks and the figure that you had, will we even know who the fuck you were? The answer is no. The answer is no. Then here's the crazy part. Here's the craziest part about the whole thing. You're half black and white. You're complaining about an issue that that black men have been going through for how long? Centuries? You're talking about how misogynistic it was But you know, because you had an ass the size of Texas, a waist as skinny as a rubber band, and a goddamn face that, especially in your prime, easily one of the most beautiful women on the planet. You didn't take advantage of that. You sure as hell, you sure as hell didn't stay in the poor section, did you? And I love Mike Rashid, but I would tell Mike Rashid to his face, "You're bullshitting, man. You bullshitting." No, shut up, Justice. Hold on for a second, folks. I'm back. You telling me you studied in the field of forensic what? Psychology. Your father's from Barbados. Your mother's Ukrainian and Russian or Scottish. You're 44 years old, and you're telling me that you spent so much time as a video vixen that didn't shoot you up to the fucking ceiling. Let's be fucking serious, my man. My lady, you're looking at Mike Rashid. Would you be as successful as you were now if you weren't in the shape you're in now? No. But you don't understand when you said you were skinny and all this other stuff. So you don't understand what the guys are going through. You even said when I was listening to part of the damn live stream of the podcast you were doing with Melissa that you had to correct the woman who said she wanted to get a business and a nonprofit. Hold on. I'm back. Think about this. You gotta understand what it means to be black first. Like I was saying about Mike Rashid, I follow Mike Rashid. I love him. I think he's cool as fuck. Many of things I would be working out with these niggas. He knows how it feels to be skinny. But guess what? When you get your mind right, your body right, yeah, success comes. The craziness about it is, I love it how motherfuckers tell you how to do it and say, well, you got to alpha your way through it, but you needed help yourself. I don't argue the fact of pussy because believe it or not, even the most women are so fucking easy these days that they're giving pussy away satisfaction guaranteed. Hey, Jody. Woo! It's the fact of the matter when you look at black men and the fact that we're not doing so well, The reason why you have a gender war. You had Dr. Tia Son Johnson talk about a black female judge gave a 16-year-old boy 240 something years. When I bring up the fucking statistics that 68% of the time in black fucking relationships, the woman is the aggressor, that breaks my fucking heart. But these are the motherfuckers that's supposed to have your back. I'm supposed to look to a black man. I don't brag on shit. Hell, when my brother's down, you help him. When Snowman was crying because of the love that he felt from his wife and his daughter, when he was down, when he was out, when he was sick, fighting for his life. Each time you hear him speak about his wife, you can see the love reverberate from his lips. You can feel it. When you hear black men with their long-term girlfriends and wives who help them, you can feel it. Why the fuck can't we get that? I should be able to go to that man. Hey, come on, let him through. That's my brother. I should be able to go to anywhere in the fucking diaspora and get nothing but fucking love. I should go to fucking Ethiopia, Eritrea. I should go to fucking London. I should be able to go to fucking Baltimore, Chicago, Miami, Houston. I should go LA, Stockton, Detroit, New York. I should go to anywhere. Milwaukee. I should go to anywhere there's a black enclave and get love and support. Respect. Oakland too. Reason why I had Stockton, a good friend of mine's from Stockton. But yet, the only thing we get is interference. Look at people saying, "Oh, we're just talking about trying to ridicule black women." Everybody talk. It's the delivery. It's the delivery. Well, bitch, take the DiGiorno and shut the fuck up. Take the fucking DiGiorno if you don't want the delivery and shut the fuck up. Here it is. You got good black women out there, but they gotta go through the fucking ratchets. Really? You got people like Kevin Samuels asking, "What's up, Sandra? Be safe on your walk." Sandra? You got the good black women out there who are being overrun by the Borg. God save the goddamn queen. You got as soon as Monique, fellow Baltimorean, say, "Ladies, we got to take off the goddamn bonnets and dress a little bit better." What happened? You attack your goddamn own. So if they'll attack their own, what the fuck you think they'll do to you, black man? You damn right. Kick rocks, go help the bear. Motherfucker like me ain't worried about the bear. At least I know where the fuck I stand with the bear and the lion and the tiger. I know how to treat it accordingly. Here it is. Every time you get in a relationship, almost every time, I won't say every time, because that'd be intellectually dishonest and disingenuous. And we tend not to do that over here. But how many times have we been in relationships with our own damn women and it's the snake and the frog dynamic? Give me a woo if you know what I mean by the snake and the frog dynamic. See, we're not allowed to have successful relationships. We're not allowed to have peace in the home. We got to deal with people who can't see, can't understand their fuck shit. Yep. Try to hold them accountable. This is what happens. Hold a bitch accountable. Can't build strong men. Can't even teach the boys. You teach the boys, they're going to leave us. We're supposed to. We're supposed to go find our way out there in the wilderness to start our own families. You're so goddamn selfish. You can't even share your boys with anybody else. Think about that. You can't. Your boys are supposed to be somebody's husband, somebody's father. You can't share them. You're supposed to let that boy become a blessing to somebody else's family that he creates. Sad, isn't it? Give me 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. I am back. Had to take care of the boys real quick. Wrestling around and shit. But yeah, at least teach our boys not only to be gentlemen, but successful. Or better yet, do one better. Give them to their dads. Think about it. You're so selfish. You rather keep these kids in poverty than give them to their fathers. And then you would think, right? Because this is where I really got to get in black men's asses. You can't even start a coalition of lawyers where not only we go for reparations, but to fight the injustices of child custody and child support. I bet you if black men were to have majority of the boys or the girls or the children, period, black women would have fought that tooth and nail. But we always give black women the benefit of the fucking doubt. Where's our coalition against child support and child custody? Huh? Why aren't we telling these young black boys to become lawyers? If this was an Asian community, you would have had lawyers up the ass if we were the most incarcerated. There's more black men incarcerated in this country than women around the planet. I'm going to say that shit again. There's more black men incarcerated in this country than women altogether in the planet. You ask me why we need more police, more black police officers, more black sheriff's deputies, more black police commissioners and supervisors, more black supervisors of the sheriff departments and sheriffs, more black judges, more black lawyers. Ask me they bad. Answer me that. Answer me that. But we'll sit here and let women outpace us. Shout out to Shatterstar for the support. Woo! He says for the stream, brother. Thanks for all you do, OG. Woo! Thank you too. We have not learned the concept of working together. I harp on black men all the time on this shit. The less united you are, the more defeated you become. Somebody say that shit again, officer. Say that shit again for the niggas in the back that didn't hear you. The less united you become, the more defeated you will be. For some odd reason, we did not understand this concept. Black men, we should dig out our fucking pockets for when one of us are in need. We should dig into the pockets of young black men who might have did a stint, a year, 2 or 5 in jail, and trying to lead a better life and give them a goddamn way out. Stop letting young black men become fucking statistics. The more successful people we have on the straight and narrow, the more we can help with our brothers who lost their way. Doesn't it make sense? And definitely post your goddamn GoFundMe, Snowman. We're going to help you out. And by the way, if you haven't already, subscribe to the Snowman's channel. especially for all you sports heads, especially for all you brothers who want to be up to date on current sports, and also sit down on this panel and talk about the old school G's of yesteryear. Support now. But yet, we all got people like, shout out to Alonzo Hall. If you need help with finances, folios, that's the man. Put your email in the goddamn chat, Alonzo. This is what I always tell you. My channel was not just about being the author of the goddamn law, but it's talking about being the most multifaceted man you can be. It's about brothers helping brothers and younger brothers and older brothers. It's about being the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Shout out to the Hitman. It's funny how brothers should take a page out of Bret Hart's book and say that each and every day they wake the fuck up. Why can't the brothers be the excellence of execution? You know why? Because you really believe the stereotypes that are talked about you. Here's the number 2 fact about brothers, why we should be black male first. Where are you first in anything else? Everything you're first in is negative. If we actually took the Gray Faulkner Initiative on a trial run nationwide, not only would it save the criminal justice system money, but it will bring a better outlook. I'm going to tell you something. America wouldn't be the shit show if it was right now, even though we're still doing relatively well. But it wouldn't be such a shit show that is there now if they actually would have actually invested in black boys. Have you ever noticed when America starts to invest in the black man, America prospers? The black community prospers? Anybody else notice that? I can't wait till, Snowman has one of his old school talks about the greatest of yesteryear when he talks about Jordan, Dr. J, and others. Football as well. See, I'm a Bo Jackson fan myself. Definitely Ray Lewis. But back on topic. How come we can't take the Gray Faulkner Initiative and implement it starting with our boys, the ones in the home? implement it with our boys. How come we can't do that with our nephews, our cousins, the kids in the neighborhood? Why can't we actually? Why actually we can't join forces, talk to military recruiters, sponsor some things to get young boys off the street, get them working in the military, get some discipline, get them at least 4 years, 2 to 4 years, saving up some money. Do you know how big of a difference that would be on a young male's? Think about this. You're 20 years old. Let's say you start at 17. You do 3 years, you're 20, maybe even 21. You'll have a better resume than most college students. If I'm lying, I'm crying. Then here's the difference between you and college students. You can actually go to the military. Wow. Excuse me, in college while in the military, both active, reserve, and National Guard. There's a sister just graduated from Morgan. She's a goddamn second lieutenant now. All she did was ROTC, walk across that goddamn stage. Next thing you know, people calling her ma'am at 20 fucking years, 21 years old. But we don't believe that we should be in the leaders. That's why you're too busy trying to save being Captain Save a Hose. What's the old saying? Physician, heal thyself. There's a reason why in the military you don't give your medic bag or your splint or your tourniquet and use it on somebody else. What happens when you need one? Oh shit, you don't have one on you. If number one ain't right, you can't help 2, 3, 4, and 5. Tell me if I'm wrong. You gotta be well to carry us forward. So, bro, we need to have a code of conduct. We need to have a rite of passage. It needs to be a grand ceremony. You're damn right, put them in junior ROTC. Not only if you put them in junior ROTC, if they spend 3 to 4 years there, they'll start out, go to the military, they'll start out as a PFC. They'll be a higher rank. My cousins right now in Hawaii just made sergeant. Thank you. Can you? I want everybody to see this shit. Ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Is worth actually more than a pound of cure. So I'm still trying to think. We got solutions. Can we post the Gray Faulkner Initiative up again, please? Why the fuck are we not taking it seriously? If you really want blackmail first, then what the fuck you need to do, black man, is to heal thyself first. You know, a lot of us played sports teams. There's a difference between injured and hurt. Hurt is when you're sore, banged up, little bleeding here and there, little limping going. Injured, I can't compete. You, sir, are not fucking injured. You're hurt. Man, the fuck up. I'll tell you what they told us at Fort Benning, man. You're bad wherever you need to go. You better bring a battle buddy with you. Don't let drill sergeants see you without your battle buddy. It's going to be hell to pay. From now on, black men need to say these words: my brother, my keeper, my hero, my savior, my confidant. And this lets you know how much you're despised in the world. Your own women should raise sons, excuse me, preferably in a two-parent household, preferably giving you the sons, giving black men their sons, and preferably, why not raise sons that somebody's daughter, as if he's going to be somebody's daughter? That's your fucking comrade in arms. Whatever happened to having brothers in arms? Every time Veterans Day come out there, you'll see me and my father go out there and eat, and you'll see the different age brackets of veterans from all kinds of wars, giving up old stories. The wingman, the spotter, the good fellas. Damn right, Bruce Almighty. See, what happened to that camaraderie? We should come to spaces in the black manosphere, opening up our visors, putting down the broadsword, putting down the katana, putting down the ikwa, which is the Zulu short spear, sitting down at the table, getting a cup of your favorite brew, getting a meal cooked for you by a very appreciative, nice black young lady, sitting down telling war stories, strategizing about our greatness, laughing at the defeat of our enemies, celebrating each one of our victims as if we fucking done it ourselves. Whatever happened to that, fellas? What happened to wishing a brother well? What happened to just walking up to a random black brother, shaking his hand, God bless you. I don't know what you're going through, but I got you and God got you. And then walking off about your business. Do you know what you just did? You would inspire that black man to let him know no matter what's wrong or what's right, everything's gonna be all right. Sometimes the littlest things will inspire the greatest of champions. I'm gonna say that shit again for the niggas in the back who didn't hear me. Sometimes the littlest things, and somebody put this shit in the chat too. One more time, remix. Sometimes the littlest things inspire the greatest of champions. You hate yourself, so you automatically hate your brother. Sometimes the littlest of things inspire the greatest of champions. Why not? Well, this guy, I'm the alpha guy. If you're so goddamn alpha, I'm so confident and so alpha, I can take a back seat. What you mean? I'm so confident in my abilities that if a brother's teaching me something, I'm smart enough to learn. A true alpha man is smart enough to put his alpha at the door when it's not needed. What you mean, Extra 50? What do I mean? I'm glad you said something about that, bro. A true alpha is not against learning some new tricks. Okay? A true alpha is not above learning new tricks. A true alpha is so confident that he's going to allow his brother to lead. No, I got to be the one who do everything. I got to put the weight of the world on my shoulder. And you wonder why you always lose. Why? There it is. You got your brother who just got his degree in finance. You want to say, no, I'm going to lead the money trail. Here it is. You got your brother who just got certified in sheetrock carpentry and what the dot. No, I'm going to put the cabinets up. Some of you are just fucking agents of chaos. Why? Why? You know why? Because that's all you know. You never can see the success in another brother. You can never admire to say the greatness. That brother's doing great. I'm gonna support that brother. You're afraid to even give each other credit. You're afraid to give each other your roses while you're still fucking living. Mm-mm-mm. You're afraid to pay what you laid. I'm gonna open this one up. Anybody who wants to join me. I don't give a shit. If you think I'm right, tell me I'm right. Think I'm wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. I want to hear this today. True alphas admit they suck at Madden. Then you need to be admitting that you suck, Art. Suck like a New Orleans prostitute, don't you, boy? Everybody knows and everybody's seen it. You throw more passes to my team than your own. I can bring up the videos if you like.
What's up, everybody?
What's up?
What do you think about the time I've been running my goddamn mouth?
I think you're right.
That's
Oh
what I
yeah.
think about.
Woo!
Excuse me. Let me take a sip of this fine VSOP.
Get your lungs right, nigga. Get your lungs right before you do it.
All together now. Chat panel.
A one, two, three. Woo.
Woo! Man, you gotta love it. See, what I gotta get your takes on this, fellas. What do you think?
What's good, folks?
And don't forget to post that GoFundMe link, Bruce. What's up, Namer?
What's good, fellas? Can y'all hear me?
What's up, Shattered?
Salute.
I hear you, Shattered.
Much love to all
Salute.
y'all brothers, man.
Much love. Am I
Getting
wrong
close.
for congratulate? Hold on, Namer. Am I wrong for congratulating brothers on their success, wishing them well? Are we wrong for doing that shit? Or is
Fuck
that the
no,
way
you
it's?
ain't. You need to keep doing it. We need to do it more and more and more like they do. We need to galvanize ourselves, brother. And I appreciate everything you said tonight. Keep on galvanizing us.
Yes, you got to galvanize. You got to
Right.
rev up the troops.
The unification, man, is needed more so now than ever.
Yes.
Man,
Yes.
women done turn
Yeah.
men's intestinal fortitude into mush, man. We need to redirect ourselves totally. You asked earlier, Charles, why is it that we falling out? You know what it is. We all know what it is. The pink elephant in the room is pussy. It's too much free pussy out there, and it's just distracting niggas left and right. Man, look at here. Get back to beating your meat and think about some shit. God damn it. It's overrated.
AL,
See,
I can vouch on that.
what, the
Sometimes
beating
you
your
gotta
meat
beat
part?
your meat. Yeah, sometimes you gotta get that evil out.
Yeah.
I mean, I can give a long ass analogy with a bunch of song references to prove that point.
Yeah.
But we're not gonna have that
Boy,
discussion tonight because
Juvenile
this
had a
isn't.
good one.
Huh?
Yeah. So Juvenile had a good one.
Now, who was the nigga that wrote Independent? Man, that song right. When I heard that song when it came out, I just threw my hands in the air and went, oh, nigga, it's over now. See, you man, well, why? Why did he make that song, man?
Wait a
He
minute.
knew it was going to go to their fucking heads.
Now you see
What do you mean
cater to you.
independent?
Now you see cater to you as being,
Mhm.
it's slavery. Shall this is how stupid led a lot of our modern black women are. A song called "Cater to You" is slavery,
But you rest assured, they want you to cater to them.
but yet I've always said this, and most of my exes could quote me on this shit. Why is it that when women do something men been doing for 200,000 years, it's a monumental event, but to us it's like Tuesday?
Because we've been the Atlas carriers our whole lives, man. The world has been on our back. They just now looking at it and seeing it, and then some of them realize, oh, this shit is really hard. No shit, Sherlock.
Do you know what would happen? I've been on places where female officers couldn't take down one suspect.
With all the Batman gear on too? Come on, man. You got
We're
Batman
getting
gear
that
to
ass,
disposal.
and the guy wasn't even trying to fight them to hurt him. He was just trying to run away. So imagine if he wanted to hurt them.
Did you see that? Did you see that one in the UK where they were trying to arrest that guy and that woman took off to chase him? I said, "Oh my God!"
You know, you just told a story, Charles, about those women who couldn't stop that one dude from running, and it reminded me of a story of your favorite linebacker who wouldn't have been your favorite linebacker in the world because he was actually going to be number 2 on the depth chart because of my cousin. He was a 3-time first team All-America in high school, 6'3", 245 pounds in high school. Everything you was lifting, Charles, he was lifting as a freshman. He was a natural phenom, but he got a case of senioritis. He had got the scholarship for Miami. Every school in the country wanted was sending them letters and everything. He chose Miami. Ray Lewis was going to sit behind this motherfucker. He was going to sit
Go
behind Greg Bell.
Hurricanes.
But Greg Bell decided one Sunday evening on the park, he was going to sit there and just drink beer after beer. We was drinking beers. Oh, female park police, white woman, 5'3", 100 pounds, soaking wet, walked up on this 6'3", 245-pound ass gorilla, not gorilla, gorilla, because he goes realer than any nigga. And she said, put that guy. Instead of him putting the bottle down, he turned it up and finished it. She decided she wanted to put his hands on him. Long story short, this man was in the middle of 12th Street in Springdale, in the middle of an intersection, slinging 36 cops like they were rag dolls. And this man never left his feet. It took me to go over there, take the handcuffs from one of these women and say, ma'am, I'm going to be the only man who's going to be able to do this because y'all go die today fucking with this man. I had to talk this man down with a tire iron jack from my 83 Cadillac. Nigga, I will hit you upside your head. They are about to shoot you. I do not want you to die. He lost his scholarship behind this shit. But I've literally seen what a grown, this man was 19 years old, 6'3", 245 pounds. Imagine this man at 45.
When he developed all his strengths.
Somebody get Truth up in here so he can pay attention and learn from this shit.
Let me put it to you this way, right? And it's not just on a physicality level, okay? Because when I went to the academy, I was 245. I was 200 pounds at the end of the academy. We ran that much. We worked out that much. I was capable of lifting 405 pounds, more than double my body weight.
Right.
Okay? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of motherfuckers who could not pass it. Two of my cousins who went to the so-called smart school in Baltimore, one of them, Dunbar, could not pass the SATs to get into Coppin, which is a teacher's and nursing school. Guess who did? Me. They bumped, their eyes blocked out their head. Because we're just naturally more logical. Because we have to take on the world for what it is and not what we want it to be. We don't get a parachute. We gotta look out below because we coming through. That's all the fucking we get.
And we don't get no passes on shit.
I told you yesterday on my live stream, which was like the world's longest rant. I had to tell 4 girls, don't contact me anymore because you bring nothing to my fucking life.
Yep, those are detriments, not assets. Those are detriments.
And the reason why, hold on for a second. Right. And the reason why I had to do that, and yeah, I still got 2 more numbers. And one of the numbers, the girl said, well, I don't know if we're going to be a good fit because I'm kind of a hothead and I had to play the masculine role. I said, really? Well, your car got a flat. How many men helped you? Oh, plenty, including AAA. I said, then you're not masculine because I had to fucking change my whole fucking tire and I got a fucking SUV and I had to change that shit with a boot on my fucking foot. So don't tell me about you playing the goddamn masculine role.
Real talk.
Even when I had a boot on my fucking foot, I'm still curling 60 to 80 pound dumbbells. Don't tell me about you being masculine when the world does not look at you the fucking same.
So go ahead, I'm still tripping on the fact you said she called triple motherfucking A, and she probably said that shit with a straight face.
Mm-hmm.
And you masculine, but you got all these men probably pulled over the side of the road to help you, included with your AAA.
Exactly. Go ahead, Namer.
What I wanted to say was, first of all, as Dave Chappelle said this best, he said, don't forget, I'm held at a higher level of accountability. Don't forget who I am. Don't forget what I am, a black dude. And I can say, and I'm going to tell you furthermore, let me add something here. A few years ago, this is long before I even got on the manosphere. This is when I was a little bit younger, over a decade ago. I said this once in a Facebook post. It said, no matter what your nationality, your ethnicity, where you come from, or where you are in the world. If you're a black man, life is always going to be an uphill struggle. And let me tell you something. Only one person who saw that gave me a like, and that was a black woman, not just any black woman. A girl I went to high school, and she was the darkest girl I'd ever seen. Beautiful woman now, even now. But she understood exactly what I was saying. Black men, no matter what your creed, race, religion, whatever, they see that all they see with you first and foremost is that black skin, and they're going to have a whole lot of misconceptions, and they're going to see you as a bunch of cliches and stereotypes.
Right.
Lord knows how many times Lord knows how many times I've had to deal with that here in Europe. I've had to deal with that. I remember seeing my father and a lot of other men having to put up with some of that mess when we were growing up in the Middle East. Hell, in Africa, fucking Africa, where I come from. Not just not just a part of where I come from, but throughout the whole continent. We have always looked at each other with one another.
Our sin is our sin, bro. That's why. That's why they do this.
Once upon a time,
there are those. I'll tell you the truth. There are those within my own ethnicity. I look at them. I can't trust them. Not because because of some hatred or something like that. It's just because I know what they're about. That's why I sometimes say just because we're from the same tribe doesn't mean we're brethren.
That's why we have America.
I'm a Tutsi with a chainsaw in an elevator surrounded by plastic knife-wielding Hutus. That's how I feel sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's why in America we had a saying called "Not all skin folk are kinfolk."
Thank you.
It's true, man. It's true, and a lot of times I tell people right now that's why what you were speaking on, brother. We must do the overwhelming unification because of that one point. Because we must unify so that we can support all our brothers. A lot of people support people white and other different type of nationalities, and they support them in different ways, and they never really say nothing about it. But as us as brothers, if we have a slight disagreement on a point, I've seen people that just go completely left. I'm like, bro, we got to have a code where we don't do that, especially live on the internet. And if you got a problem with it, brother, you sit down, you speak with him. You if you care about it, you know what I'm saying? Speak with the brother. Get to a conclusion of the shit. Don't air it out the dirty laundry on the damn internet. It just makes us look weak, man.
Yeah, it makes you look ununified. I keep telling people, the more ununified you are, the more we're gonna be able to take you to fuck over. The more you're gonna be conquered. Black women love it when black men don't work together. I hate to say it, it troubles my soul. I hate it with a passion to even come out my fucking lips with that.
Right.
When you start to notice that women I've spoke to, when did you ever deal with somebody who's successful? Why couldn't you keep that motherfucker? I had to come to the conclusion, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You can't keep a man for shit. You don't know. The reason why you don't want a successful man is due to the fact that you're scared that if you have to submit to him, you're conquered. You're supposed to submit.
Right, had women they addicted to that damn attention, Charles. See, they get so much. I don't want to just put it all on social media, but it's just a microcosm of what's going on. But they got so much simps, and I hate to make it stereotypical with that. They got so much damn simps that's wanting to do any and everything for them on a lower level, but then they know that man they know the good, you know what I'm saying, cat that's actually trying to, deal with them. They don't want to submit. They don't want to get with that guy because they know that they would have to submit to him. They would rather deal with other men and the actual options that they have because it's to them it's worth more monetarily. If she's got 1,000 people in her DMs You know what I'm saying? She's getting $100 cash tap to her. You know, sometimes 100,000. We ain't gonna go there, but you know, why would she be with a decent? Why would she be with a decent guy that's trying to actually stay with her if she had that much shit? Now, all women not like that, and I'm not saying all, but as a microcosm, we know that to be true.
Yeah, it's simple, man. It is a goddamn simple thing. You got
No, I
these women
definitely agree with you.
worrying about. Go ahead, Bruce. That was Bruce. Oh, Alonzo, you were speaking?
Yeah, that was
No,
a
I
lot.
was just
So
saying
I
I
believe.
agree with y'all on a lot of topics, but I think, like Shadow was saying, you know, there are a lot of dudes who are out there willing to drink bathwater. But there's little things, actually, Charles, like you were mentioning, something that we can do to implement a rite of passage. So why don't we, at 10 years old, start teaching our boys about, you know, filling out a bank account, or actually getting life insurance, or, you know, teach us something about a financial product as a rite of passage at 10 years old, so that they realize, look, one day you're going to have to be the man who handles these bills. And here's what you're going to have to be able to do. You're going to have
That's
an
right.
army, so that the females that you don't want can bounce off of you and deflect. They're going to throw themselves at you like the Dickens, but they can bounce off you, and you can find a woman of substance, so that we don't have to have conversations like this.
And the trades as well, with the financial as well.
Oh yeah, the trades too.
Yes, sir.
Definitely the trades.
Why
I got a
would
cousin
we
who got an
hire?
HVAC company. My fault.
What I was saying, you know, continue on. I was just saying, why would we hire other people to do jobs that's, let's just say, general contracting around the home, when we got brothers who need that experience, who can do that, and we need to teach them how to do that, so we don't have to call anyone else.
Exactly.
And set up that network. Hell, I mean, to piggyback what Alonzo was saying, Alonzo, you know, through that, what you said about finance and whatnot, that is the quickest way to get young boys interested in math when you think about it.
Very true.
I mean, you think about it.
True.
How are they going to learn how to go into finance, learn how to open a bank account, how to balance a checkbook, if they don't even know how to read and write and do math?
You got to know how to
they
count.
Can't add as a yes, we got to show, because boys learn from in a practical way. If you show them, they will do it. I remember when I was a kid. Now, I remember my mom would help me with my homework, especially my math homework. But when my dad helped me out, it was a lot of fun. In fact, it was a bonding. In fact, it was like an important bonding moment with my dad.
And he probably made it interesting for you as well, not just drilling you into something. He's making it interesting. He
kind of did, and that was carryover behavior, because I remember trying to help my little brother with his stuff, and I did the same thing, trying to make it fun. In fact, I also had, when I was in grade school, when you guys were in grade school, did you guys have male teachers or female teachers mostly?
Female.
Women.
Female?
Mostly women, man.
Okay. Now, me, you know, being the outsider in this one, when I was in grade school, I went to an international school. Most of my teachers were women, except for one. This was 5th grade. He was a man, and he learned and he knew how to keep us in line, and he taught us in a very creative and fun way about learning new things. In fact, he used he used, like I mentioned this before, he gave us all a bunch of baseball cards. And with the baseball cards, he taught us about actions and consequences, and how to be responsible and take responsibility for our actions. Not just the boys, but also the girls.
That was like that.
But hold on. When I transitioned to high school, I went back to my homeland. I went home, and that's where I continued my junior high and high school. And nearly the majority of my teachers, with the exception of 2, were all men. And having that masculine energy was really important to me, because learning from them, teaching us, and they did this in English, it woke me up, especially like in my final 2 years, my junior and senior year of high school. They planted seeds in my head that made me really be wise, especially my history teacher in my final year, when he he planted the seeds of geopolitics, and there was those seeds that BGS kind of germinated and watered. So I'm very thankful for all those masculine people, that masculine energy I've had, not just from the men in my family, but also from other men in my community, and as well as from high school.
No
so I just
doubt.
learned how to be a man in a sense. But the problem is I got so sick. But the problem is like, you guys talk about this alpha beta shit. Alpha beta shit is just new wave. It's a new wave term of some shit that's been going on since time immemorial. That's why I just don't give a fuck about whether or not people think I'm a man or not. I say, why the fuck should I care if you think I'm a man when I know good and well you can't see my humanity?
A lion doesn't concern himself of the opinions of sheep.
It does not.
Yep.
It's what makes it stupid. You'll have women tell me that I'm not a man, and I'm dwarfing them.
That was kind of funny.
Yo, somebody hit us with that old Robin Harris line.
Which one?
About man. About a man. I say, first of all, well, that was your first mistake. What the hell made y'all think that was a man?
It's funny.
Half the women I see aren't really women or whatever.
Ooh.
It's funny as hell. It's funny as hell because this girl tried to say, "Who hurt you? You're not a real man." How much experience do you have in being a man?
Unless she was born male, she would not. She had absolutely
none. How many
none.
real men have she actually seen to make that comparison?
Well, obviously, I told her over the phone, your daddy failed you. If you can't get married, your daddy failed you.
Shattered.
Can we break this down? Can we break this down as in its most simplest element form when they ask you that, honey,
please,
can you piss standing up? Until you can piss standing up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 52 weeks out of the year, bitch, don't say shit to me. Thank you.
Shout out to the Lady of Rage.
Hey,
shout out to the Lady of Rage.
Hey, Charles.
That's one of my cousins from Virginia, by the way.
Hey, Charles.
Fun fact.
Yep.
Hey, speaking on something what you were saying earlier, man, like how they don't understand. I saw a story of I forgot what site it was on, but it was on YouTube for a while. It was trending, and it was like a woman who was trying to become a alphabet man, right? And she became the alphabet man, and then she got online trying to holler at women as a man. And she was like, "Fuck that! I want to be a woman again."
Exactly. It's so hard.
I got one better. I got a better story. You ever heard of a woman named Nora Vincent?
Not yet.
No.
Nora Vincent. Of course, this is a white woman. She's an L. She's alphabet.
Roger.
But she had a book called Self-Made Man, where she spent 18. Hold on, AL. Hold on. I know your sentiments, brother, but this is relevant. If you hear me out, she went 18 months pretending to be a man, and she wrote a book about that. She didn't realize. And even now, when she was in an interview, when she asked, "Do you think?" When the interviewer, a woman asked her, "Do you think you completely understand man?" She said, "I can't say I completely understand men, but I do have some understanding." And I realized men have it pretty fucked up. And at the same time, she said, "I see it as a privilege being a woman." So you see the gynocratic way of thinking right there. And this is from an alphabet person, first of all.
Right. And she even had to come to that conclusion, which is sad. It's a total 180 of what they probably was thinking in the first.
Yeah, in fact, there's a couple chapters where she went to a men's retreat and went to a men's rights group meeting and shit, and realized, oh wow, a lot of these dudes. In fact, to some of those men that she ended up befriending during her journey as a man, she revealed her true self, and they were okay with it. I mean, especially when they realized that explains why you were so sympathetic to us and shit, why you try to be empathetic with us and everything. Hell, she had her girlfriend in on the charade. So when they met her, they didn't know it was Nora and Vincent. Originally, it was Ned and it wasn't Nora and Elizabeth. They thought it was just Ned and Elizabeth.
Reminds me of the Pat movie.
Yeah, think about it. Oh, go ahead, finish your shit.
No,
I'm
just saying, he was done, but yeah, that definitely reminds me of the Pat movie because I think they was trying to, kind of touch on that, but then this person that Namer mentioned actually lived and did it and was all like, God damn, this what y'all going through on the other side? Okay.
Hell, she tried picking up women as the alter ego. It didn't work out. But here's the fucked up part. She would go and change and come back as her real self, and there was hidden cameras and hidden camera footage of the whole thing. She would meet up to those women as her true self and apologize and explain to her that this is a social experiment. But even afterwards, some of those women wanted to have a relationship with her. These are straight women want to hook up with a lesbian woman. Hell, she even admitted that when she went to a strip club as a dude, she hit a brick wall because she realized, shit.
No, do you know?
She realized she stood corrected about male sexuality. And the interviewer, who's a woman, said, "Well, wait, you're a lesbian. Weren't you attracted to women?" I said, "Bitch, are you forgetting I am still a woman, which means 90% of a woman's sexuality is right between the fucking ears." So she hit that wall when she went to the strip club as a dude and realized she couldn't understand this shit.
Yeah, that was a well-made last point she made that you touched on just now.
Shout out to the panel. What's going on, y'all?
What's
up, I'm going to pick with your ass tonight.
Quotes in the house, oh my God. Danger. You get echo in the house, oh my God.
But man, we just gotta be funky with the women and just tell them straight up, look, this is what you wanted, you just didn't know the cost. You wanted the equality, you wanted the freedom, you wanted to be placed first, and you didn't know the cost. And this is the cost. Yeah. The cost is Chivalry got murdered in its crib by you. Right?
Kicked in the door, waving the 4-4, bow,
right?
bow, bow.
Right? Like all the things you wanted, you got. You just didn't read what was in the fine print.
Yeah. From now on, we shall refer to Chivalry's outcome as being Amber Geiger.
Oh shit!
Oh, damn, man.
So, what was the name of the homegirl from my state? That murked her daughter and got away with that shit. Fuck is her name?
Casey Anthony.
Yeah, Hodge kids, Hodge your wife.
Yeah.
Tot mom.
Casey. Yeah, so pretty much that's what they did to Chivalry, and that's okay. Look, this is the price of what you wanted. You just don't like what it cost. That's the problem. And I listened to BGS's video and of Dr. Hassan and what he was saying. And look, ladies, that it's just what it is. You wanted to be first, so for the empowerment of the Black community. So you say, but with Black women first. All right, then. All right, so let you get the positions, let you make the money, have fun finding a man, air quotes, on your level. Financially on your level. Everything else we're on your level. But if you want to make the money and have the status, then fine. Have fun fighting for the 10 niggas that's on your level. Air quotes.
No, they do it because here's the crazy part, right? This is the difference between mom and daddy. And this tells you the mentality of women. I want my son to play on the football team. He can't catch, he can't throw, he can't run. But he should be able to get a spot too. No. Your father's going to tell you, boy,
he should get a participation trophy.
Your father's going to tell you, boy, you suck. Try another sport. Hell, try chess.
Either that, or if he see you have some talent, he's going to say, hey, man, you might not be able to be the running back, but you got a cold ass arm. You need to work on it. Let me let you work with the real NFL ball. Okay, throw this. Once you get this bitch spiraled out, when you doing this TDY ball and this JR ball, this junior varsity ball, by the time you get to varsity, you're going to be throwing that appeal like a motherfucker. But you got to invest that time. Like you said, Charles, you got to invest that time in.
We don't believe in cultivating in our community, by the way. We believe that as soon as you come out of high school, you should already make $100,000.
Isn't that the craziest thing that BGS says? That Dr. Hassan he's in his classes, and the women expect the men to be ballers when they on the same level. Bitch, we in the same class. How the hell you graduate? You making?
They're waiting at the finish line for
that's
the winner.
Insane. But okay, so I believe that the current system that we live in uses the worst proclivities of human beings and exacerbates them. So women are already naturally hypergamous. This current system takes that and turn it up 10 notches, right? So, like you said, they're at the finish line waiting for the winner. You're at the finish line waiting for the winner at 20, let's say 26 years old.
No, 22.
No.
Yeah, 22.
I'm gonna give him the age. I'm gonna give him the extra 4 years. Still at 26 years old, most men ain't making no real money. You know what I'm saying? So like, even with that, so you gotta go up another decade. At 36, men still ain't. I mean, we just starting to feel our way out. Like, it's just not working out. What I like to tell women is the numbers are just not in your favor. They're just not in your favor, and that's why I was on the breakdown. I was saying this a couple of weeks ago, which is like, that's why you see so many black women in general, having children in their 30s, because they tried to hold out, air quotes, for Mr. Right. Yes, and then now they're in their mid and later 30s in panic mode because they never been married. They didn't have no oops baby in their 20s. And now they're going to have the baby in their 30s because the man ain't coming. And they realize he ain't coming. That's what the babies in the 30s is about. The man ain't coming. And I mean that both ways.
Oh yeah, figuratively and literally.
You know, right?
You gotta take a turkey based up your pussy and shit. And, I'm gonna tell you this way: it's like a female coworker of mine. She's 40, looks nice and all, you know, but she's still 40. And I said, "When's the last time you've been in a relationship?" Well, it's been years ago. You're a 40-year-old woman. I don't care how good you look on the outside; the inside says 40.
Regardless, right? Exactly.
So you're already automatically high risk pregnancy. Then on top of that, when I look at your relationship resume, which is going to be the name of the next show.
Oh, that's going to be good.
Your relationship resume says you have no experience and how to cooperate with men. The double R. It's not Rolls Royce, baby. It's relationship fucking resume. Somebody text me that shit so I remember that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Relationship
that's a classic
resume. Relationship.
That's some good shit.
You know what, Charles?
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Chris Rock said it best. He said, if a girl says she's 28 and looks 18, she's 12.
Yeah.
If a girl says she's 30 and if a girl says she's 28 and she looks 30, she's 40.
Wait. Give me a second. Let me ask Primetime this. Primetime VA, you said there's a lot of women like that where you at. Are you talking about what I was saying, where like they're having their first child in their mid and late 30s, or are you speaking about something else? Because he said that in the comments and I wanted to know, because like that's what I think is going to start happening. I have a couple of homegirls that I went to high school with that I knew in college, and I'm 35 in September, and they're around my age, and they've never been married. Haven't had a serious relationship, and this is multiple women I know haven't had a serious relationship in 4, 5, 6 years, 7 years, right? One of them I know, at least I was dating her for a little bit, and I believed her when she said she hadn't had sex in like 4 years. So we're getting to that place now where the next dude they're in a relationship with, whether he like it or not, you better have that condom, because if you don't, she's gonna get pregnant. We're approaching mid-30s. She's not gonna let that opportunity pass her by.
That's her last opportunity. And by the way, the same coworker who's 40, she's supposed to be a virgin. So now I'm not even promised good sex. And I'm supposed to, you don't have any experience in dealing with a man. And where the fuck do I win?
But she's
Yeah,
40.
that's definitely not a win right there.
Right.
And I
She's
just want to ask, what do you think, Charles, about a lot? I know a lot of brothers, especially in our sphere, have topics about the stepdaddy syndrome and the stepdaddy this and that. Okay, and I know it's a lot of negative stereotypes delegated to that, but I would also like to add this in. My stepfather was one of the most critical people. He was old Air Force guy, man. He was in Korea. And he basically saw, my mother said, just like you were saying, Charles, oh yeah, you play football. You don't know if he good or not. My stepfather came to some of my games. A lot of people would come to my game. He said, man, that nigga is good. He said, man, but look, you fumble that ball on the kick return. Hey, look, I'm gonna buy you the bigger ball. And now I want you to do is I want you to flip that ball. I'm gonna show you how to flip it. And you catch that ball in every situation, diving, catching, backing up, going forward. And I did that, brother. And I swear, the next fucking 2 weeks, I got one 86-yard return. And the next one, I got like an 89-yard return. Motherfucker got my damn jersey and put me down. And he said, man, tuck your damn jersey in, man. He was actually out there watching. And my father was not there, but my stepfather was there to do that. Now, I'm not saying that every man need to be a stepfather, but I would just add this to the plethora of what we're saying. Sometimes a stepfather is a good brother to have in a young brother's life if he's with that unification like you saying, brother.
If anybody wants my opinion about stepfathers, I need everybody to give me a woo in the chat and donate.
woo, motherfucker.
Woo!
Woo! God damn it, woo. God damn it. Because
Liberz's.
limousine rotten, diamond ring, hell, fuck diamond ring, dual diamond ring wearing.
Styling and profiling.
You goddamn right. Always
Dance
a
all night,
styler.
dance a little longer.
Always a styler, forever profiler. God damn it. See,
Charles, not only did you come to play like the dirtiest player in the game, you came to win.
oh yeah, I don't come out. I don't. I'm a competitor, man.
All he
Like
do
I
is
said the
win.
same
What are you
thing.
talking about,
Yeah,
competitor?
I said the same
You
thing
win
to a
all
chick.
time.
I said this to a chick. This chick who already fucked me, sucked me, and had actually made a fucking painting for me on my birthday said she wanted me in the friend zone. I don't do the friend zone. And then let's say if I took your invitation to the friend zone, I've already won. The fuck? You friend zone niggas, you're never gonna fuck. Not the niggas who had their way with you.
No, you
The
were the
fuck?
contingency
You'll never
plan,
want to be in
man.
that friend zone, man.
So
That
she was
shit
just
is
testing
so
you.
much bullshit.
I'm just, and she was like, "No, you can't walk away from my friend zone. Watch me. I'm not gonna walk away. I'm gonna play it straight
Bullshit,
away."
bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna get up out of that bitch ghost mode.
Like
And,
James
and
Brown
here's the
said,
crazy
try me.
part. Here's the crazy part. You're a physical therapist who got laid off, last year. You're working doubles at Amazon, but you don't. This is the reason why women are not smart to me, okay? And this ain't a knock on women. It's just true. Some things are just true. You're not smart. You'd be like, wait a minute. This guy has made more money than me while injured than I did working doubles at Amazon. And when I was working at physical, I'm not gonna let you go. Okay? Men would be like, I'm not gonna let go of a fucking winning ticket. Women will do it because it's their pride. But here's the factoid, right? Number one, yeah, y'all better donate if y'all want to hear my voice, because fuck it, I'm gonna do an art of Ibmor. I'm gonna shut this bitch down if y'all don't. Guess what? Y'all gonna hey, thank you, Shatterstar again. See, don't let Shatterstar be the only motherfucker saluting. You got 57 people here, and I've told you time immemorial about supporting your interests.
Hey man, I support everything, man, because I tell you what you're saying is right. We need unification, and I will support all brothers, whether I agree with you or not. I will support you.
And I always appreciate you. And see, this is the point about black men. See, this is, one of the stereotypes of black men. We're fucking cheap. We don't pay where the fuck we lay. Okay? The reason why black women can get what they want, and you see them getting all these judges up there at the federal level because they fucking paid, they solicited, they fucking lobbied these fucking politicians.
And fuck some of them.
Fucked almost all of them.
Kamala Harris.
Let's not forget.
Mhm.
Let's not forget.
Mhm.
They, as BGS once mentioned, quoted from a book, an old book, but I forgot the name of the author, but there are two people who are the freest in America. White men and black women.
Mhm.
Black man, let us not forget how they want you kept down.
Mhm.
They'll let a few of you up
level.
as long as they can co-opt you.
This is the problem.
But the rest, they will purposely hamstrung you and then ask you why you can't run.
But here's the issue. The freedom comes at a cost, right? Black women's freedom comes at a cost. And they don't want to pay the cost. This is what I keep on stressing on every platform that I'm on. Charles, Rogers, BGS's, Art of Ibmor, Art New Style. This is the cost. You wanted a particular life, and a few of you will get it, but everyone's gonna pay for it.
Shout out to
black
Jay,
women are gonna pay for it.
You know? And I'm not gonna say the whole name, but shout out to Joe and Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your support. Woo!
You know, and that's what we're saying. You know, we could bring up Kevin. Like Kevin says that all the time. Like, what do you want? All right. What does you want? What does he want? And that is when that's when you start seeing everything fall apart, because you never considered what a man wants that you want outside of vagina. Okay, he could get that anywhere. Well, I'll fold his clothes. He could get that anywhere. Like the basic things you're gonna do for a man on that level, he can get anywhere. What extras do you come with, right?
Well, that's usually the first thing that they say. If you look at some of those streams, where they were actually interviewing women, and they would say, "Well, I cook, I clean, and my pussy is good." Okay, well, cook, clean, pussy is good. Man, is that the end of the resume?
Well, to me, it's one of the issues of never having to consider what another human being, a man would want at that level. Any man, first of all, I agree with BGS and everybody else that understands that Kevin is using high value man as like he's using it, but it's really not about that, right? Because what you're seeing is their contempt for regular Joes, right? Average Joes, which most of them are going to end up with anyway. Let's be 100% honest. But
that's why they on the show.
You know what? Hold on, Z. Hold on, Z. You know I love you, right?
Go ahead.
The dust just went off, but I got to debunk your shit.
Go ahead.
Most of them ain't gonna be with nobody.
I was gonna go there. Let me finish. Let me land. So what I'm asking black men to do is stop being the consolation prize, because that's what regular dudes become, right? When I was on Roger's show one day and I said it, I was like, they'll start with guys like Swim Champ, right? Making 6 figures, got his own business, blah blah blah. They'll try to go at him. When they realize they can't pull him because they thought he was a lame, but he's smarter, he's more streetwise about this shit than they thought. Then they'll try. Exactly. Then they'll try with somebody that make a little bit less, like Charles, right? But they see the slide, they're like, but maybe he's dumb. Nah, Charles will pipe him and throw them back in the ocean. Then they come to people like me and Bruce, regular dudes, but we see that shit too. Bitch, we ain't even gonna pipe because we ain't gonna risk getting you pregnant, bitch.
Hold on, folks.
Okay.
Since we did get some payments, I gotta be a man of my word, keep my promise.
Okay.
Always be a promise to people who pay.
And I want to respond to Z for something.
I had to teach one of my wrestlers that if we go out here, you take us to see these girls. Yeah, but you cut the grass. Oh, you didn't cut the grass? Hell no, I'm not taking you. Hey, you didn't keep your bargain, so I didn't have to keep mine. But since people kept their bargain, I got to keep mine.
Okay.
Number one, this is how I look at stepdaddy. A man should not be a stepfather unless, one, he has the total respect and admiration of both mother and child.
Okay.
Somebody repeat what the fuck I just said, please. Woo!
He
The
has
total respect and love of the child.
He should have the total love and admiration and respect, number one, of both mother and child. Number two, if you take it on the responsibility, you can correct the problem. Meaning, I have a rule that all my friends know about their children. And guess what? My friends are my brothers, and I treat their kids like my little nieces and nephews, hell, even almost my children.
Already.
I will protect those kids of my life, but don't bring me around no kids I can't spank. I ain't gonna abuse your child, but I will correct the fuck out of it.
Yeah, because I'm bringing them in.
What did you
No, that's
do?
unreasonable. I mean, that's reasonable as hell because, you know, compared to how I came up and shit like that, I'm grateful for all the ass beatings, if I'm to be real.
I can vote on that. Oh, by the way, Z.
Go ahead. I'm paying my rails right now. Go ahead, I can hear you.
No, like what you said about all them
Bueller?
chicks and things. No, what you said about all them about the chicks. They're gonna look at if they can't bag him, they can't get it. Or go to this so and so. They can't. They'll go to Charles. If they can't, they're gonna try to get to you, but they can't. But they're not. But you're not dealing with that. And then of course there are the invisible motherfuckers. I count myself in there who count our blessings that we don't have to deal with this shit because we just going to someplace else where we were celebrated.
And I'll tell you this one. People be like, well, you shouldn't be a stepdad. Situations must one dictate. Okay? I'm not saying this is the premiere, but not all women with children or a child, number one, let's say, a child, number one, are bad women. Now, if she was a good woman and the father died, that's a different story. Number two. Go ahead.
And the reason I brought that up, Charles, because I was on another panel and I heard a brother speak on this. Okay. And what he said was, which I think is pertinent, he said, I will not be a stepfather if I cannot. And he said it was an age limit. I think he wanted to say it was like 7 to 9 or 10. And he said, I would adopt that child so that I'm fully responsible for him. And then, like you said, first of all, before that even happens, you must have the respect, the admiration of the mother and the child before you even make that decision. But most people, when they say stepdaddy, they not talking about that. They ain't even talking about marriage. They really talking about just being with a woman that's got kids. They're not speaking about actually marrying and actually adopting that child. Now, that is a different situation because who knows? We got a lot of orphans out here, a lot of young brothers that need an older brother to teach them that they ain't got no dog in the fight but them. You know what I'm saying?
And the reason why I said this is because, okay, I'm going to give you a good example. BGS biologically has 2 daughters. His son is his stepson. But what does he refer to as son? Is it stepson or what? His son.
Son, you'll never say
he
stepson.
always says son because his son around my age and I never.
Wait, his son is actually his stepson?
Yes.
I thought he was his own biological child.
That's what I mean, Ibmor. Like he never referred to his stepson as his son.
And that's what
respect. And
that's respect. So you think that boy does not respect his BGS? He said that's his dad.
I tell you what, like my 47-year-old big brother, you still regard my father as such as well, even though it's Big Bruce, but still, it's like, yeah, he taught me the game. He did this, he did that. A lot of stuff that I didn't pick up from my father, I get from my brother, my big brother, and he's not his biological son. So yeah, it definitely has an influence and impact.
So but notice why BGS never said stepfathers are not necessary, but at the same time, he tells you there's a certain criteria to be. Like even out of Ibmor, when he talks about his mom and dad, God rest his mom's soul, his mom had children had a child or two from a previous relationship when she met his dad. Art of Ibmor will tell you the story. She said, I got to give this man children. Number one, and here's another thing. I'm going to tell you
And
another
another
reason.
thing,
Woo! And another. Woo! Do not be the stepchild after the age, the stepfather after a certain age.
Yeah, I
like
was thinking about
42.
7 to 10 on the child's age, because usually with men and with young men, you feel me? If they haven't had uh, that brother in their life that is the father figure, okay, he can start to resent the discipline that you're trying to give. And usually sometimes the mother, and that comes back to what you're saying, you have to have the respect and the adoration of the mother, because she will deflect. She would not deflect, but what's the word? She will basically let you handle that. And see, that's the difference right there. And what the man was saying in the chat, saying that he thinks that no man should be a stepdad. Period. I understand it. No man should be a stepdad as his first order of operations, for sure.
Mhm.
But I've been in that situation. I've even pulled up to McDonald's with my stepson when he was a young child, and the woman said, "Oh yeah, your son looked just like me." But she like, "Yeah, your son looked just like it." I'm not finna say, "Yeah, that's my stepson." And yeah, so to what you're saying about, different thing like with BJS, he never related to his stepson as his son only. And that's how he remembered that. You know what I'm saying? My stepson, like, to this day, you know what I'm saying? If he needs something done, he calls me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with his mother anymore, but I still relate to him as my son. He grown now, but he calls me and say, "Let me ask you a question. It might be about women, it might be a job, it might be about school." He even asked me what I think about him going to the military. See, reason why that's good. You ain't got to be with the woman forever, but if you gave that young man a chance to actually be someone, he's gonna respect that shit, and he's going to remember what you've done.
Remember that. You got to remember, no child asked to be here. Okay? Parents are not even promised to raise that boy or that girl. So when people say, well, I ain't going to be nobody's stepdaddy, a lot of y'all been kissing the women's asses through their children and still ain't getting no pussy. So either that, and I'm not saying that's the case of anybody in the panel or the chat, but here's the question. There's certain criteria you must have to be a step. Does that, how, and then here's a very important lesson you need to learn. See how she treats her child and how the child treats her. Okay?
Fact.
A lot of you are scared to be mentors because number one, you ain't really writing your life. And if Art New Style want to come up, he's always welcome. I see a couple of people there. Oh,
Yeah, I agree totally, and I'm saying like this, brother. Not even just for your stepson or your estranged stepson or whatever. If you're not really married. What I'm saying is even younger kids in the diaspora of where you're at. I've had a good friend girl of mine. Now she's definitely part of some of the stereotypes that we explain here. And he would come to my door when I stayed in apartments over there in the same time back then. Um, and he would be like, "Hey, can I take your trash out, sir?" And I'm like, "Man, shit, I'm tired, man. I'll take my own trash." But I started to think, hold on. This man is asking me, can he take out my tray? He's a hustler. This man but 10 years old. I said, hell yeah. Matter of fact, hold up. He go a couple bags of trash, nigga. Let me go ahead and get you right. He said, man, I'm gonna give you, I just want $2. I said, man, nah, hell nah. I'm gonna give you $5. I double your price. And here it is.
exactly.
And now I saw that young man going to now that one piece of inspiration, like you were saying, Charles, that inspiration is fucking free. Okay. Now he at everybody's door and everybody respected him for doing that. And he came from that bastard. So he didn't have no father, no stepfather, no nothing. But then younger men, brothers that's old enough to know, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and respect that young brother. I'm not his stepfather, but I am a mentor in the hood to him by showing him, yes, I will pay you, my brother. You don't have to go and do this other bullshit. You can actually, yeah, I will let you take out the trash. And you know what? You're hard working. Let me show you how to cut some wood. Let me show you how to put together some stuff. Let me show you how to do things I know how to do. Let me show you about these computers and show you about the math dealing with these video games. You say you like video games? All right, let me show you how to code video games. You want to make your own game? See, this is the stuff that you can teach these young brothers, but you got to give them some kind of inspiration, especially if they're reaching out saying, I'm willing to do work. And that don't mean you a stepdaddy. It just means that you a brother trying to help a younger brother, and you see what all the odds are stacked up against him.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what you sound like? You sound like you not on the weird ass respectability shit. You're not on the, well, if he ain't do it like this, right? So like, and that matters. The reason why I'm bringing that up is you inspired him by doubling it, right? And like you said, you gave him the courage to go to other people's door and ask for the same thing, right? And that matters. That stuff like that encourages young men to try harder, to do more, right? And so when it doesn't work out, or when somebody does lowball him, he'll be like, well, yeah, I still have positive affirmation. I still have positive from this, right?
He's learning.
Yeah, and that shit matters. I think we get into this weird ass place in the community. We get into the conversation of like, what do you owe other people in the Black community? What do you owe other Black men, right? Other Black boys, right? Is it always, nigga, you got to be damn near dead, and then maybe I'll flick a penny off the table towards you, right? Like, and I think sometimes that weird ass tough love shit that people engage in, that's what it'd be. It'd be like, nigga, if you ain't dead, don't ask me for shit. You gotta hustle and try and die, and then I'll help. Maybe. Probably not.
Where's New Stall? New Stall, get your tail up here, New Stall. Listen, tired. Shout out to our New Stall, the professor. We got Khalil up in here. We got AL back. And see, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying every.
Shalom to all my brothers.
Salam. Assalamu alaikum.
Shalom.
Alaikum salam.
See, people don't understand this. I'm not saying every Black man to be a. See, I'm a military guy. So automatically, I don't think in best case scenario. I think in the worst possibility or the next case. Okay?
Right,
better yet. If you have to be a stepfather, there has to be benefits, meaning that child's name is going to change. Okay?
Yes.
Shaq.
That child's name.
Not Shaq. Not Shaq.
Huh?
I got
Number one. I'm going to tell you. Hold on. Let me finish. Number one. I'm going to say this again for the niggas who didn't hear me in the back. Can I get a woo?
Woo!
Woo! Okay.
Woo!
Jet planes.
Jet flies. Patrol car riding. Woo! Glock carrying. I'm having a hard time holding these goddamn Rockies down. Okay? Number one, if you're going to be the stepfather, you must tell that woman that boy's last name is changing. And if you don't, they have to live with the father.
I don't see the problem with that.
There can be there's no negotiation. If you can't do that, we can't be married. That's called controlling your goddamn house, Black man.
That's right. You got to stay at your motherfucking ground, man. Excuse my language.
Case in point.
Exactly.
Case in point. Tony Ferguson, El Kukui.
Number one, number one, I'm gonna answer this in the chat. You don't have to have premarital sex with a single mama meant to the children. No, you don't. But if you decide to be in a relationship with that motherfucker, you're in. You're not halfway out. Okay? Because if you want to marry that woman, that child name has to change.
I think even Gerald Ford. I think Gerald Ford, President Gerald Ford. I think he was that was his stepdad. If somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think even he was he was taken in by his stepdad, his mom, and obviously his mom changed the last name, if I'm not mistaken. There's a
right
couple
now.
of people of prominence, I think, politically that you could say that to.
I've seen it definitely, man. I've seen if you go back to the 30s and the 40s, where
wait, let me cut you off for 1 second. Jeff Bezos too. A lot of people don't know that. Jeff Bezos also. That Bezos is his stepdad's last name.
So guess what? Jeff Bezos, the stepdaddy, whooped his ass to billions.
Hey,
Shit, that must have been that's $1 billion ass.
You're right. Gerald Ford was actually. Hang on. Oh shit, my computer's freezing up. Yeah, it says here that he was born Leslie Lynch King Jr. He changed it to George Randolph Ford Jr. afterwards. After another person who's like another person.
So Martin Luther King was his dad.
No, MLK, that was his dad.
Joke, guys.
Nah. But anyway, another example: Bill Clinton.
Bill.
Oh yeah.
Supposedly supposed to have a black son.
I heard that rumor.
He looked just like him, dog. I saw the guy's shit. He looked just like him.
His full name was actually William Jefferson Blythe III, but he took his stepfather's last name Clinton when he was a kid. When his mother remarried.
There's a couple of people, like, you know, and that goes to show, like, if you luck up, right, and you and your mom marries the right man the second time, right, or marries the right man the first time, maybe the first dude was not that great
the first time, you know,
right? but you that could put your son, like we were saying, in the best position. Look at Bezos. Look at fucking Bezos. You know, like, that's insane.
You think about this. This is the reason why I said that child takes your name. I'll be good good and well goddamn if Charles Northfolk Jr. raises some other man's kid and they become a $1 million success. No, that's my legacy now. All the fucking money I put out, no, you won't.
Didn't Shaq go through that?
Yes, he did.
I said that. I mentioned Shaq. I mentioned Shaq.
I want to mention Shaq, actually. I did want to mention Shaq.
No fucking way, out of all the fucking hard work, all the educating, all the footing your assing is going to go on, and you carry another nigga's name? Nah, that's my legacy. See, brothers need to realize this shit. Legacy is not just your blood, okay? Oh shit! That must have been a profound speech, huh?
That was perfect timing.
That was one of my videos of fucking export. My bad.
That was perfect.
Here's the question.
I thought somebody was introducing the master educator. God damn it! Shit!
Let me ask the panel a controversial question real quick. Let me ask the panel a controversial question. So, who should Baby Future last name be? I'm
gonna tell you what. I'm gonna answer this, and then the professor, Mr. New Style, shall speak. Number one, if he's predominantly raised by Russell, that's Russell's lineage. Now, if Future does not make a fuss to be something heavy in that child's life, Future lost his legacy. Damn, that sounds like a good movie. But
right?
You know good and well he ain't finna fight for that and them other kids he got. Shit, he's just a seed bearer.
Guess what? He loses his legacy. That's Russell should. If Russell's really serious, legally change that child's name. I'm not saying you take. But if that father is prominently in that boy's life, you don't do that to the father. But at the same time, that other father should make sure that boy respects that man's home. But go ahead, Art.
Puffy did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did with what's his name? With his name, son.
And the little boy know who his father is, but he know Puffy was there more in his life, so he proudly carried that legacy of the Combs name on. So when he have his kids, even though it's not blood, they're gonna be Combs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What you think, New Style? And welcome to the panel, everybody's America's favorite art teacher. Happy Bushes. Happy Bushes.
Damn! What's up?
Happy June 18th, everybody, too. Happy June 18th, everybody.
Happy June 18th.
Happy Freedom Saloon
Hey, y'all. What Judge Joe say? That goddamn day is an embarrassment, man. We had 3 times to understand what the fuck was going on. 3 different sets of people told us what's up. But nah, we want to keep slaving. Fuck that. That's a day of embarrassment. Fuck that.
You saying that because it was your state. That's why you saying it.
You know, I gotta do art like
you goddamn right, air quotes. You goddamn right.
Gotta do this for art.
There wasn't no news back then.
Art comes in. Hey, Teach, can we get some extra credit? Get the fuck out of my classroom.
We brought an apple for you today, Teach. We brought an apple for you, big red juicy one. We need an A.
Teacher's pet. Teacher's pet.
Teacher's pet. But let Art New Style speak, please, on the subject.
I appreciate Charles and AL, pretty much the only ones that call me my proper title, where everybody else trying to make me the fry cook at McDonald's.
Your proper title?
Yeah, because this is what I do, but I guess people want to be the great equalizer, but it's all good. Because I allow myself.
I appreciate people's I appreciate people's hard work and education.
Yeah, because that's probably one of my drawbacks, that I play dominoes with the janitor. I hang out with everybody. I bring donuts to the secretary. That kind of stuff. So it is what it is. But
that's not a negative. I mean, like it can be, but yeah.
You pay attention to these spaces, helping people and being, trying to be the regular person, even though they know that you beyond that. They jab at you, as you can. You probably haven't seen it because I don't make it big, but I appreciate you guys.
Right.
But as far as the the whole step thing, I would do the name change when they're almost 18. And the reason why I say that is because I think, who was it? I met a few people I think they call it legally adopting them. If something goes wrong with that issue, then you definitely going to be raked on the coals for a child that you didn't, that's not your real child. So so if you have 2 or 3 years left of them before they're 18, I can see that. Mm-hmm. But as far as when they're like 2 or 5, that's a big gamble.
I'm gonna tell you one thing: you shouldn't be talking to a woman with a 2-year-old anyway. But anyway,
yeah, it's a big gamble. But for what it's worth, I've been saying this for years. Some women don't like when I say this, but I'm like, if you want to be with a man and you got this child with you, that child has to be in some kind of program, something that they're occupied in, something that they find themselves in, as far as being exceptional or whatever it is. I don't care if it's sports or whatever. Because if they're not in that program, they will make your relationship a living hell, because they ain't got nothing else to do but to F everything up based on you either taking their place in their mind, or probably they still bonded with their, air quotes, real father. So that would be my take on it, because my wife has children from a previous relationship, but they're older now. They're 18, and one is 18, the other one is 21. One is in law school, and the other one is about to go to college to be a what do you call it? A global tour guide. So I didn't realize that's a lot of money.
Yeah,
and then my son's about to go off to college.
I'm sorry for a second, Art. Shout out to Bruce Almighty for the support and Mr. Holiday for the support. Woo! Continue, please, Professor.
Yeah, so my son is about to go off to college. So we're about to, I would just say this, because you want to be able to live your life. You don't want to leave the oven and get into the frying pan, or whatever you call it. Because, black men deserve to be happy. And, before you make that move with that single mom, whatever, everything, you got to make a demand. Me and my wife, we went back and forth about this.
Can you do me a favor, Art? Can you say it again for the niggas in the back who didn't hear what you just said about start with the black men being happy, please.
Black men deserve happiness. You don't just marry somebody just to have a big ass and 5 kids. You know,
And
we
please
live.
emphasize about making demands, please, good sir.
Yeah, we had to make sure. You have to make sure that things are in place if you're going to take that. If you're going to take that road. And I was asking the brothers. I forgot what panel that was. It might have been Tuesday. I said, think about your pickings when you're 30 then 40 then 50. I don't know about you guys, but I can't stand immaturity, especially, it's guaranteed when they're super young. And, my youngest probably right now, if I was to remarry, would probably be 35. And what are the pickings and what are the chances of 35-year-old chicks not having children? So, and then on top of that, you're still trying to make some kind of choices for, like me personally. Some people want the whole working woman with the briefcase, whatever. I just want a down home, old fashioned, raised by two parents woman.
Mm.
I mean, I stood on
Right.
that. And
Can you tell us
sometimes
about this mythical creature, sir?
say it again.
Can you tell us about that mythical creature that you speak of?
Yeah, tell
The
us about
mythical
that
creature.
unicorn, bro. We ain't never seen one of them. That's magical.
It's called networking.
Mm.
Everybody keep thinking that you can find that on an app. You can't find it on the app. You got to go and meet people and mingle and shake hands and do research and ask questions. What's her story? What's going on with her? That kind of thing. I was always about that. See, or people think you're gonna wife up somebody that you stopped in traffic. You know, I mean, I'm not
No,
just
no.
I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. I'm not
Or
trying to do that.
look,
Yeah,
my,
because
my OG man, my grandma said, if you meet a woman at the club, that's what you should leave her. And I was like, damn, that's kind of stereotypical, but she's telling the truth. That's what they're about. You can't meet no wife there. I ain't saying you can't, but the chances are slim pickings.
yeah. So that's the thing, and think about this. And I think Roger Report kind of asked about that. What would you think about a chick that never had kids at 35, 36, 37?
That's
You
becoming
know,
the new normal, or
yeah, because
Because
isn't that the
Well,
career
either I
woman?
would think
that's the
either
career
that
woman.
she had a problem, or
She could
I'm
never
thinking
keep a
either she had a
relationship.
problem physically, or if she's 35 and she's a childbearing, she can still. Why has no one have gotten her pregnant at this time?
Because most likely she can't cook.
Or she could be
She don't
focused
believe
on
in
her
cleaning.
education and work.
Yeah, most likely it's a lot of things what guys like that she don't possess. So therefore she can't keep a man. So
Yep.
you have to, put all those in perspective. So like if you want to go that 20 route, hey, do you? But me personally, I dated Japanese because if you want to date Japanese, that's the most feminine you're gonna get. Cause that's that Hello Kitty feminine, as far as their culture. And
Yeah,
that's too low for me, man. That's too
I remember
I
that.
can't
I
go
remember
that.
you saying that, Art.
Yeah, they're like babies. I'm like, I don't like that whole Danny. I don't like that. You know, I don't like the motherly type as far as like intimacy, and then I don't like the sound like the chick I
Auntie
always got to
Mama.
hold on. I don't like the one where you got the chick sound like she's holding a stuffed animal every time she talks. Okay, I like sultry,
uh,
so I have to go with sultry. But go
Oh,
ahead, fellas.
oh, Sade ass.
Thank you.
Sultry.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. You hit on the
Yep.
head, brother. I don't think any
Yep.
brother on this panel would pass that up.
Oh, Tony Braxton before the baby, before dating baby ass.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
would
know.
go
I know exactly
sultry
what you mean.
around the way. So, because you
Hmm.
got them three archetypes, I just don't want
Brownstone
anybody.
ass.
I don't want anybody trying to say, "Let mama take care of it for you." Let me go. No,
Right.
some guys like that. You know what I'm saying? But I just like the sultry.
Hey, brother Art, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, fam.
Do you think that the reason why some brothers, because I broke up with a woman and I mean like, and you got to understand like demographically wise, I was living in the South around this time, so mama and papa, these words get used very loosely, right? So I had a sister tell me that, and I felt very highly disrespected by her saying like "Mama got you," and she would say it like she meant it. You know, and I was always
that's a southern
raised
thing.
in a
Where you
house.
from, fam?
I'm from all over, man. I'm from all over. I lived in
Like, what are your
Los
roots?
Angeles.
What are your roots?
Roots,
Yes.
Black American and North African.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to get to the part to where you know where you get your values, your rate, you know, your stilo, your upbringings. Is
Well,
that you give that you would give
I grew
credit
up in
to.
an Islamic household, so
So
most
you
of the
looking at West
values.
Coast, East Coast? I mean,
Well, see, I
that's a
lived in both
region.
of them. I went to middle school, high school. I went to middle school on the East Coast. I went to high school on the West Coast.
Okay, so I would just say you're a city guy.
Yes, that's the best way to put it. That's the best way to put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Because like, go ahead, fam.
no, I was saying growing up in demographics. You know, people say words like that, but sometimes they don't mean it. But for somebody like me, that like you say, like I said, I wouldn't base my morals off of the demographics where I lived at. I would base it more off of growing up in a religious household of Islam. So the certain type of woman, what I'm used to, is kind of like the certain type of woman that I was taught supposed to be, in a sense. But you grow out,
Yeah.
you grow older, you find your own niche. You know, you got to grow and be yourself. So I broke up
Yeah.
with that sister for that because I felt like she really wanted to be my mother, man.
Dang. Well, it's kind of weird, and AL could definitely attest to this. There's always a language. Hey, little mama. Hey, big daddy. You know, it was always that. And it's funny because when we say little mama in the South, because my folks from Mississippi,
Okay,
I can't hide that. And
so you know what I
you
mean.
kind of, yeah, so you
Oh,
kind of
me too.
hear that. And then usually you can hear the pitches. She goes, so you go, hey, little mama. She go, hey, big daddy.
Yes,
Right? You get that, right? So it does
Yeah.
control. It
yes,
controls your hormones, right? And then you're not alone because I have Nation of Islam background myself, and that's probably why I make a stance on a woman that can cook and clean
yes,
and hold it down at the house. You know,
definitely.
so I kept that going.
That's
So I
important.
didn't. And me and Charles definitely we hold common in this. I'll date a 92, but I would I never married 92.
I don't think I could
I
marry 92 either because when you deal with them, I'm
Hmm.
the type of guy, and Khalil's like a nephew. He's friends with my nephew, so he's like fam. He's like another nephew, and we speak about this while listening to Frankie Beverly enjoying cognac and some good barbecue.
Yes,
Um,
sir.
Already.
so I'm like
marinade.
to marinate the fuck out of that fish, but it's like this. I grew up, early in my life with my mom and dad married. My mom was 22 married, and my dad was 24. Obviously, next year the next year they were married. I came out. So,
Okay. Welcome home.
my, my father will work in the 80s, working 60 hours a week in a cab. Had a fully furnished house, brand new carpet, brand new TVs, all this shit. My mother didn't have to work till my little brother was old enough to go to nursery school, which is around 2 or 3. So I know what a man is willing to do, but at the same time, this is what black men in our culture forgot to do. We forgot to ask the shit that we value.
Hmm.
With the type of money and the type of experiences I have, I'm not saying I'm any smarter than anybody on the panel or the chat. Like brother Art, he's basically got a master's and he's about to be administrator. And we have even, accomplished brothers and sisters. But this is the point where I know what I'm worth in the fucking scheme of things. I know what my experiences of what I could do. So I'm gonna ask what the fuck I'm worth. It's like if I go to another jurisdiction, I'm gonna write my own check because there's nothing that jurisdiction can teach me that I can teach them. Okay? I have offers from other people from Facebook and Instagram. The day I retire, they want me to go be their sheriff. They said, no. You don't have to pay for a house. We'll already put you in a house. Okay? So black men need to
Yeah.
go out there
Yeah.
and seek what the fuck they're owed. If you're a low tier hanging fruit, guess what you're gonna get? Low tier hanging fruit. If you put yourself into a position, meaning the
You
guy.
muted, Charles. You got to repeat the past like 5 seconds.
What about now?
Low
Can you hear
tier
me?
hanging fruit. Low tier
After,
hanging
What
fruit
about
yeah.
now?
never be left off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you are low hanging fruit, that's what you're gonna get. You have to build. See, as men, women are valuable because they're born, because they're gonna at some point they're gonna get hormones, and boom, I'm a woman. Men have to earn what they earn themselves to be men. We gain value by what we earn, what we build, what we
By
conquer, what we
works.
destroy, by our works and our accomplishments. Okay, you have to.
Mhm.
That's why you got to tell a lot of these young brothers, look, stop trying to live millionaire lives when most of us will never see that type of money in our lifetime. 10 lifetimes. I'm not
How do
saying
we
you won't be
how do we talk
successful.
to him, Charles? How do we talk to him? Do we
How do
say,
we
"Hey,
talk
little
to
brother"?
them? We
Do we
be
say,
like,
"Hey,
hey,
little brother"? Do we say, "Hey, little
hey,
brother"? Or say, "Look here, little
sometimes
nigga"?
sometimes you might have a conversation of both. It depends on the sometimes it depends on the terms.
It depends on the
Like
person. It
I'll give you a
depends on the
question.
person too.
One of my
You know,
one of my one of my I guess you might as well say he's my official nephew now. One of my wrestlers. He just graduated. He wanted to say, hey, if we clean up and give you $10 for gas, can you drop me off to my girl's place? I said,
Hey,
sure.
Uncle C, which one? Which one?
I'm the wrestler.
No, I'm saying which one just graduated?
Robert, he just graduated. The
My
one who
man. My
he just,
man.
so congratulations to Robert and everybody else who graduated. And
My man.
the thing about it is, you want me to drop you off to your girl's house, but you haven't cleaned up the house and you haven't cut the grass. And he was like, but you trying to finesse. And I said, we're going to stop that bullshit now. You're not a man. You're not a man of your word.
already.
I said, but you finessing. No, what you're doing is finessing. You want me to fucking put out before you put out.
Exactly.
Show cards when I show cards, nigga. And see,
Real shit.
sometimes
Talk
you,
that
I
shit
can
down.
be. I had to say this to my fucking lieutenant. I can be as articulate to the point where it's Shakespearean, or we could just be on some downhole nigga shit. Whichever way you want it, I can bring it. So
Yeah, which way you want it, motherfucker?
exactly. So I'm one of those guys. I'm a soldier. Situations dictate. Either we can negotiate at the table like gentlemen, or we're gonna meet in a battle with swords, spears, and fucking rifles. It's up to you. I'm ready for both. And that's the mentality we got to be with some of these young men. Guess what? A good ass whooping will cure what ails you. And sometimes being an ass whooping to keep you out of fucking jail and the grave.
Hey,
You
Uncle
know
Charles,
what?
what Mike Tyson say? Everybody got a plan
Guaranteed.
until they get punched in the face.
You're goddamn right. And
You
and
know,
we're missing that. We're missing that reality shaking punch to the face where we like, oh, I thought this nigga was old.
Well,
You
one of
know,
the key problems.
go
Oh, go
ahead,
ahead,
Art.
Charles. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Art.
Pause.
You gotta get you're a special guest. Go ahead.
I appreciate it, fam. One of the key things that I keep noticing,
Oh,
not
it
just in
ain't
space.
special. He just got homeboy.
It's just a go ahead, Art.
definitely, number one hater.
Well, that's okay. I dealt with worse. But what I keep noticing, and let me see if you guys notice, does it seem like a lot of the young folks only want to ride with the stuff they like to hear instead of stuff that they need to hear? You know, I
You
mean, do
already
you
know
see
what I'm
that?
gonna say. You already know what I'm gonna say, Art. You
I'm
know what I'm
throwing the
gonna
ball
say.
at you. I'm throwing the
Say it
ball so you
again.
can
Say
hit
it again for the niggas in the back who didn't hear you.
it.
I
I
want
said,
everybody to chat
Art, why you engaging in millennial bashing?
Z's too, but is it possibility that a lot of these young folks prefer to rock with the stuff that they like to hear instead of the stuff that they need to hear? Is that
No,
a is
that's
that a
true.
going trend?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Yeah, because
right?
most of the time, usually
Yep.
when somebody says old niggas, it's usually some stuff that they probably should have
Uh
been
oh.
doing.
I
Usually.
heard somebody say that to BGS. Like I heard it live, and I was like, "Wait a minute,
I think I've
god
been
damn,
called that a few times by someone that's almost my age.
Number one, I
what?"
think that is so disrespectful to call somebody. Whatever you know. this is the reason why Art. I have so much respect for the Nation of Islam and the military, and it's so funny because the Nation of Islam within Baltimore. When we have like major events, and let's say I'm detailed to like Artscape or AFRAM,
You out there with brother Minister Jamil.
yeah. And so, all the nation guys shake my hand because they know the work I do with the wrestlers and they support. And they always take pictures with me and support. And they're like, all the other cops are like, them, of course. I said, remember, they keep a lot of my wrestlers in check. They keep a lot of my students in check. I was like, I said, look, brotherhood knows no bounds, no religion, no nothing, okay? If you're gonna work, if we're working to the betterment of black men, shut the fuck up. But go ahead.
Out here, we got a lot of cops. We have a lot of cops that are in the nation.
Yeah.
Very true.
Out
Very
here.
true.
So we got a tight ass security team out here because it's backed up by the police force.
Yeah.
Is that Temple 17 down there?
I like that.
No, it's 27 and 54.
27,
okay. I forgot the study groups, but because I think Long Beach is 48.
Long Beach 48. Then they merged the South Central one with LA with the Islamic Center now. It's like it's a real. They just built the Nation Islam just built a real big mosque in downtown LA. Huge one.
Oh, I don't know. That might have been John Muhammad or something. I'm talking about the Farrakhan Mosque.
The Farrakhan Mosque, they just built a new one downtown LA. It's a big building, man. They didn't build it. It was an old church that they bought.
Really, downtown?
Yeah, downtown LA, not too far from the other Islamic Center. They trying to make like that little area, like kind of like a little Muslim town now. You starting to see like a lot of like Yemenis and Palestinians buy property down there. The Nation got property down there. The Sunnis got the Islamic Center.
You saying that they're merging with the Sunnis?
No. It's just on that little strip down there. It's a different little Muslim things popping up down there now, where it never was like that.
Yeah, because Mosque 27 was always on Vermont. So
that one should be still over there. This one is a new one, fairly like 2 years old, 2.5 maybe, like 2.5 years old.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the number of that.
The first mosque I ever went to was in Chicago.
Oh, Mosque Mariam.
That was a good one.
Mosque number 2.
Yeah, Farrakhan. That's the first time I ever seen Farrakhan in person, man. I seen the brothers that was in front of him, and they had the women. Of course, it was on the right side. The men was on the left, and then I seen the brothers that was in front of him, like the best motherfucking me, soldier, just at attention, not blinking, no eyes, man. I mean, all
don't
there.
Like
and I asked him, I was like, "What? Why?" I was a young kid. I was like, I didn't even see him blink, and I'm like, I'm like, well, I like that because as a young man, I seen that, and they was like, well, no, them brothers are there. I didn't understand the situation.
Discipline.
Because I was young. They said, no, those men are there to take the bullet just in case someone shoot. And I said, you mean to tell me these men with no body armor is gonna jump in front of the bullet for Farrakhan? It was like, yes. And I was like, man, that's what's up.
That's the fruit of Islam. Mm-hmm. That's what those brothers called FOI.
Yeah.
But, they train. Most 3 things they carry on them is a handkerchief, an ink pen, and a watch. That's it. They don't need weapons.
But don't think that we're trained to shoot.
They hands on their weapons.
They also trained to shoot and use knives too. Because a lot of the brothers at
they ready.
A lot of the brothers,
police officers.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you one of the guys I was studying under was in the Nation. He was a 6th-degree black belt in karate. Brother was 60 years old. Looked like Tom missed him by 25 years.
Hey, he couldn't mess with your dad though.
He knew my dad.
Like Charles Faulkner won't let y'all know this, but his dad is like a legendary karate hero. Like a lot of people don't know that. Like one of the first black legendary karate heroes. Y'all can Google it.
He studied under the Avengers with Riley Hawkins.
Charles, why you didn't tell us your daddy was Black Bruce Lee? Come on, bro.
To be quite put it to you this way. A lot of people don't understand that Baltimore has a significant history with wrestling, boxing, and karate.
And karate. The ranked number one African American karate fighter came out of Baltimore, Maryland. His name was Master Riley Hawkins. He fought Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris in the Nationals. He beat Chuck Norris, lost to Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee named him in Judo magazine as being the best fighter in America, and that was a black man.
Well, y'all look up Steve Muhammad. That was my instructor. Matter of fact,
Steve Muhammad? Yeah.
Steve Muhammad. That was my instructor. Him and Urban Muhammad. But Steve Muhammad was my first one. Short dude, but he'd get you on the ground just by shaking your hand. Easy. And matter of fact, you look him up. Anybody can look him up. He's a grandmaster.
The name, I believe I know exactly what you're talking about when you said it.
And we used to clown him because he's bald headed right now, but he used to have that George Jefferson fro.
The fro
when he was younger
with the heavy sideburns.
Exactly. Because matter of fact, if you look at the first Karate Kid, he was one of the referees. The black.
He was in that documentary. I know exactly where they talk about the black karate guys.
What they call
the BKF.
They called them. I forgot what they called them. They called those guys back. They called them guys. I forgot it was something unrecognized fury or
that was you talking about the one about Wesley Snipes, right? The one that Wesley Snipes put together.
I think so. And it was funny because put it to you this way, to tell you it's funny that AL called my father the Black Bruce Lee because he actually met Bruce and Chuck. So,
he was when he came and visit the dojo at the Riley beat Chuck and he lost against Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee visit dojo. My father was one of the students in that class.
Yeah, and it's funny because my father, when he joined the Marine Corps, he got a 2nd and 3rd degree black belt in Okinawa. Imagine being a black guy getting your 2nd and 3rd degree and you're a fucking geyser. Okay?
The picture they got with him in the Okinawa stance. What's that stance called?
I forgot that fucking stance, what he said it was.
Hey, look, Google my man.
And I would tell you, it's funny because it's funny because you know all that lineage that carries. See, it's funny. That's why we always call this shit the multifaceted channel, was because you never know what a conversation can take. But when you think about that, when you have black male first, you think of the nation. They don't mistreat their women.
I just got off a nation panel earlier. Bunch of brothers that we crossed paths with different people, and we talked about a lot of stuff. Man, it's quite interesting because you got a lot of people that have a lot of envy, and we boiled it down to people that have hate towards brothers that have discipline, but when you get out of character, they say you ain't supposed to be like that. You's a Muslim.
Exactly.
So you can't have.
You're supposed to not be human, Art.
Either way you go, you damn if you do. Yep, so if you come out, if you in that what they call it nigga shit or whatever, man, I thought you was a Muslim, man. You ain't supposed to be putting hands on people.
Yep. As soon as you get irate, they can like.
Can I ask you a question? Since that you are obviously one of the more learned brothers that in the panel on certain things, and I appreciate everything that you've spoken on, and I believe that it is facts. However, what I would like to ask you with saying that is, what do you think, as all like-minded brothers, because seeing that everyone is here, we might have a different perspective on it, but we're still looking at that circle in the middle of where the problem is. What can we do as brothers in that like-minded sphere to bring forth more unification, so to speak?
It's very simple, but I think it's hard for people, but I think it's simple, is to meet underground. Because every time we meet out in public, restaurants, whatever, there's always somebody trying to find a way to circumvent your progress. And black folks are the poster child. Talking about what we going to do. We going to do this. It's going to happen in March and blah, blah, blah. And some people's like writing down all this. Oh, it's going okay. Oh, all right. And matter of fact, the person that you're trying to plan with is in your group.
All the time.
Operational security.
Yeah, you gotta always make sure because when you hear a lot of brothers on these manosphere, there's always somebody on a panel that's shutting down good ideals.
Can you
Think
say that
about that.
again, man? Can you say that again? I mean, God
I'm gonna
damn.
rephrase it.
Man,
I'm gonna
that's
rephrase
facts.
it. Every time we have these panel discussions or whatever, there's always somebody going hard in the paint trying to dismantle the Gray Faulkner initiative.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, there's always somebody, and we
Can
sit.
Mr. Bruce, excuse me, y'all, for a second. Can Mr. Bruce Almighty, you know, my chief executive officer when it comes to security for the chat, can you post that great initiative for the niggas who don't know? Thank you, good sir. My moderator extraordinaire, my chief.
And look, bro,
y'all do know that y'all do know Bruce is my chief moderator. If Bruce has a problem with another moderator, I'm going with Bruce. Sorry. You know, unless you wanted a special guest like Art or BGS or Angry Man, I'm going with Bruce.
Shit, BGS is minding me up. What I look like going against what he trying to talk about right now.
Exactly. You know, I appreciate guys. I appreciate guys like Art coming up here because he legitimized this place. So does Nino. So does AL. And others.
I haven't forgot you, Nino. Don't be mad, Nino. I've been busy.
Get one to Art after you, Art, on what I was thinking on that, because I posed that question to ask you because I figure that your words are speaking loud, and I appreciate it. And also Charles bringing it up and having the panel, much respect. I've actually, and I asked Charles this, and this is what we have to do. I asked Charles, I said, Charles, is it okay on the stream, on a live panel? And Charles, you can back me up on this one. I asked you, is it okay for me to basically orate and release some of the Charles Faulkner initiative and also Cerulean Gray and Charles Faulkner listening on my channel? And you said, go ahead, brother. I requested to ask you that first before I went and done that, because I want to actually put that out there and for other people who have not heard it. You know what I'm saying? And I asked you first. So a lot of people talk about, oh, you know, everybody does something for a certain reason. No, you have to ask these people. And what you're saying is right. Sometimes we do have to ask in the underground and try to focus our attentions on some things that maybe everybody ain't live writing down. Okay, that's what they're going to do. They're going to do it on March 3rd. You know, that's when they go. You're right.
I'm gonna give y'all the ugly potential truth that may happen, because people act like we got all the time in the world to get things together, but people don't understand this is a state of emergency that we're really talking about. Don't be surprised if you get some white folks that's going to take the name off and call it maybe some Seisberg or Goldstein initiative, and utilize it in their circles. Just because we didn't value the work and the time that these brothers put together for a solution to make sure their community thrive. This is where we at, you know, and YouTube making it worse. I mean, I know some of us are getting fed by YouTube, but at the same time, we're not utilizing the resources enough.
Shout out to Mr. Brodus, Eric Brodus, for the Cash App support. Woo! Cognac money, baby.
Art, I wanted to say, so we're gonna have to call you Dr. Art New Style in a minute.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Sean, we're gonna call him the enforcer, like Arn Anderson. I like that. The enforcer, Bruce Almighty.
MFA is a PhD for artists. But people
wait, say that again, Art. I missed that.
Master of Fine Arts degree is a PhD for artist.
Okay, master's.
Because I have a master's, an MFA, and I'm about to get an MA in administration. So, but that's a PhD for artists. But some people, but I don't really trip. But I kind of look around and see, you know, if you say gonocracy 10 times, then you get that PhD. So gonocracy. It's all good though, man.
And
you know, whoever's taking in what I'm saying.
Stop! You gonna bring Lizzo out?
Right. I wanted to say this real quick too. Is so I looked up big time, super big time, my girl is ADOS, and her parents are still married, 39 years.
Oh,
Yeah, and she's a college grad, and she got no kids, and she's under 30. I mean, like, yeah. So, like,
yeah.
hey,
And a
I
lot
got all
of
the rings
I'm
right now. I ain't
James
trying to
Evans
mess up.
Sard on you, quotes. I'm James Evans Sard on you.
Right? So, like,
Yeah.
I
hey,
I'm
lucked
gonna
out.
push. I'm gonna push. I'm definitely going because Asada Muhammad. She's gonna talk about cooking and cleaning. She's gonna go into a lot of stuff that a lot of women don't talk about on their panels because you do have a lot of women talking about submission, but they don't go into the nuts and bolts. They only go into the opinions. So
Facts.
Asada Muhammad, look for her channel. She's going to be going in. I mean, definitely. I'm telling her not to reinvent the wheel or don't be a copycat. So I understand you got to be original, but she's going to come out with some stuff definitely on the blueprint on what, guys need to look out for and what women need to do to make sure you fit the mold of what guys are looking for. So maybe she'll probably be a soft shoe Kevin Samuel.
Hey, Dr. Art.
Yes, sir.
How many women you think gonna actually listen to it? That's the sad part.
Well, you know what? Wherever the guys go, the women go. So
I think
that's
the awareness counts.
So with that being said, support just Asada Muhammad. Support
Oh
Asada
yeah,
Muhammad.
if somebody got a
Support
side of
her.
the channel, please put it in the chat. Support
Yep,
Asada.
I got you.
yeah. I don't
I
know.
love
I don't know if
Asada
she had it
Muhammad.
up yet. I don't know if she
I
had it
love.
up yet.
You know what? See, Art. You're very we are very similar in certain ways because when the other day when I had the confessions of a multifaceted man, and I was expressing not my frustration but my disappointment in a lot of modern women, in particular our women.
Mm-hmm.
I had the lovely Toya and the lovely Shonda
China
H up
H.
there, and they were so eloquently stating, "Do I sound like a guy who hates women, or am I a guy who's actually heartbroken about the treatment of his of how he of the treatment that the women in his community are treating us?"
Mm-hmm.
And they said,
Right
you
on.
you sound like you're almost heartbroken." Paraphrasing from what they said, you're speaking.
Heartbroken and frustrated. Heartbroken and frustrated is what we
It's
sound like
because
right
you
now.
care. It's because you actually care, bro. You actually care. That's what people they are separating themselves from the care in these videos that they be doing in our sphere, where they say these things and they're all the way, yin or yang on it. And there's some middle ground, and we have to care. You have to care about it, and you can sense it in people's voices when they're speaking. You can tell when they don't care at all.
Well, let me touch on that real quick. So
And if
I'm not
Nameless
gonna
want to come
mention
up
her
here,
name,
if Nameless want to come up here, here's the link as well. Okay, good. Continue, Mr.
Just
Z.
don't remind
but
Nameless
but
he's in Dallas. I'm just
but
joking.
but you know,
Yeah,
I,
fam.
what I'm not gonna mention the person's name, but this particular young lady posts videos all the time, and going to what AL said, a lot of it is like that rage porn, right? It has no other purpose but to rile up young black women, right? And to be like, look, this brother made a colorist comment, or this brother said this, or this brother did that. And when you listen to the commentary, that's all you get, right? You get the sass and the attitude and the tit for tat type of comments. And you realize, like, so you're not doing anything except enraging your audience members more and more. That's
Klingon.
like, yeah. And it's like, what's the purpose? What, at the end of the day, what's the purpose? Is it to encourage them to swirl? Is it encouraging them to be single? Is it like, it's not even there's even not even no constructive, like, commentary outside of just like insulting the man and like belittling him and be like, well, this is who black men listen to, and this is this and this is that. And I don't know, I just don't see the purpose of a lot of this, going to what AL said, outside of like rage porn, right? It's not about care. It's not even about, like, they're
It
not even
needs more
fronting, like,
social commentary. It needs.
yeah. It barely does that. They barely are doing that. It's more like sass and insulting the man, right? Or whoever they're commenting on. But social commentary, a lot of us are hiding our anger and our rage behind social commentary. A
But think
lot of
about
that
the
shit.
one.
Go ahead.
Think about the one they call Iron Bang, right?
Yeah.
And isn't she another? She will not be named, whatever.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is that I call the like BGS coined the phrase Klingon
Hmm.
love or Klingon type stuff. I think that worked for her
Right.
to where she was able to get a guy that
Hmm.
responded to it.
Yeah.
I think the love taps were effective on what she got, what she wanted. But at the same time, she was criticizing at the same time. So think about it. She was criticizing it, but it still turned her on.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I'm to think about that.
Yeah.
So I mean, that whole Klingon thing, as far as chicks gotta hit you. You know how these chicks be like, man, you so crazy, I'ma sock you.
Hmm.
But at the same time, she want to sleep with you. You know
Well,
what I mean?
I've experienced that a lot in my life. Like,
Hold on. Hey, yo, I gotta laugh for a fucking second. I'm sorry, guys. He said that because they do that. They do that.
mhm. Well, the
yeah,
young
Hey,
lady
guess
that I
what?
was speaking about, let's just say she's her YouTube name is named after a city in France. There we go. That's the best way.
I'm pretty sure Uncle
Yeah. So
Charles
y'all know
told
who
me
I'm talking
stories
about
about
now.
women doing that
Yeah,
to him. And
but
he's
I'm
telling
gonna
the
Yeah.
give
truth.
BGS the credit on that one. He coined that one because that's down. I mean, I put that on my community tab. I was like, no, man, this is what
The
we've been
Klingon.
living all our life. Yeah, man,
Yep.
that's
Mhm.
he played some of the stuff from Dr. Johnson, Tia Johnson,
Mhm.
and a lot of guys kind of like dismiss it. The whole slapping in the chest and pinching or whatever, and then the thing is, sometimes it gets rough to where
Yep.
sometimes they beat the crap out of you and you have makeup sex.
that
This
has
guy
that
was
has
saying.
happened.
Art, that's called foreplay to them, Art. That's their foreplay. We deem it as
For
something
real.
weird. Like these boys being weird. Man, come on. Like BJ, this is their fucking foreplay. Now that we know what they
Boys
doing,
being weird.
come on, get in line. Beat their ass up when they want to, hey, you crazy boy. No, I ain't crazy. I'm serious in a heart attack. Quit playing with me.
Because think about it, they're quote unquote in these abusive relationships, but they still
Mhm.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, bear
Still
hug
there.
Yeah.
for the win. That's all I always say. All you need to do is get them in a very effective bear hug, and all that. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
A
I'm
bear
just saying.
hug.
Bruce.
That's
You know
Very
what?
effective bear
That's
hug.
about it. That's all you need.
that's PTSD and trauma, man.
Oh man.
I
And
mean,
then
what they
you be
gonna do
like, you don't
afterwards? Get
understand. I
tired?
love him.
No, you
I
don't
But it's
love
love
not
him. You
working
just
in the
love being
long run,
around
though.
him in a sense.
That's the thing. Like, it's not. This is my thing for me, right? If the
Mhm.
numbers reflected that works for you, then yes, continue on that by all means. But your marriage rate is showing you it ain't working for you. Your interracial marriage rate is showing you and it's not working for you. The decreasing child birth rate is showing you it's not working for you. So like this weird Klingon like how bad does it have to get? Like even when y'all team up together and go do y'all whole flag rainbow flag waving thing in these houses and apartments, y'all be beating the crap out of each other. So like you know
I'll
it just
attest
not
to that.
working for them.
Oh shit.
Go ahead, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna tell
Yeah,
you
it's deep
something,
there.
right? I've
Hmm.
told you. I was
my man went hard
official
on
first official call from a girl number I got off of POF. Who hurt you? When I told her, why you gonna challenge a man if you think he's the leader? Well, no man gonna tell me what to do without me challenging him. I said, how has that worked for you? You were with a man for 6 years. You didn't require him to marry you. You said he wasn't a go-getter, a goal-oriented. You know what? You know what? I understand. I interpret this. When a woman says, "I want a man with goals," he got to be a go-getter. I want you to do all the. I want you to be a go-getter and always do the work, so I don't have to work as much.
or go
See,
header.
That's called a
Go header all
helpmate.
the time.
yeah, and it's funny because the same thing she tried to shame you. That's why I said the manosphere is like a bulletproof vest. It's like the armor of God, which is like the Iron Man suit or something, or Batman's or something. Or it's like you can't hurt me with your shaming tactics. Who hurt you? Nobody. Who hurt you? Because you're
It's
child.
vibrating.
Because
That's
you're
the
manless.
belittling.
You ever heard of Sleepless in Seattle? Now you got manless in Baltimore.
Well,
Damn
let
it,
me
boy.
address what
Say,
Shauna, what let me
yeah,
address
somebody
what
read
Shonda
that. I'm
said in the
driving.
comments.
Somebody read that.
Oh, she said, Mr. Z, that YouTuber you're referencing is a bitter black female, is mad she didn't get picked by the guy she really wanted. She didn't qualify for what she really wanted. By Felicia, and keep it moving. So like, yeah, and I figured as much, you know, and I've seen the
Respect
young
to
lady, like,
Shonda.
you know, she's not hideous, she's not ugly, you know, she's okay looking, and I figure as much. But you know what, she does have a product line. I think she does advertise certain things, I guess, that she makes or whatever. And there is a profit motive in keeping black women rageful. There are black women that are making money off of keeping black women rageful or aspirational, right? So hoping that you meet some baller ass black dude or some naive ass white dude, right? And then there's some of them that they make money off of just keeping you
And
mad at men in general, right?
Dr. Z,
Hmm.
I mean,
I wish.
they have encouraged
Woo.
everybody in on it.
Yeah.
Asians now,
Yep.
Arabs.
Yep.
That's the time. I mean, that's America's pastime that everybody want a piece of, is to
Yeah.
disparage the
They
image
call it
of
black
the black
But,
sad.
man.
but
Rage bait.
They
fellas,
call it black
y'all don't
sad.
get it. Y'all don't
Wait,
get it. The more and more these sisters are doing this and allowing these other women of race and colors to see this, and they doing this in their communities, who you think go reap the brunt of all this fucking anger? These other men and these racists finna take this shit out on us. Like, why y'all to control y'all women? Shit, they never was our women, motherfucker. Shit.
Exactly.
But we
well,
finna have
that
to
Exactly.
part.
deal with this
Fact.
shit.
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
if like Dr. Shahrazad Ali said,
Oh, with
he
that.
said, and I
Hello,
think,
be her name.
I still think that is
Yes.
going to take place. And I think I heard this in 2007, if I'm not mistaken. She said that a lot of you sisters out here that disparage your men, your black men, you better make peace with them, because it's going to come to a time to where all the resources that you take advantage of to put you over your men is going to dissolve. So we talking about, Charles stepping in to try to protect them, quote unquote, all
I'm
kinds of
retiring at 45.
all kinds of different things that will put you over your man is going to go. And so you're going to be needing some protection, and you better hope that these black men make peace with you and forget what you put them through. And I think lots of them will not forget.
Can
Shit,
So
I?
what they
I
say?
got one.
What they
I got
say?
one worse
Hell
Can I
have.
actually.
go? Can I
Yeah.
go with?
They
Can I
say
go with?
hell
Can I
have
go
no
with depth with
fury.
that?
They say hell have no fury like a woman pissed. I say hell have no fury like a man scorn. I mean, they say hell have no woman fury like a woman scorn. Hell have no fury like a black man pissed. We pissed, and guess what? God damn it, I'm keeping all my shotgun shells for me, my self-preservation.
Well,
And
My
I
I'm
think a
gonna
lot of
daughter,
put
sisters
you
will
this
if
be.
way.
my daughter don't want to get under my rule of thumb, then all my shotgun shells are for me. For me.
I'm gonna
Yeah, a lot
say
of sisters
this,
will be
right?
coming.
I'm
Go ahead,
gonna
Sam.
say this real quick. I don't want to touch on that part. See, black men don't have to be pissed. You know what's worse than a pissed off black man? Is an unbothered one.
I'm about to say a pissed off broke black man.
Indifferent.
You're indifferent. You're unbothered. You don't
When you
give a
don't
fuck.
give a fuck no more, you
Well,
don't
you
give a
don't
fuck.
give a
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah, that's
You know,
hey,
Also,
the best
beware
revenge
the wrath of the
is not.
patient man.
The best revenge is not wishing somebody well. Is living well when everybody else wish you hell. When you're making money,
right,
styling, forever styling, always profiling, you think they're not gonna know when you're secure with a better woman than them, whether ADOS, whether African, whether Caribbean, and you're smiling. You want to get a lot of these evil chicks out there and these sucker ass niggas mad. Smile. Have a good day. They'll be like, ooh, I gotta think of a fiendish plan to knock this nigga off his throne. The beautiful thing is when you're living well in your best
right.
health, they can't even reach you on the mountaintop. I've always said this to people. When you go to Mount
Man.
Zion to hold summit with God, your ass better come correct. Okay? A lot of these motherfuckers can't come correct. You know why? Because they've been worshiping false idols. Anytime All you got to do is come down with them damn commandments and throw it at that golden calf. They're done.
I want
What?
to address what
A lot
Workout
of
is
people
saying real
don't
quick.
have humility,
Okay.
Charles. A lot of people don't have
No,
humility. And
no, it's bigger than that.
OG told me that, man, he's dead now. But yeah, it is bigger than that. But what I'm
it is
saying
bigger.
is this one
I'm sorry.
aspect
Go ahead.
that sometimes you gotta let shit. What I'm saying, sometimes you gotta let shit go. I've had situations where if I was a younger man, where I would have, like AL say, you get pissed, man, and you do, and you want to basically lash out at that situation in some form or fashion because you're pissed. But I've noticed now that I'm an older brother and I've been through some of these things where I've actually failed, and I've seen that may be not the best way I could have handled it. And now I've seen people that come at me with that same fervor, with that same hatred, and I'll return back to them, not in no weak way, okay, in a way that's God-fearing, saying, hey, if you got a problem with A, B, and C, well, I'm going to handle it like E, F, and G. I'm going to bring it back to A my way. And how you like that? And respond back to me. Now.
And I want Z to go on with his word real quick.
You know, I just want to address some of the stuff that Wayne was saying. I was going to bring this up earlier. I think it's even worse. This is kind of going also what Art was saying. I think we just need to let them get what they want, because it's going to cost them not just their man, which is black men, but men in general. Women in general in the West, America specifically, black women even more specifically, right? They're getting what they wanted starting from the 60s on up. They just don't like what it costs. I was saying this earlier, Art, before you got in. They don't like the cost of it, and the cost of it is men, right? You're getting the type of things you want, but it's just costing you your man, and it's costing you men in general. That's why the swirler thing is not going to work in the long run. That's why you're having children later, and soon what you're going to have is if you wait too long, you will be freezing your eggs, and then even that won't work because that should cost too much. So you're getting what, and it's at the cost of most women. So it's a handful of women getting what they want, which is nice careers, the corner office, be able to defecate on most men. But then it's costing most women because most women don't have them corner office jobs. Most women are not execs at ABC or CNN or any one of the Fortune 500 companies, Pfizer or wherever, right? The Ford Motor Company, GE. Most women aren't there. They're sacrificing themselves for the few women that make it into the CEO positions, but it's costing the masses of women.
You freeze the eggs, right?
You know,
if you freeze the eggs, what happens when the lights go out? A natural disaster happens, and they can't get gas to the diesel to the generators. What happens then? What happens when the hackers say, "Well, we're going to hack all the damn, the frozen egg places"? What happens then?
Well, let's go.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me, Charles. Do me a favor. Bring back up Shonda's last quote and Z. Charles, read it. I'm driving. I want somebody to narrate it for me so I can hear what she wrote.
I caution you to get ready for all these. What you doing? Long time no hear from you. Big hit calls and texts coming from after June 30th, when the federal rental/mortgage eviction moratoriums end.
You're gonna be looking rough.
Yeah, but we got Juneteenth though.
That's that bullshit.
We got Juneteenth.
Hold on, Charles.
Forget the mortgage.
Basically, what Shonda is saying, gentlemen. Basically, what Shonda is saying. Ooh, that's some good shit. She's saying, come June 30th, man, I want y'all to cut off all y'all phones for the next 30 days. Don't answer nobody's new texts, no new friends, no old friends. Just fuck with the motherfuckers you've been fucking with. Stick to the rivers and the streams that you used to.
God
Roger
damn.
that. Understood.
I'm gonna tell you on a fundamental scale. On a fundamental scale, you have number one, Black Man Incorporated. Black men should charge every chick for every tire that you change. Or
that's a lot of money.
Yeah. I told you, brothers.
Say that.
I told you, brothers, if you want to get money back to the black man, which will be best for the community, what's best for business, I think every black man should invest in fucking hair care products and serve that shit up like the greatest crack ever.
Hello, big facts. Did you hear the man?
Hell
One more
yeah.
time for the congregation, please. They didn't hear you on the back row. Say it again, Pastor Faulkner. Say it again.
Woo. You should serve. We should all invest in hair care products in the black community, and be on every corner serving that shit up like the greatest crack that ever is. I will make Freeway Ricky Ross look like
Nino Brown of the
I
weave industry.
I will be the Nino Brown. I will be the big meat Larry Hoover of follicles. Okay.
Am I my way? Am I
Hey,
my
give me a
weave?
position of customer service, man. We may be able to make that work, Charles.
So we'll have a
Cue up Rick Ross, please, so Charles can sing it again.
Hey, my brothers, I'm already doing it right now. Like Charles know what street this is. Anybody from Baltimore know. I work on Pennsylvania Avenue at a bodega, right?
Mhm.
Pennsylvania Avenue. Just think of the worst, busiest block in your city. That's Pennsylvania Avenue.
Thinking the worst block in your city with crackheads, hoods, hoodlums, drug dealers.
They do it in front of the police because they outnumbering the police. So the police can't even do their job because there's too many people outside.
Pennsylvania Avenue was the only avenue in the world where you could go to the police and argue, where were you when I got robbed? And the police will argue back with you, where were you when I got robbed?
Say,
So
Charles,
Pennsylvania is like
say, Charlie,
MLK,
oh boy,
huh?
Charlie, oh boy, I really got to ask you something because it's been on my mind. I seen this shit last night on KRS-One, aka the Godfather, the Don Godfather show, and I lost my mind on the inside, and I needed somebody to vent to, but wasn't none of y'all on. I can't take it no more. I'm sick and tired of looking at black women with blonde hair in their head. The woman had a whole head of blonde hair in her head, and she was playing with it like it was spaghetti. And I'm like, girl, you was not. The only thing that was going on in my mind is this. See, the only thing going on in my mind was this. You was not born with this color on your head. Why the fuck are you doing this to yourself?
But hey, yo, you know why? You already know the answer to that question, though.
How people are addicted to other people's culture because they do not want to be black. It's just that simple and easy. They don't want to deal with the reality of who they are.
Woo!
Some people are ashamed to wake up in the morning. Don't matter how much they hate every other race. They are ashamed. The most race they hate the most is them.
So
Some people can't even look in the mirror. I mean, you gotta think of it. Every culture we take on, and we do it to like extremity. Also, like we take the nails from the Asians, the hair from the Asians. It's to the point where they're actually putting people real hair and taking other people's DNA and putting it on their scalp. I mean, it's trifling and it's sadistic. Also, that's like taking a person's fingernails and holding them in your pocket.
I haven't said this in a while. But instead of saying I think it's bigger than that, you might want to just try. Well, let me put it this way, or let me put another take on it, because usually when we take other people's talking points and try to reconfigure it in a way to where you're trying to give it some kind of, I don't know, change the DNA of it, it kind of shuts down the brother. That's why he had to push a little hard when he was trying to talk. So
my apologies.
I think we need. I mean, I'm gonna start bringing that back again. I tried that before and I got lazy, but but I think we need to start encouraging brothers to build on their point by just adding on, and that's just a little suggestion.
No, it's taken well. And I understand. And so I'll use it right now. Let me add on to that by saying, I think what happened, especially when you get in, especially with Art being one of the older brothers in the room, he could tell me if I'm right or not. The idea that history ended with the fall of the Soviet Union put people of color in a very interesting position, right? Because the people that ran the planet at that time, so we're talking about early 90s, late 80s, is white people, right? And they ran the planet. They still were the wealthiest group of people on the planet. Yes, China was on the rise, but they definitely weren't where they are now about 30 years later. And so what you find is like
Right.
Arts and
They even
Cali,
still
you got,
owned Hong Kong at that time.
you see exactly. So you have Asian women with the blonde hair and the blue eyes, right? You have black women with the blonde hair. You have you have black men and Asian men and Latino men and Arab men and everybody having white ideals of what it means to be successful, and you have women of color around the planet with ideas of what it is to be kept, which is white ideals of what it is to be kept. And so when I was saying what I was saying earlier, and thank you, Art, for correcting me, is that this is it's something that is larger, or something that you can expound on, that's larger than just the black community. This is a who runs the planet and who sets the tone for what it is to be successful and what it looks like to be successful, right? What it means to live in luxury, what it means to show off your wares, to show off your nice things, to what are those nice things in the first place, right? How many of us really have an obsession with yachts and boats? And then how many of us want a boat if we get wealthy, because that's what it looks like to be rich, because that's what white people told us it looks like to be rich, right?
Brazil, they can't even afford the fucking fuel for that son of a bitch, let alone trying to want to own it.
Thank you. You know.
And
I
I mean, that's still optimistic, because you could say that about people that Saudi Arabians who never needed the European to ever look at in any type of way as some image for them to adore. And you have people in Mamlaka, what they call Saudi Arabia to this day, in Dubai, that don't need the white American. They are pretty financially okay and straight in a very powerful structure.
They're men. They're men.
And
how
they
did
might
they keep that structure? They had
they might follow Western ways. They might follow Western ways, but you will never see their women dyeing their hair blonde. You will never see them getting blue contacts. You will never see them changing their belief system.
Those women cannot operate as Saudi.
I mean, it's not just Saudi Arabia. I can name Yemen. I can name Yemen. I can name Yemen. I can name the poorest Arab country in the world, Yemen.
But
you will never see that. What I think
because the rule, because they have rules.
There's something I want to break down about this white and black terminology. First thing we got to understand: we are not a box of crayons, and that's the biggest problem that people are still getting stuck in.
Brother, I say that every day. I tell a man every day, I ain't no crayon. Don't call me no goddamn color. I'm a Homo sapien. I'm a Homo sapien.
Because America is the only place that still call people that treat people by legal status, and Art knows what I'm talking about, as being black and white. Even today, yesterday represents this. It's the so-called holiday that we got going on right now.
Or even non-Latino, I've seen that, or non-Hispanic. They put them on that shit. It say black and non-Hispanic, or white and non-Hispanic. They delineate that. You're right.
We're not a box of crayons, bro. So when you go to the United Nations, that's why it was so hard for brothers like Malcolm and Martin and people before them, like Marcus Garvey. They try to go to United Nations and talk about them being oppressed, because you're represented under the country of your flag by your nation. Black and white are not nationalities. So when we start to put all white people together as being the same white people, you can't really do that, because they represent their nationality. Some of them nations might be allies.
Yeah.
Some of the nations are
Germans, Irish, Italian. You got a lot of different white folks, of course.
The Croatians.
But here's one way to look at it, though.
But this the other second. Just one real quick thing, Art. This one thing. This the other part of it. That besides the European hate Europeans and some Africans hate Africans, when you say that, when you put a logo or a title on you, like, I'm just black, I'm a black American, you put yourself in a category. Then you start categorizing other people like, they Asian, they Chinese. Once you get to a point in life, because I traveled outside America before, and anybody who ever traveled outside America and been to America, they understand what I'm saying. Once you start to deal with people on, like, let's just get the color, I don't even believe in the terminology colorism. I think that's bullshit. But once you get that factor of colorism out of your world, that Western thought that, if you black, you rich, you white, you rich. No. I've been in Morocco around millionaires. They look just like me and you, where the police look just like me and you, where the president look just like me and you. So once you break out of that I'm such an oppressed person by the people who told me who I am and know who you are, you're not worrying about what a person color nationality is anymore. Because you know who you are. A lot of people say Africans are arrogant. It's not that they're arrogant. They know who they are.
You're right. You're right. And a lot of those to the Asians, and I deal with a lot of Asians, and from Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, even some Laotian. And I've seen when they come here, whether they first generation, second generation, when they come here, yeah, they're Laotians, but they're American first, and they love America, even though they're Chinese. Minus some of the damn people that still doing their shit for them, but the ones that's Americanized. Okay, they don't like the Japanese, but they'll do business with a Japanese person in America. They have separated that from.
Well, let me put something in the pot. Let me put something in the pot real quick. Is that the part that we're not really addressing probably is when they come together, they always find a common enemy. So you can get Japanese, Korean, Chinese. Just that whole thing with the whole Stop Asian Hate bill.
Yes.
They did have no bones using black people as the poster child on why that bill had to be passed. So
is this Art talking right now?
Right. And then the other part, and then the other thing too is that we can go on, Latinos, Arabs, or whatever it is. Now, as far as the whole thing about nationality, you got to get together based on what you can use.
My phone was breaking up, Art. That's why I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying as far as nationality, you got to get together based on what you can use at the time and build on the knowledge of why you should be a nationality and why you should have a flag and all that kind of stuff. Because I think a lot of people are on board with that. But I think the problem is, again, we're having a lot of these discussions in public. And so when we have these discussions, somebody gonna come in and say, well, I like this nationality. When we put a rainbow in there and blah blah, they're finding ways to deter it and reshape what the true sentiment is. So shout out to the great Noble Drew Ali. He had that right ideal
at the beginning
to put that together. But again, you didn't have enough people to really willing to do the research because they were stuck in that church mentality.
Yeah.
Because the fact that if I was in church, that would show that I'm a very patriotic man and a white man is going to treat me different if I could just be a better Christian. So when you have those in there, you got to deal with the people that do have those kind of mindsets with you without trying to get in like on CNN and all these big public forums because everybody else is doing it. Like what Malcolm X figure do they have in the Chinese culture or Japanese or Arab? We don't know those people, but they know their people.
IP man, what's his name? Man.
But they know their Malcolm X's, but at the same time, they're not gonna give them to us. They're not gonna give them to the public to kill and assassinate. They're not gonna do that.
Right, I was gonna come with that. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. It's a figurehead.
Can you say that again one more time, Art? Because them niggas in the back are playing with their pencils and their iPhones and shit.
Oh my goodness! You heard what he said, brother?
Yeah,
please say that one more time.
Which point? I said a lot.
No, when you say
they're not going to give their Malcolm X figure to the masses, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're not. All they know who their Obamas are and their Malcolms and Martins because they do have
supposed to represent all minorities.
Right. Yeah, we're always trying. That's why I laugh when we talk about raising the black consciousness and getting taking care of your people first, and then somebody gonna jump in the all black panel and say, no, man, I ain't hiring no, N-words and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to hire nothing but Asian people and blah, blah, blah. I mean, so you're going to go to, like I said, I always use example. So you're going to go to Mars and see all these Martians. I ain't going to hire none of you Martians. I'm going to hire the people from Uranus. I can't stand you Martian, and you're not even from there. So
hey, Art, I'm going through that. Art, I'm going through that situation right now at the store, right? So the owner told me that I need to hire. He's an African brother from Guinea, right? But he grew up here in America, so he's Americanized like a motherfucker. Tattoos, baby mama, not even married, you know. But he's a smart brother, you know what I mean? He still got that little ambition, that foreign ambition to him. So you know, he's a young brother. He's only like 33. He got 2 stores. At a point in time, you know, when I had a store, he remembered me, and I had a little situation where I need some extra money. He was like, I need somebody to manage my stores. I know you always managed all these big corporation stores. I'll pay you more money to manage my store. And I'm like, okay, let's go. So he had an African brother, didn't work out, all that. We got a young, so I said we're gonna hire this young brother who's a friend of his little brothers, you know, and his little brother likes to be American. And you know, he's African American. So we got him in the store. He's not a thief. He's not dishonest or anything like that. He's just fucking lazy, man. And it's like he's so fucking lazy, man. And it's like we had a guy that was going to work the job that's a foreigner who was going to take less money than we're paying him more money. The foreigner didn't even know that he was going to take less money. You know, he was just okay with the money we was going to give him. And here it is, we paying this guy $10 an hour to work, and he just lazy, man. You know, he want to play video games. He on the phone. He's not doing shit, man. And you know, at least fill a soda. And it's like to the point where he wants me to find somebody else, and I'm stuck. Like, and it's like he kind of made that hint, like he don't want to. Let's not go that route again. You know, and that's hiring a Black American, and it's like the only way I can think, and I'm asking you for advice, everybody right here on this platform for advice, because it really bothered me, because like it's just something I gotta make a decision by the next
I've been going through that, bro. And you're right, brother. I've been going through that. I got a job, similar way what you're saying,
bro. So I gotta let this brother go, right? But I gotta hire somebody else. So I'm stuck. Like, so the way of me still trying to keep it fair, because I love my people, yo. Even if my people don't love me, that's something I can't help. I'm a natural empathetic person. I just can't help.
You tried to chastise this dude and let him know, say, man, if you ain't getting on the ball, you about to lose your gig, and it's gonna be because of you, not nobody else, but because of you. Have you went that route with him? I'm just asking.
You know what he told me?
He
said, I'm 23 years old. I ain't no African. I ain't about to be working all like that.
Oh, he been Western to society, socialized to this effeminate way. I'm gonna be lazy and bitch made. Oh, okay.
Well,
he's gonna work. All right,
and sit on your clock. That's okay, but just don't sit on my clock.
Let her finish his thought.
So, what do you think? I was thinking about hiring an older Black guy or hiring a foreigner to take his position, a younger foreigner. That's all
what I would do, and you're not gonna tell me your location, but wherever you're located. Oh, you're in Baltimore. Okay. In Baltimore, do you have like a I think it's called a vocational area?
Yeah.
I mean,
we call it Home Depot, but no.
Listen. I was going to clear it up. I was going to say, well, it's a couple of shopping centers I can go at.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is because vocational areas train young people, Black people, ADOS people. They train them to do these things. So all you got to do is make the phone call and say, I'm looking for somebody to fill this position. And you'll get somebody within a matter of a couple of days just to try them out or what have you.
Right.
See, the thing is that, you know, some people say, why should I look for them? Because basically, you know, because you can. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you're handicapped and your hands are all over the place, you can't do nothing. I can understand that. But if you can make a few phone calls to keep the rotation up, because I guarantee you, if you were Chinese, they're gonna look for another Chinese person.
Yeah.
Okay. You 100% right about that, brother.
Right.
So you know,
I was saying on the job that I had, they had said that they had I got a guy that's one of my investors, and basically he's like, hey, look, you know, the other guy that you hire, basically a brother, because I hire brothers, And he said, man, he's not working out because the job not getting done fast enough. He didn't show up to work. He's like, man, why don't you just go up to that shopping center? I ain't going to say the name. I used to work for them, but I ain't going to say their name. But go up there and just pick up a couple of them, and they will do it for less money, and you'll get the job done quicker. Now, as a businessman, that sounds great. Right? That sounds great. But you don't know who this is, number one. Like you had said earlier, brother, you know that this man not dishonest. You know that he doesn't steal. Them is two qualities I need because when I'm working with my shit, I got lots of equipment.
That's me. That's the position I'm in also because we dealing with like a lot of money. Like I'm talking about the store to do like $1,000 a day. And I work from 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 p.m. Gotcha. And on my average, I'm doing it like $1,000 a day. So I need somebody that I can trust, because at the same time, yes, cameras in there and everything, but if I hired you at the same time, kind of fall back.
That doesn't mean nothing.
Get you about 5 candidates. 5 candidates, have that interview, let them know what's going on, what you need, and then you already know, put them on probation, and enough said. And then the ones that didn't make the cut.
I picked up a brother like that. I picked up a brother instead of me going to that shopping center. I was going, like y'all was saying, in Baltimore where y'all have that area. In Houston, I don't have a bigger network like maybe y'all guys have, but I just on the ground start to look. Okay, where are some of these younger brothers I see every day on my way transferring to work and back? And I see some of them out there in front of the store. Some of them out there just walking. Some of them brothers be out there begging for money. I've seen them do that. And I said, man, let me ask this man, does he need a job? You know what I'm saying?
You take too much of a chance that way.
Establish a relationship like that. You do. But if you always in the area,
taking a chance.
I've heard that sentiment before. Are you saying that? I've heard that sentiment from.
Hey, your brother from Houston. Are you the same brother you still live in San Diego that I was talking to last somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? I thought it was you, the voice and everything, man.
But hold on. I just gonna ask Art a question and basically just elaborate. Because I've heard a lot of black people say that basically, that they're not really gonna put their job on the line to hire the black folks because it's a risk. Could you elaborate more on that, or like, what do you mean? Like, what do they mean?
Oh yeah, a lot of people. A lot of people say that.
How are we supposed to hire these people? Like, how are we supposed to change something?
Yeah, because a lot of people try to say that. I think it's a cop out.
Okay, so if you wanted to bring you up, you gotta cut out your screen.
Yeah, I think it's a cop out when they say that. It's because, we already know that we have issues going on with our people. So, see, people think that you could just grab a black person and then, like I don't know if you guys have a Pollo Loco. We have a Pollo Loco.
Yeah, we do. We have Pollo Loco.
And so, so what happens, obviously, that it's majority Latino that work there, Pollo Loco, cutting the meat and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I guess some people,
sauteing in the back, yep.
So they probably start complaining, talking about ain't enough black people there or whatever. And so they say, okay, we'll hire a black person. But what kind of black person they put up there? He got the teeth missing. He's good googly goo, can't keep his pants up, breaking stuff, stealing money. And so like the next week, ain't no more black people. And then what they say? We tried to hire them, but
bullshit.
So they get the
worst representation.
Right. They grab
the good ones.
Like the news does when they go to these murder scenes and they ask the first person on the scene almost, well, what did you see? And it's like the worst representation.
So what I'm trying to say, there are job training centers that people just don't call. So
no, they do. They do. They have one in our local mall.
They got customer service training centers,
and they do have. Charles might know. Charles, where the other one's located at? We have one in the Mondawmin Mall, and there's one somewhere else.
We have Mondawmin. We have East Point, I believe.
East Point, yeah.
Yeah, and they're probably like 17. They're young, but they've been trained.
Even when we do the good work, even when we got all good reports, it still don't work out.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
I'm
That's
just
the
saying that's in general. That's just in
but
general. I've heard
but
multiple
the
cases where,
thing is this though. I
Hey,
guess
two little
in
young
that.
brothers, like 14 years old, was fighting in my
Wow.
store today. One of them pulled a gun out. The oldest
Can y'all
child
hear
was
me?
probably 15.
Hold on. Let Art
hold
finish his
on,
thought.
Art's talking. Hold on.
Art,
Oh.
then Art, then Khalil, then Truth.
My bad, Art.
You
I
Okay.
want to
didn't
read
know you
you want
were
to read this
talking.
comment, Charles? You want to read this comment?
Not yet. Let Art finish his Go ahead.
Apologize
So
about that, Art.
oh, no problem. So what was happening in those particular situations? Um, you're gonna always have to make sure that you know the ins and out about the position, and you
Mm,
have to make sure you do extra. Especially when you're starting on the bottom, you got to do
yeah.
extra work to stand out. And it's not kissing ass or anything like that, but you want to move up.
Mhm.
So, and then you're taking a chance because some people do a lot of extra work and never get moved up. But the thing
Mhm.
is, everybody's watching. So, so that's the thing that you may have customers coming in and they see your effort and they wind up having you work for them and take you away from that job. That's what happened. I had lots of offers
That's
when I used
true.
to work at Home Depot back in the day. They're like, "Dang, you doing all this stuff here? You decorating the place, whatever, and you still in this position?" No, but the thing was, I was having fun though. I enjoyed myself because that
Mm,
Depot was cool as hell. It was
mm.
cool. So, I
What was the
mean,
managers
that
like? What was it? What was it
the
like the
manager, the manager was very smart because what he did, as far
mm,
as like the building materials and wood, I think it's called lumber. He had the big football players and Samoans, all
Yeah,
them over there. You had the geeks doing tools. You had the artistic people in the paint position. You had more geeks doing the electrical part. As far as plumbing, you had like your little rednecks.
mm.
He mixed all that, but the
I got you.
cashiers,
Yeah,
I wonder what
were damn near
yeah,
all fine.
what was his
They were,
sign? Well, I
dude.
wonder what
yeah,
was his.
yeah.
They were so fine, bruh. So
I
he
bet your
had it going,
stories. I bet
and
that
we
store
did the
was
most
great.
sales. We did the
Yeah.
most sales.
But look,
You
that's
know what
what
I'm
I'm saying.
saying?
I've seen a lot in that corporate thing. Usually hire a lot of more in my area specifically, a lot more female MODs and also main managers, general managers, and it a lot of
Facts.
times, well, what you're saying, the delineation of the people. See, that man, he knew where he needed to put his certain people at. You see what I'm saying? Not
Mm,
by
yeah.
race, not by color, not by allegiance or nationality. He know these damn football players. I need these niggas to pick this damn heavy ass wood up. I made orders myself, so I know
And
I was
we
the
need to be
order
paid for that
picker, and
shit.
I had to do the trucks, load truck. You feel
I
me?
didn't want
So
I
I
didn't want
know
to
what you're
leave.
saying is right.
I had to go to college. I didn't want to leave because them women, bruh, and we would date. A lot of people would date each other in there, and it was a
Man,
couple
that's
of
a
chicks that I
file, nigga.
wanted to get with before I left, but you know.
Art, was you on that file? Or you sound like you was on that file.
I seen one at another
You
store
was
the
on
other
that
day. It
file,
was
What
nigga.
does
funny
that
as
mean? I
hell
don't
when I
even know what that
seen her.
means.
The fuck file.
The
That's what they call
file,
it. The file. The fuck file, you know what I'm saying? Where
the
all the chicks
file.
put niggas. Yeah, the fuck file, you know what I'm saying? The file.
Yo, what is
That's what I'm
y'all
saying.
saying?
You know the chicks like how they organize the work dues and stuff. Whoever gonna get fucked first, and it's whoever they trying to.
Oh, you
You
mean
know,
I'm in their file?
yeah, their file. Like,
Oh, the
Oh,
cause
fuck
they was on you.
foul.
Like,
man,
the
you know
fuck.
what? These
I
were
hear what
older
he's saying
chicks.
now.
They were like 25, 26, and I was your age. I was 19.
Yeah,
Actually, no, I
yep,
take that
you was
back.
in
I
that
was
file.
18. I was 18. I'm
Yep,
sorry.
you a
So it
piece of
was
meat,
like,
just like me. Piece of
but
meat.
Yeah,
and I knew I
you
knew
can
for
walk down the
sure.
hill and do all that.
I knew for sure I was gonna get one of them, but I had to go back to school. The uh the manager
Wa-
told me he told me to
Was you
either
part of
choose
the
Home
nation at
Depot or
that
go to
time?
school. Say it again.
Was Was you part of the nation at that time?
I was processing.
Processing.
He said he's that
Processing
nigga.
meaning
He
that I was
bullshit.
excuse me?
You gotta halfway with it. You wasn't fully in there.
Not
Do you
yet.
know what processing means?
Like it's not fully
Yeah.
established.
How old are you again?
19.
Yeah. Um yeah, but processing is when you is right before you get your X. So that's what it's called. And so
He was in
basically
studies.
I
Right
was still
on.
studying, learning, and all that kind of stuff. Eventually, at first I had that high flat top, and before I left, I cut it all off and started doing
Oh
more
man.
discipline work.
Is the
But
That's
corporate
what's
work? Is that because you try to moving up? Because when you
oh,
is
he
or
doesn't know,
you
y'all.
or when you try to
We gonna
when you
help him
try to
out.
when you
We're
when you
Okay,
talking
try
about
okay.
to
Let me put
We're
it to
gonna.
you. Let me put it to you this way.
He doesn't know, y'all. We're talking about the Nation of Islam, truth.
Let me put it to you this way. The nation is very similar to the military.
instance.
It's in a sense of conformity,
Yeah.
discipline. You give up. Are you willing to? What are you willing to give up? Are you willing to give up your hair? Are
I
you
mean
willing to
That
give
was
I
up?
mean
Are you
that was
willing to give?
tough.
Are you willing to give up? Are you willing to give up weed?
yes.
Uh
Are
oh.
you
I
He
need
willing to
gonna
to.
give
drop.
up?
He
You're right.
Are
fainted.
you
He fainted.
Pork.
I'm not faking shit. Nah, for real. I'm serious.
like
It's
in
in my.
other
You know what,
words?
Art? It's in
But
my
hold,
sign.
but hold up.
He said it's in his sign. Okay.
It is what stop sign, nigga? Stop sign. Leave it stop.
No,
But
my sign. It's in my. I'm
Hey,
being.
look,
I'm
hey,
being.
they don't know
All
what they
right, so
fucking
I'm
with
for real though,
today.
Charles. I'm being serious though. Look,
but
I
you
read.
gotta realize
Uncle
you
C
gotta
trying to
realize
go.
Yeah,
Oh
no,
you got
yeah.
God.
you gotta realize, man, when when you take certain oaths, okay?
Yes.
What is an oath? Number one, truth.
An oath. An
Thou
oath
should
is
not
like
smoke
it's
weed.
like a covenant. It's like some. It's like
Google. I want you to Google what the
To
word
the
oath, and I want
death.
you to read. I want you to Google what oath means, and then read it back once you after you Google it.
oath. Okay, all right, guys.
It's not with an F.
It's
No,
loaded.
Oath.
But
th, bro.
it's just I know what it's spelled. It's just
Oath.
my vernacular. My
I'm just
vernacular
messing
is
with you,
low.
fam. I'm
Now,
just
what
I
the
know
messing
fuck
with
is
you.
you
It's
got
the
a
nigga vernacular,
spectacular
man.
vernacular. I know.
spectacular?
Well,
Spectacular.
you can always say interview if you're from the
And
south. You know, they say interview.
Or you can say
Stop it.
interview.
We say
If
interview.
you
Stop it,
vernacular.
Art.
Okay,
Timberland,
Florida's
all
not
that
really
shit.
the South, by the way. So fuck you.
No,
Yeah.
Florida
Hey,
is definitely the
brother
South.
Art.
Definitely
Brother
the
Art.
And we
South.
don't say South, we say South.
And
South.
shit,
Hey,
if it ain't the South Charles, it got that South heat. I tell you that.
No,
That
they're
shit
not
be
the
hot.
South. You know, they just South light.
did you find the definition for oath?
I got it.
Okay.
Read it out loud.
I found it. I got it. Hold on. A solemn promise, often invoking a divine witness regarding one's future actions or behavior. I'm gonna read the second one. A profane or offensive expression used to express anger or other strong emotions. He exploded in a mouthful of. Okay, well, not that.
I
They
didn't
took
do
an
that at
oath.
Home Depot.
Yeah, he definitely didn't.
What are
Yeah,
you reading
shit.
out
Y'all
of?
asked with it. He told me. I just googled it.
He's
Oh,
So
the
okay.
The
I'm just
Nicopedia.
definition
reading
of oath.
Oxford. So I'm
so
reading the first one.
in other words, have you ever taken a solemn oath at any time in your life?
I took a solemn oath never to be a sellout, never
No,
to
no,
sell
no.
my people out.
No.
No. That's not
In
a
front
solemn
of the
oath.
witness.
In front of
No,
a witness, did you ever have to
yeah. In front
swear?
of witness, a group of people, and y'all all have the same oath.
In other
Never to be a
words,
Did you
sellout.
go to court for a ticket?
You said what?
What'd
What
you
did you
say,
say,
Art?
Art? What
Did
you
you go to
say?
court for a
Oh,
ticket?
I love art, yo. I love art.
would I go to court for a ticket?
have you
Did
ever
you go
been to
to it?
court?
Have you ever been convicted of anything?
No, I haven't been convicted of anything.
Have
Well,
you had to
he
go to?
had to
Have
raise
you
his
ever had to
hand.
go to court
Yes.
So you
for
had to
what?
raise your hand.
Did you
No, I
affirm
didn't have to.
or did
Huh?
you swear?
I didn't swear. No, I wasn't. I wasn't a witness though.
Let me ask
It
you
was. It was
something.
the situation was. It's basically because it's. I just
If
had
you're
to
a
be there
witness,
because
even better. If you're a witness, what do they do?
Yep.
they tell
No,
the
he said he
truth and
wasn't a
nothing.
witness. He said he wasn't a
I
witness.
wasn't a witness though. I
Yeah,
wasn't. I
but
Okay.
was.
you
They only.
signed
So,
They only
a
had
piece
me.
of paper.
so if you're not a witness, okay. I'm going to ask you something. What's another name for a police officer?
Have you ever
A
pledged the
deputy.
allegiance?
Huh?
A deputy.
No, no,
A
no, no,
public
no,
servant.
no, no, no. You're a certified officer because you got to be certified. You
Justice of the
also,
peace.
but you're also what? When you raise your right hand, what are you doing?
You're taking an
Pledging.
oath.
Yep.
No, you're
You're pledging
swearing.
an oath.
You're swearing. You know
Swearing is a part of taking the
I'm a
oath.
sworn police officer. There's a certain oath that I'm always held by. Meaning, if it's a serious enough crime, I have to act.
Mm.
Okay?
To the
Sworn
death.
duty.
So, in other words, you've never taken an oath where you have to act, even if it's up to the cost of your own life. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Notice how everybody got quiet once I said that part.
Because it's
Notice.
the truth. It's the truth.
That's why I'm
Notice a
saying
lot
to
of
the
people
death.
will never
That
take
is attached to
a
that.
lot of people raise there's a reason why I can do certain things and never have to swear again because I'm already fucking sworn. I had to swear twice. The first time I got hired, and then the second time when we graduated.
And both of them the same oath, isn't it? Hold on.
Yes.
The same oath in the military is the same oath as a police officer, right?
Similar.
Similar. It's to protect and serve.
And if you took all my damn chicken, I'm gonna protect your neck, nigga.
Would you say?
Speaking of chicken, we can get back to that, yo. I ain't been by the grill in a minute, but we can get back. That's another
Would
story.
you say
That's
that
another story.
graduation? I
Hey,
mean,
brother,
what's your
true.
opinion on that? Would you say that graduation would be part of that?
No.
It is.
I would tell you. I would tell you.
It is.
It's a certain. It should be.
It
but
is.
the reason why I think it is because you should take a solemn oath to be a certain things. Like in a black community, notice we don't have any oaths, no rite of passage to say, look, you went through this, so now you're bound by your code of conduct, by the community, by the society to be a certain way. If the gangs have certain oaths where, hey, it's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame the gangs got more honor than the community. Ain't that a bitch?
That's very
that
true.
shit is fucking crazy.
I mean, they got a code. Community ain't got no code.
So in other words, this is the thing that's gonna make a lot of black men piss with me. I might lose some subscribers from saying this shit. I had to scratch my gun side. You know, number one, a lot of you niggas, you haven't taken a solemn oath to your damn self. So damn bitch made you don't even have to you so much of a goddamn simp. A lot of men in our community that they don't even take a solemn oath to protect their own self. They rather follow a woman's lead instead of being a goddamn leader. That's why a lot of these chicks can come to me and say, I don't want a dominant man. I don't want a man to tell me what to do. Well, you should look them square in the eye and kiss them on the cheek and say, well, bitch, that's why you don't have one.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. I had chicks tell me that. I don't want that. I don't want to. I said, keep dealing with the broke niggas you're dealing with now. Good luck.
And then peel off on her.
Charles, the basics is this. I've been hearing this since the 80s. The initial complaint for the women is that he doesn't understand my needs. He's too masculine. He's too manly. He's too rough.
You know, I've heard that so much.
And then the men's complaint is she's not feminine enough.
Exactly.
Make that make sense.
You have a dichotomy going on. That number one, you got women trying to get men by being men, and you got men who worrying about being sensitivity. You're afraid to be masculine. You know why? You're afraid to be masculine because you think somebody's going to complain about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if
like
you raise
masculinity
your
is your
voice
nature.
slightly, you raise your voice slightly in something that you are affirming, and that's threatening now. No, it's not. That's the way men talk.
But it's okay for black women to be loud and sassy, though. When they do it, it's called sassy.
You know why? Yeah. Because every black man. Should I say it?
Go ahead, Sam.
Whoa! I'm gonna say it.
Say
every black man gets shook because when he hears a chick speak, he invokes the power. She invokes the power of his mama. It's like I said before on Bernard's channel. I said before on Bernard's channel. It's a goddamn shame you got all these guys out here. Oh, the one person I'm scared of is my mama. You 6'9", 350 pounds. You scared of your goddamn mama?
Nigga,
I
you
live.
like
Look you up,
Rugrats, man.
boys to men, mama, please.
I keep
See,
thinking to myself.
that's a man that trusts women. See, I don't
I
trust
couldn't
women,
stand
so
that
I
He
can
boy
he
never
not
be
scared of
scared of
me,
shit
him.
back
but he's
in the
scared of her
days.
though.
I couldn't stand it, boy. And I was a youngster and I didn't understand the full lyrics and how it really meant. But then that music, the way some of them songs, I ain't gonna say there ain't no classics, man. Shout out to the niggas. But man, the simpery, I didn't know nothing about the Black Manosphere. I didn't know shit. But I knew that those words and some of those songs was like, man, that's not gonna be good.
Because think about the dichotomy behind on the '90s. For the R&B, it was simp music, right? And for the hip hop
Yes.
in the mid '90s, it was gangster rap.
Yep. It was.
Think about the what do you call it? The opposites, And then when you talk about the mom, most of the cases, even looking at the whole thing that Dr. Dre went through with his mother, they weren't
Mhm.
rapping about Betty on the block. They were rapping about their mothers. They
Yep.
just took it out on the women. But for the most part, a lot of these dudes had some horrible mothers, and they took it out in the lyrics. You
Yeah.
know,
It-
look at.
it-
Horrible
Mhm.
experiences. I mean, I agree with Art 100%. I
I'm gonna
mean,
tell you. I'm gonna tell you this much. You look at Kevin Durant's mama. Her glory's
Wow,
still hogging ass.
wow.
Think about it.
mhm. Yes.
Bruh.
I
Well,
never
you
seen.
need to be
One
you need
worse,
to be
cause when
Oh
honest.
that
God.
lady was
See,
at the draft thing when she was getting mad that he didn't draft I don't know if it was Florida or whatever. I was like, bitch, shut up! I'm
look,
trying to get a contract.
Look at
you know
Allen
it's.
Iverson's mom. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Charles. Hey, yo, Skip couldn't fuck with that line you just said.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the one thing about it.
You
Mom, remember when he was crying? How the fuck you damn near 7 feet tall? No, you to be up here. And then, and then,
LeBron the same way. LeBron the same way.
LeBron's a fucking punk too.
He
That's why
wiped
I'm
them
glad he
tears.
got.
He wiped them tears after when she slept with home dude though.
Yeah,
oh
What's
that's
his
how he got
name?
red pill.
Wes.
New DeJounte, you talking about the
That's
Brady?
how he got.
Yeah.
Number
Yo,
Hey,
one,
that nigga homeless
He
now.
dried them tears up after
should
that.
not be.
number
Who,
one.
Uh,
Once
who's a basketball player?
you
Whoever
know,
has a
God
beef
damn.
with your mom shouldn't be their business, man.
once a hoe, always a hoe. He knew his
Bullshit.
mother
Nigga
was
in the
a hoe.
NBA. She did that for a
Man,
reason.
ain't
Nigga on the
played a
team.
down of football, ain't shot a shot from the 3-point line, or got inside and boxed out nobody. But you
And
got
this
the
dude did
most
this during
biggest
the
mouth.
playoffs. This dude slept with his mom during the playoffs.
That
That's what
lets
I'm
you
saying. On
know.
the
I
same
said,
team.
That lets
God
you.
damn.
You see. Let me put it to you this way. Did y'all see LeBron's mom? She ain't no fucking beauty queen.
Nah.
Okay, she is. You're a multi-million-dollar player, and you fucking with his mother. That
Bruh.
your star player who's gonna get you a fucking ring. Now you a bum on the street. Like, see, this is the
That shit
reason.
Nigga's a bum now.
ridiculous.
This is the
Stupid ass.
reason why. See, conversations like this comes full circle. He
It's
is
not
the
called
example.
karma. It calls just what happens when you bullshit.
Now it's called. It's called. This what happens when you bull simp.
Bull
And
simp.
Yeah,
Ooh,
bruh.
shit. Coin that shit.
you're a bull simp. And I'm gonna tell you what the fuck happened. You
Peak
a
simpness.
got
That's peak
how the fuck you simping? Hey David, turn that light off in the kitchen. How the fuck you simping? How the fuck you simping when you're a multi-millionaire to get this little chick who's only 2 to 3 stages away from looking like a crackhead? If she doesn't even have enough respect for her son,
At all.
this is
Yeah.
the modern fucking black woman. Is it all? No, but it's the overwhelming majority. But every time I go to my friends and they'll be like, "Oh, you cheating on black women again?" Prove me wrong.
Brother,
Even
you
my
are
closest friend.
100% right. And
Actually,
I liken it back
Charles,
to
it's
a
worse. It's
video
worse, Charles. It's
I'm
the
going to
it's
release on
actually it's not
Aisha
modern
Curry.
black women. When you find a woman that has a history
Look
of
at
doing
Aisha
crack and
Curry.
cocaine, that's the modern bitch. Fucking
And,
a
and,
good
and,
bitch.
and I say that because even my friends, some of them might be my staunchest critics, even had to bow down to the man when they looked at the women in their family. How the fuck is it you buried your mother, but your sister got more fucking loyalty to your ex girlfriend than your current fiance?
Right. Right.
Bruh.
And I hate to see that because guess what? Yeah, your ex might have been close to you, close. But guess what? There's a certain level of respect you're supposed to have for your bro.
At
But
least.
see, remember, it used to be bros before hoes, and that was hoes before O's.
Yup.
God damn.
And it's
Yeah.
sad because you get to this level of understanding. See, my father always said this, Charles, your intellect is going to be your greatest enemy. Number one, people are going to be scared because you're more intelligent. They're not going to be able to understand it.
That's profound.
And to add insult to injury during that time,
I never said that.
the announcers were talking about it
Mm-hmm.
I never said that.
when he was making free throws. I was like, what? If anybody remember that time, I said, wow. Because he said, well, we heard there was something that happened between one of the players and his mother,
Nigga,
and
don't bring
he's
that
up here
shit up.
he's wiping his forehead trying to make free throws and stuff. And I was like, wow, is this
God,
real?
it's like, this is the NBA, and they even nigga playing basketball, and they talking about some shit that done happened, not even in the locker room,
Was that
nigga. Like
TNT? I forgot what that was. I was like, get out of here, man.
Yeah,
they over here gossiping, spreading rumors. See what they do.
yeah.
If they can, they will.
Like number one, I'm gonna answer this question real quick. Charles Faulkner, when black women say stuff like black men submit to white men, black men are conquered, what'll be the clapback for that? Silence. You know what the clapback for that is? If I'm conquered, what does that make you?
Or the Chinese,
That
or
makes
the Latinos.
nigga.
If
If
a
I'm
All
person,
of them.
if a
Conquered by.
person,
It makes you nigga.
number
if a
one,
person was to tell me black men was conquered, I'd be like, yeah, you right. I conquered them. We're together.
I would ask this question.
We a whole
If
new
I'm,
breed. We're a whole new race. We're not the same idea black men you think we are nowadays from back in the day. Things and oh my goodness, why you ask that question, man?
no, he asked to put a
Bruh.
clapback. See, here's the clapback for it, right? The
You got me
clapback
riled
is
up, man.
the clapback is for a conquered person. We sure get our way with any woman we want. We sure get any education we want. Hell, even the lowliest of us is more likely to get a concubine than you or a mate than you.
That's
So
fact.
I don't know where he's talking about
we
black
never
people
no
conquered.
no
That's
he's just talking about the shaming tactics people use. Number
He's
one,
saying like what this
Oh,
stuff they
okay.
say. That's the stuff they say.
number
That's what he's
number
saying.
one, we were never conquered. We were engineered.
Ooh.
Let's get yeah, I know niggas not you because I get what he was saying. But when BGS and Art New Style are very intelligent guys, you can't come out the nation and not be smart. Okay?
Fact.
Even the least educated person in the nation can hold heads and tails over a lot of people who are degreed. Am I lying, Art?
You run into too many of them.
So when we look at this, we got to look at the truth about a lot of shit. One, we were engineered, so we were never conquered. Two, you're the biggest. If a black woman says this to me, I'm gonna say this: you're the biggest traitor America's ever known. You make Benedict Arnold look like he was a stand-up guy.
They don't even know who Benedict Arnold is.
They
Got
think he's a
him.
rapper. They think he's a rapper.
I would
Three,
ask him what is black.
three, number
What is
three,
black?
number three. When the benefits go away, who are you gonna be looking for to save you, Lois Lane? Superman put the suit back on. He's back to Clark Kent. Okay,
And I have a moment to share with y'all.
go
I
ahead,
forgot
Art.
to say it on my panel. My students graduated Tuesday, and one of them was the valedictorian.
Man,
And
much
this student,
respect. Much respect.
I had this student for 4 years,
Alhamdulillah, man.
Congratulations.
and she put me in her speech.
That's tough.
She put my name in her
That's a
speech.
blessing, brother. That's a
Yeah,
blessing.
alhamdulillah, brother.
I appreciate it. And a lot of people, I can feel the stares because there is always a strong apprehension against the arts. And she mentioned it in the speech how You know, she always kept art as a priority. Thanks to
Mm,
Mr. Art. I would say Mr. Art. Thanks to Mr. Art and blah blah blah. And she's going to UCLA.
mm.
So
It's
I
a
mean I
great
meant
arts program down there.
yeah.
Oh, oh yeah.
So that's my thing, man. Is that you know because that's probably going because I'm not going to be teaching advanced art anymore. I'm gonna try to keep it simple.
Mm.
But that's the thing, man. Is that when we're trying to give
But
these
that's what you
teens
wanted, right? That's what your agenda was. I mean, I don't know. I'm asking. As a teacher,
my agenda was to raise greatness in large numbers.
you did that.
But no, I didn't.
Right. The
Because
awareness.
It's almost impossible to do that
because it's
in this
too
system.
because we
Hold on, hold
have
on,
too
hold
much of
on. How did you say
wow.
you didn't do that? Can I ask you a
We
question?
have
How did you say you didn't do that?
because we have too much of a pushback. I guess you never heard my panels, huh?
But you just
Right.
said that one of the kids just went to college, bro.
You got to
That's
realize
one
something.
kid.
Let art explain it because you know you got
But
to. I'm gonna tell you this, Khalil.
what
Subscribe to
you know
art.
what she could
Subscribe
do?
to art. Subscribe to Art's channel, and you'll hear this all the time, man.
Okay.
Subscribe.
Yeah, because like for example, we got a lot of brilliant young minds on these panels. But the sad truth is that you're only probably going to have 3 or 4 that's going to do what they say they do. I hate to say
Mm.
it,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
I'm talking about
Equation.
as far as action.
Okay.
And
Statistically.
I hear what you're
and the
saying.
reason being is because of course we can blame it on all kinds of stuff, but that self-esteem, that motivation, that faith in your greatness is you need a damn near defibrillator to get that out of a person because as far as black male greatness, you get it on all. And I'm talking about the real young ones, stuff that Truth went through. Because we had talks,
Yeah.
and you get it from all sides. Your
That's right.
counselor, your teacher,
The more greatness you show,
your
the more
big
you get.
brother. Everybody is telling you what you don't have to do. And the thing is, if you're hearing that more than what you have to do and what you need to do and what your purpose is and blah blah blah, you're gonna do the bare minimum.
Can you say
So
that
most
again for the
people,
niggas who didn't hear
Right.
you?
when you're constantly told what you don't have to do, oh, you don't need to do all that. Well, you don't need to do this, and then then they tell you the alternative, which is something easy. I'm gonna just keep it real. It's always something that it's a cheat sheet or a cheat code.
Right.
So they make it look like
The end
you are born to
around.
be mediocre, that kind of thing. When you getting that from everybody, your mama, all that, and now you're getting it because back then the Pookie and Ray Rays would say, "Man, won't you be a doctor, man? Leave that dude alone. Matter of fact, let me buy you some books. Just go over there. Don't do the stuff I do."
It
Pookies
ain't
and
like
Ray
that.
Rays used to do that. Now Pookies and Ray
Art.
Rays,
I hate to interrupt you because you're on a flow. Can I ask you something? Because you're probably the senior guy on the panel right now, right? You
I
know, with
hate to
all
be in
due
that
respect.
position. But go
No,
ahead.
it's an honorable position in my book. And it's funny. I want to ask you a question because I was a child of the '80s, right?
Hmm.
When you saw the dealers and the Pookies and the Ray Rays and the Hooter Daddits and back in the day we didn't have Pookies and Ray Rays, we had Mookies and Poops. But anyway, um, you saw the guy on the corner slinging. You probably didn't know exactly what he did, but you just saw the money. Was it true that he'd give you like a $20 bill and say you don't want this life, take your ass to school?
I don't remember seeing that. I mean, I heard some stories, but for the most part, you did see that. But at the same time, some people were always driven by that instead of being Calvin from McDonald's. Remember that crack
Yeah, that's
documentary?
funny. It's funny
Yeah,
as hell.
yeah, you saw, but you didn't, you saw that. But some people were encouraged, to be Calvin,
Yeah.
because and then moved up and have chains of McDonald's.
Mhm.
So we still had that what do you call it? That strength, but as far as the ones that got caught up in that stuff, that's where that whole just say no campaign and all these different things, they got caught right in the web,
Yeah.
because it was a trap, and Ricky Ross and all these people were part. They didn't even know they were part of it. They just making money.
Yeah, just making money. Didn't even
So
know.
that's what's happening. So going back to the whole thing about That now you're Pookie and Ray Rays are saying, you need to get on your purpose, little nigga. You don't need no education. He's saying that now. You know what I'm saying? So you get it from all sides, and I always say this. See, people see when people hear me say this, man, what's wrong with that, man? He in education, he in school, blah blah. But when I say, but the girls are told you need to go to college, so you don't need a man, everybody go, oh, and that's the thing because even if you're a dad, most dads say that shit too.
Yep.
So the thing is, we're empowering our girls to do men shit. And the thing is, we're thinking that we're telling dudes to do men stuff, but what we're doing is we're telling them to do men stuff from a workers or an employee standpoint. We're not really cultivating the power in the young men. So when I say that I'm only getting one, I probably get 30 brothers or 30 little boys, but eventually somebody's going to get to them, and then that number get down to like maybe 3 or even 2.
Damn.
Still beautiful though, bro. It's still beautiful, man.
So that's one of my frustrations because how
Yes,
you gonna be
equation.
how you gonna be this brilliant, but you stuck here at Target and you got nowhere else to go, and you got 2 kids.
Damn.
You know
Man.
that's bugs me.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Shit stacked up against him.
Because I'm not gonna be bugging the dude that got felonies and failed and dropped out of school. I'm not gonna tell him he need to go to college. You know, and I'm not saying that he don't deserve to go, but he has some things that he has to work out.
You gotta be more
But the
realistic also.
but this dude that could be a future engineer, he can be my doctor, he can be my lawyer, he can be all these things. But before he got to me, somebody told him otherwise. Even with a 3.5 GPA or 4.0, and sometimes I run into those. I'm like, dude, what you doing over here? Oh, man, things happen, blah blah blah. And the thing, he's having this conversation with me because he knows I knew how great he was or she was.
Right.
And that's
So
what that conversation goes with, brother, to chime in on that. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I had a guy that I used to be his manager when I was a young brother at 19. He went out to work for Mark Cuban, seen me at another job years later. We both used to work for Yahoo back in the days. And he said, man, you're working here? He said, and he tells everybody at my job, he said, this guy used to be my manager. They know him as, Mark Cuban's little buddy or whatever. And they like, what? For real? And it's like, that's how it happens. You 100% right, brother. I will stand on that.
yeah, because it bugs me because not only we see it, but we're seeing them getting effed every which way. So you like if you walking in there, he getting cussed out by his manager or whatever it is, and you like this dude that I really thought that was going to be this or that. He's going through this, and then you just and the best thing you can do is shake his hand and say keep your head up. You know,
Damn.
and that's the thing. Well, I ain't gonna say that's the best way because some people know. Because I take a lot of stuff I'm saying, I take it from my mother because my mother was an educator. And she's always trying to give somebody something to where they're certificated or got some kind of degree in something, so you can't they can't mess you over. You have more options. So I try to do that too, but she was on steroids with it. I ain't gonna lie. If it was a guy that had an Ernie's Rib Shack, she would talk that dude into trying to get his credentials so he can have students work for him. So he can be a teacher while running Ernie's Rib Shack. And those employees happen to be his
Right.
students. And he gets certificated because they work under him. She works that out. You can, by the way, that if anybody's interested in that, just look up your anything with VocEd credentials. It ain't hard,
Yeah.
and you don't have to go to college for that.
Yeah, certification is important, brother. And I work in the IT field. I tell a lot of the young brothers, first thing, even if you didn't, I went for computer programming in college, but even if some of the brothers that didn't, but they're very talented. So they grew up with this, okay? The internet was a new thing when I was coming up, and I, just so happened to be more on that level that I went to school for. But some of the younger cats, man, they cold with it. and if you can develop it in with them, and they don't go to college, certifications A+. Okay, that's your hardware certifications. You need that off the muscle. I tell these people, this test costs $350. Why would you saddle yourself into the computer programming thing that I went for in college with $100,000 damn dollars of debt? So when you get out, you doing some IT job for some bullshit company, insert name here, paying you $15 an hour. Good luck. And that's the only people that's worse than the IRS and child support is student loans. So I would not wish that up on my worst enemy. Straight
And
up.
I'm gonna say this, and it may hurt some people's feelings. I hope not. But some people do, like do a counter to me saying, I know plenty of people with degrees and they ain't doing too well. And I can always counter and say, because I'm a teacher at a school, right? And I'm a professor at a college. I know plenty of people that I work with at college that do have degrees and they're making lots of money. That could be my counter. So what does that mean? That is my environment. So your environment may command that kind of talk. So you probably ran into a lot of people that just didn't make the cut or didn't do things accordingly as far as earning their way up. And it's not a pull yourself by the bootstrap type thing, but some people are just not being honest about their college experience.
See, what I said was with the A+, what I came into the problem, I'm glad you spoke on that, my brother. I'm going to expand on that. When I came into college, being what I was explaining earlier, the younger brothers nowadays, how they're more talented with some of these things than an older person on average, their aptitude is high. So when you teacher, you're a professor yourself, and you will see some students, I'm sure, that will come in there, like you said, some of them, they got problems, you know what I'm saying? But their aptitude is high, you know what I'm saying? So you generally, as a real teacher, I've seen in my particular thing, not all teachers, it was a female teacher, but she came in there, she would do the lessons and I would finish it, pretty quick. So I did, it's a 30-minute lesson, 30-minute lab. I do 5 minutes, done, print it, done. And I'm over here browsing, internet. She's like, don't do that. I said, why?
She didn't sleep with the students? No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
She said, don't do it because it makes the other students upset when you finish the work faster. I said, well, that makes absolutely no sense, but okay. Wow. So you need to stop getting on IGN and stop getting on CNN. I was looking at tech stuff back in the days. It wasn't, Facebook didn't exist. And I would just, look, that's when CNN actually almost had objective news and before the war. And technology wasn't everything about an iPhone. It was actually ramjet stuff. They were talking about radical propulsion, all this different stuff. They actually talked about this thing. Now, if you go to Plus Tech on there, everything is an app. Not saying nothing wrong with that, but it was just different. So, I'm over there browsing that, checking in some stuff on the engineering side. She's like, oh, no, the admins told me you've been going to other sites after you finish your work early. You cannot do that anymore. And I want you sit in the back because everybody is seeing what you're doing on your lab computer. Now they're more interested in what you're doing.
I just wrote about that. I went through that in second grade. And then the fact that I was fighting against that to try to put me in special ed.
They deadly with it, brother. I had two it's women. It's normally women. Never a man would do that.
Black woman.
I think that's what chimes in. In my situation as a white woman and a black woman in my college days, I wasn't second grade, but man, that's phenomenal what you're saying. But it was college stage, they actually, they've got their credentials, they're getting paid. And instead of, you know what I'm saying, basically cultivate, I know when you go home, you don't build computers, but you're doing computer programming, you don't build programs, you don't code, really. You're just reading the book, okay? That's it. So when you have a student that is basically hot-wired your computer, done your lesson in 5 minutes, everyone else now is laughing and is playing Mario on an emulator with no sound. And now it's like, we need to take, if I was a man teacher in that situation versus a woman teacher, I would say, hey, shit, that motherfucker, what did you just do? Hey,
that sounds like we need to change numbers because I got some shit.
I swear to God, we need to.
Bro.
That's the prodigy, and we need to teach all the other people what he knows.
Yo, gaming
So, we
PCs
all
is
doing
the
it in
future,
5
man.
minutes.
Yo, gaming PCs always been the future. I tell people that all the time, bro.
Yes, sir. But that's how I learned IT, because I had to. In Mississippi, I didn't have no Fry's. There was no Best Buy. That shit did not exist.
What part of Mississippi?
I was in the Delta, my brother. So it's even
Okay,
worse.
my
The only
folks are
place-
from Vicksburg.
Okay, my cousins stay in Vicksburg. I know where you at. Now the coast town, Jackson. Now they have a little. At that time, Circuit City was still alive.
So what you telling me, bro? You had to make something out of nothing?
Pretty much. What I did was at the school. Okay, now I was basically telling the school people what they basically needed to where we could get. We didn't. Everything was AOL and 2.8 kilobytes per second.
You're talking about the 90s, huh?
Yeah, that's when I was in school. So they would really. I was basically the IT person for the school before they know they needed an IT person for the school. That's how it was, and I was able to get some of their hardware. You know what I'm saying? And then make my computer stronger to be able to play the games. But I really just a kid. I just using their hardware to play the game. But that taught me in the process how to rig stuff and how to make stuff. And then now that experience that I learned just in that way, teaching myself, now lends. And then when I went to college, and then now as I am today with doing Bitcoin and all the different stuff, all that stuff led from just that young kid there.
Oh, is that my phone? Kind of
You
quiet.
know,
Okay.
yeah, I didn't know if Charles was still, if Charles was still up, but I wanted to address something that was said a little earlier. You know, I've just been listening. I'm I'm muted up, especially when sorry for my background. But yeah, I'm muted up because you know, once you started talking about the nation, I have mad respect for the nation, so I just wanted to listen, and that's why I didn't interrupt that whole time. Yeah, but the young man that said that the women keep on commenting how we're conquered and whatnot, you know, I approach that a little different than other brothers in the space. I like to whenever they bring up that type of rhetoric or talking point, what I like to do is say, you know, at one point, you know, the Nazis ran Germany, and I wonder if Jewish women were saying the same type of thing to their men, you know, and you know, America did bomb Japan, and I wonder if the Japanese were saying the same thing to their men, you know, like you know, and it's just a way of like reminding black women that they sound like white supremacists without without actually telling them they sound like white supremacists. And it's not like it's not because I necessarily think they care, but it is a way to tell them to shut the hell up without telling them to shut the hell up. You know.
What group of women,
Hey, bro,
just as a
when you
side
said white
aspect,
supremacists,
what group of women
Alexa
were the
just went
best
off.
fighters, like after their area had been conquered and they were just like the guerrilla fighters who were taking it to the partisan, like straight up partisan fighters? What group or nationality of women that you know of that held a rebellion down and was able to do a coup on the government of the oppressors? Does that exist?
Yeah, the
In
Amazon
their minds, that's the only places exist. In their
in
minds,
Africa.
they don't exist nowhere on paper.
The original Amazonian African women, they did it, but they lost eventually against the European colonialists. But
Yeah,
they
it was
did
the
fight
Portuguese.
a war back and forth for like 3-4 times, and they wound up losing at the end of the war.
It was a
But
Domilaje, right?
they was a women warrior tribe. They was the original Amazonian women of Bantus.
Okay, so what I'm saying is in the recent thing, like who was saying about the Jews, those Jew women,
like
I
now?
seen some of the
Hell no.
French partisan women, right, where the Allies was delivering, we was delivering guns, basically in a certain part of the French. We knew the Vichy French was working with Hitler, right? That was the aristocracy. The people had, it was the coup. They said, fuck it, you know, we gonna give it up. And it was a couple people that was installed in that shit, the Vichy, but them damn partisans, they didn't like that shit. So we was delivering guns, like special made. They got a gun now worth so much money. It was like
Africans was fighting under the Hitler regime also. That's what a lot of people just don't know. Hitler had more than just white hair, blue eyed people, you know? And in the Aryan race come from North India. You know, the Punjab region.
I mean,
That's
they're
what
mixed. They don't want to ever, of course, in their eugenics program, ever say that.
Aryan is a Sanskrit word, so
you want to hear the funniest thing. It is a Sanskrit word, but you want to hear the funniest thing. Also, the other day I was watching the program, and they were talking about ancient India, right? And they were showing the temple. It was a Shiva temple, and on the Shiva temple, it had the swastika and it had the Star of David on the other side of it. And it was like, so I'm like, hold on, why does it have that? So I start Googling. I keep a lot of books in the house. I got a book that's on all the symbols from Masonic symbols to regular symbols called the Book of Symbols. So I look in the
Right
book
on.
and I find the two signs and it tell you like the earliest history to this etymology. So when I found it, it showed Hinduism for both of them. And I'm like, damn, Hinduism was 3,000 years before any Abrahamic religion.
Didn't they?
Yeah,
Did they fight over that too?
the swastika
So they
also was from
already
Africa
had, that's
too.
what I'm saying. There people are adopting things that doesn't even have nothing to do with them. The Star of David and the
Man,
swastika symbol was around. Was Indian symbols 3,000 years before Hitler was even thought of, man.
you can go in the
And you know
recent
what
times with
though?
the rainbow.
And you know what though, Khalil, you right, bro, because even in the 80s, as I was reading, you know, you had a lot of black punk rockers who were taking all these patches and putting them on their jackets, and they didn't know what they really meant, you know.
Yeah,
But
they
when
still do it to this day. The new
yeah,
young kids doing it now.
and then once they found out
Yeah.
what they meant, they started getting into all these different cults. So you're right, they do have uh, black people who really helped out white supremacy, you know, and people that were down with Hitler.
Still
Right.
do. Hey, yo, bro, every time you go in and clock in at work, you helping out white supremacy.
You're right.
Guess what? I like to say this. Sometimes you gotta help out shit. For example, brothers need a job, and you
It
know
goes
how,
both ways, Uncle
and you know,
Charles.
and
It
you know
goes
how
both
me,
ways.
and you know how. Believe it or not, this is basically another nephew for me. Man. Basically, he is one of my nephew's good friends, best friends, and even on the religious type. Think about this, man. We're gonna
Mm-hmm.
go to the religious type.
Yes, sir.
Did Jesus speak to the people's needs first or their souls?
Here's to good friends.
Well,
The
He went
night
so
is
he went
kind of
to their knees
special.
first, then he went to their souls.
Why?
Because a lot of people were sick, they was uneducated, they needed to get healed. He healed people. He had to make people believe in him, man. He had to make people believe that he was a prophet, man. And then after that, when he supposedly had died on the cross, or I don't want to disrespect anybody's belief system right now
We'll
by me
just go
saying
by.
that. And if I
We'll
did, I
just
yeah.
go.
really
We'll just
apologize.
go by. We'll just go by what contextual text say.
All right, so I just want to apologize to anybody if I disrespected y'all.
You
But
know, we'll just go by contextual text that he died on the cross and
yeah,
all that.
yeah, and
But
he
you gotta.
died on the cross. Then he came for the people's souls because people start believing they all one with Jesus, where they start
So,
eating pieces of bread and all that.
but you
But
gotta remember the important part that I got out of that was the reason why he talked to their souls first. I mean, excuse me, their needs first. Is the same reason why when people say we need this, that, and the fourth for the black man. If the black man needs a job and the black man's hungry and the black man's homeless, he don't give a fuck about your unity.
Yeah, because the needs was about bread, water, and healing.
You got to feed the man first.
You know, no matter. Put it to you this way: K. Dot would not have asked me that question unless I met his need. People would not have donated to my channel or Arch channel unless they had their intellectual need met. Then I could speak to your soul. Because guess what happens? This is where we fail. We like to lecture people to death without giving them something that's practical. And,
yes, sir.
And what happens is when you talk to people and say, "Hey, I've been through this situation. Learn from me. This ain't cool." Like Truth got my number too when he asked me questions about girls, how to deal with them, and all this other stuff. Guess what? I give him the raw skinny. I said, "This is what you can do to get the girls." But remember, what's up, Jay Shine? Happy Juneteenth, man. You gotta.
Charles, Art, can you send me your show your thing too?
I posted in the chat since
You
you're not.
supposed to think. All right, can you finish for me, Uncle Charles? I'm sorry.
So in other words, when you have a lot of brothers out there
Mm-hmm.
who need their needs met, you know, we fail at a certain criteria by lecturing brothers to become better men when the first goddamn thing of being a man is how am I supposed to be a man if I can't conquer, if I can't put food on the table, if I can't feed myself, how the fuck am I going to feed a family?
Giving the wrong information.
That's
Yeah,
right. You
alpha the
gotta
way
feed
out of it.
yourself first.
We can no creature in the world alpha. The last time a nigga alpha their way out of it, there wasn't written history. Motherfuckers had spears and ran for like 15 miles so the fucking creature collapsed of exhaustion and died. Okay? That's the last time niggas out. Let me put it to you this way, right? When the shorty told me she had to be masculine her way, you're only masculine because I let you be masculine. Or what you think is masculine. See, to broads, they think masculinity is a light switch. To us, masculinity is either a way of life or a death sentence.
Fight or flight.
Because number one, your job is to protect the kids and get the fuck out of there. My job is to kill or at least give enough time for you to escape and give up my life for your safety so the lineage can live.
Right.
What the fuck do I get for that type of sacrifice? No woman has yet ever asked that, except for one woman. And you know what her answer was?
What?
Total, undying devotion.
Now, that's a good saying.
She said, if a man is willing to kill or die for me, total, undying devotion.
Man, that's what's up right there. Hey,
that's what the fuck you used to get.
Yeah, that was the deal.
That's some superhero shit.
They've soured the deal. No, it's actuaried out. They've done the numbers. This is why they're doing this, and we are the block to it. But as men, that's why we're here, and that's why we're speaking our mind. And I think what everybody's doing here is great because you're right. We need to be having these conversations about. Let's not speak on everybody else, but just the brothers that we're talking about.
You know what?
Well, I think 30%, it's 100%. But like my man saying, sometimes only 30% might actually go on to do something. Well, and if you don't sample the 100% range, you'll never get to the 30.
Did you ever see Handed Rocks a Cradle?
Yeah.
There's a part where this dude opened the refrigerator, and that crazy chick kind of went up to him and got in his face. And he kind of like he had the chills because he knew, there was some kind of sexual tension between them. And he said, I only love one woman. And she went up to his face and said, that's all you really need. Like that. I was like, oh my God. These women know. But go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to speak to something real quick.
That's one of your cult favorites, man.
And that's
that was a good. That was a good.
I remember the movie. I remember the movie. It's a great movie, yo. But I remember the like you said, I remember the little tangle they had with each other. But now you're gonna make me watch that part.
That was deep.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that shit now for real.
That was deep because she was all up in his face.
When that shit came out.
She was all up in his face, and the thing was,
she startled him.
He knew that
in the scene she startled him.
He knew he belonged to his wife, supposedly, quote unquote. But at the same time, this chick was her sexual tension was so strong that it could have got him off of his square as far as with his wife, because basically she wanted to be the one. I mean, according to the movie, that's what it was. She wanted to replace everything so that she can be the mother of their child and be his woman. But she, it was. Y'all got to see what I'm talking about.
So if it was a movie, it was written from a real thought that existed in somebody's mind.
Oh, it's a chess player. It was a crazy chess players movie.
Yeah, I look at it. You say chess players.
I would say a crazy chess player. You know, there's always
Yeah,
different type of intricacies in there and
definitely,
movements.
definitely. But that's why when you said
So
it, I was like, my antennas went up.
By the
That
way, I
fucking
think
misery movie, man, that shit is ridiculous. You could do some metaphors on that
I
shit.
can't call that a chess play.
No,
by
no,
the
no.
way,
I got the
Fucking
funniest.
crazy.
I got the
by the way,
funniest one for you, right? I know a brother he's a Muslim brother too, right? He's very deep. He has 3 stores. He's very conscious, and he sticks to himself. He doesn't get into any internet beefs. He's all about his family and his daughter. Guess what he called me on the phone about yesterday when I stopped talking about? He saw The Matrix for the first time.
Oh
He went
shit.
nuts.
How
He
old is
went nuts. He was like, "Do you know what's going on?" I'm like, "No."
I'm
I'm
gonna tell
like,
you,
It's
"Do
all
you know
around
it's a 2
us.
and
I'm,
3?"
I'm gonna say this because I finally got out of my panel,
Oh my
and
god, man.
it just
Nina
dawned
was
to
trying
my.
to get in, you guys.
Nina, go. Where's Nina?
Yo, he act like it was the Bible, man. I'm like, oh my
Oh
god.
damn, Nino, he left. He was trying to get in, and I was gonna go out and after him, but he already out of here.
Who,
If
Namer?
he's there,
No, Namer's still here.
oh, he said Nina.
Yo, I never seen somebody listen. He
Wasn't
saw the
Nino
Matrix for
talking?
the first time. He thought that it was the truth. Like he was like, "You don't see it. You don't see it." And I was like, "Man, they got a cult of people like you." He said, "Where they at?" I said, "Like 10 years ago."
Oh, the
Like,
what do you call
10
those
years
people?
ago.
The Heaven's Gate people?
No, 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 not the Heaven's Gate. After they made
oh
the movie The
shit.
Matrix, they had like a cult following, people
They
who really
still
believe in
do.
it.
They still do.
Yeah, they do blue
Mhm.
pill.
Yeah.
They do blue pill, red pill stuff. Oh, my
Yeah.
bad. Go ahead.
Oh,
All
shit.
day.
Damn. That was like yesterday or today. You know, it's funny, Art. I want to bring this up to you, and I love your point of view because sometimes your point of view is different than what I imagine. Not because it's on a bad thing, but it's an enlightenment thing. So many chicks in the black community do not pride themselves on being submissive or cooperative. They take it as a badge of fucking courage.
Mm.
And they wonder why men are repelled by them. I have one chick that says, I'm a bit of a hothead. I don't want to be submissive. Why should I do it? And I'm just looking at it like, you don't understand men, do you? Why do I need to understand men?
You know, because people kind of frown when I say this, but the masculine, I mean, the men's role is tied to our masculinity. What is it? Provide, protect,
Problem solve,
secure, all that. That's
procreate.
tied to our. That's who we are. So when a chick wants to do the same shit, it's like, wait a minute, what's tied to your femininity in this merger? Silence. So that's all. I went back and forth with a few sisters about this. I'm like, no, this masculinity is non-negotiable. So either I'm going to be on my post, or you got to step.
You know,
Because basically, I mean, that's the only way it's going to work. Go ahead.
you know, Art, what you're saying into something Charles was saying a few minutes ago. I don't think people fully appreciate systems anymore and how systems are built and how systems are maintained. This is going also to what Charles was saying about offering your way through, right? Systems create people, allow for people to elevate a certain way, right? And allow their talents to show. Right. So what you're talking about, like when it comes to femininity operating a certain way and masculinity operating a certain way, we're stripping the system that allows for masculinity to mean something. That's why you're seeing boys care less and less about being masculine because
Yep.
the system that's supposed to reward that is gone, or if it's not fully gone, it's losing its power as we speak, right? And that's why the young men are like, but what's the point? As a matter of fact, in many ways being masculine is a burden, right? Especially if you're supposedly, well, if you're supposed to be going to college or university and you're trying to advance yourself, the way the I guess the gynocratic system is operating is stripping men of masculinity meaning something, which is funny because it's also it's stripping women of femininity, right? And that's what we're dealing with right now. Women being stripped of femininity and men being stripped of masculinity, and the fallout of that is some, I don't know, social dystopian bullshit,
I can
right?
reveal though. There's a hell of a lot of masculine dudes in these college campuses.
No, I figured that. I'm just saying them showing that on a daily. I mean, I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
how well that
because I know
works.
what you're saying. You referring to some of the gynocratic, beaten down brothers that feel that they can simp their way through, through
Yep.
their process or whatever. But you still have the big man on campus with the muscles, going to the gym, going to class. That you got a lot of alpha men on campus.
Who? Derek
So you
Jackson?
have that
No,
too.
I'm playing.
I don't even know what he is. I don't even what category he'll be in. I had to ask BGI. But he probably called it. What he call it? He probably called him a Mega Man. But other than that, man, this is where we at though. But the point
Yeah.
that you do, I mean, the point that I had to give you is that it's slim pick. It's slim pickings when it comes to black male leadership on these campuses. So you do have a split rather than a great force. So you do have a split where half the time you got the guys that are on campus that pretty much, capitulate to what the gynocratic system is and try to sit in these feminist classes and try to say all this stuff, and they agree, they name all the books and authors and sit in these little discussions or what have you, and wearing little dreadlocks and glasses. Um, but you do have these athletic brothers too, though. You got the football team, you got the wrestlers, you got the fraternities, you got all these different people that I'm just ain't gonna, I ain't, I'm gonna be real. They on some red pill stuff, but with a degree.
You know what I was
So
thinking while you were speaking, Art, is maybe just like the economic structure is getting more stratified, maybe that's what masculinity is turning into, right? Where you'll have more and more, fewer and fewer men at the top that all the women want to get with, right? And that's been the case throughout human history. But I think
that's
it's going to be to the point where these women are really going to be like, well, if I can't have him, I don't want nothing, and I mean it though. And
to
I
your
think that's
point.
what you kind of get right now. Go ahead, go ahead.
To your point, that is their biggest fear. You
Yeah.
got this dude of masculine means, leadership abilities, but know
Hmm.
everything there is under the sun. That is the biggest nightmare to not only
Yeah.
white supremacy, but to the black feminists, to the BL, all that. That cannot happen. I'm
But
telling
that's
you,
what's gonna happen.
it's a group effort to make sure that you do not have a large number of black masculine men that's taking over their situation, not taking over America, but
Hmm.
taking over their situation and building nations within their space. That is exactly what they don't want. Look at BLM's manifesto or whatever you call it.
I remember
That is
that they
that is
took
their
down.
goal. That is their goal. Okay. We already know about so-called white supremacy or whatever. We already know what their goal is. I mean, if we can go down the list. The white feminists. Uh, now the Asians want a stake in it. So everybody feels that, hey, if we can just minimize this black masculine power, then we can sleep at night. Well, everybody got different reasons. A lot of the so-called minorities do this to us because they think that the white
Hey, brother
establishment is
Art,
going to give them a little something.
I'm gonna call you out on this one. You back on that colorism, man?
Oh, well, we're speaking the language right now. So once you speak the language, then basically that's
We
how
we
we're
all
going to come
together.
across.
We know what you're talking about, though. But
Yeah,
yeah,
we
that's
speak
the
the
problem.
language. Yeah, when we speak the
No,
language,
colorism. You know, that's the problem when people start to label everything as being black and white, man. Cause it's I mean, it has history behind it. You have people that when they came, like the Italians and Irish, the white peoples consider them different nationalities.
what are they now?
Give me a second.
Okay.
So what, hold on. What happens? What happens is this. You said this early in the conversation, right? I listen to what you say, not because my Uncle Charles tell me that you a smart person. I can hear how the way you talk. I know you're a smart person. And everybody on here is a smart person. That's why I'm even on this whole platform. That's why I love you guys. The thing that I noticed though that you said earlier that really grasped me was that a lot of those people, they kind of went on with the white thing because it was more easier for them. It was more easier for them to do. So like they just didn't do it nowadays, even though they're still doing it nowadays. Because you got people that literally like black kids who got white parents that'll just say like, "Hey, I'm white," if they can passable. But back in the day, it was taken very seriously. It was more laws that was based on it that we got to look at. And you got like Italians back in the day. It was like it's cool to be black and hip until we talk about stocks and bonds and checks and stuff like that. And associations to the country club. You know, they can twerk on TV, they can dance, they can shake their ass like a black girl. They can say, "Hey, I'm not white," when they got their own TV show and they around their homeboys. But when it came to their paperwork, a lot of those people was like, damn, to be an indentured servant, in which a lot of people was back in that day. It's a big difference between slave, indentured servant, and free man. You know, titles and logos means everything. A lot of them people that were like from Irish blood, Italian blood, they were dark-skinned people. Very dark-skinned people.
What do they consider themselves now?
The reason why they consider themselves now is because they caught in a Crayola system like everybody else is.
Let me help you out on this, fam.
It's a Crayola system.
But let me
They start calling
Hold
themselves white. You ask me a question, let me answer.
Hold on, Khalil. Let me get his side out.
I gotta finish answering my question first. Answer his question first. So they're caught in a Crayola system. So what they did was they went with what was right. And what it was being white, they gave their birthright away. That's what they did.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, Khalil. What is white? What is white in America?
Definition or by color code? Because my family being on my passport, it say that I'm white because my father from North Africa, but he black as shit.
Why do you think that is?
Because white and black is an American color code. It's not a nationality.
It's just an American color code, not a Canadian, not a British color code, neither.
Let me put it to you this way: when somebody says when they look at black when they look at black in America, what are they really saying?
You a slave. You a nigga.
Well, it starts with a C.
A
class.
Or you
class.
It is. It's a caste. It's a caste. It's definitely a caste.
He said class. He said class.
But it's a caste also.
Also, the other part you want to look at is a social construct. Okay, that's why the Italians were the last ones to be considered white. But now, since the whole white social construct is being diminished by birth rate, they're starting to open the doors up a little bit more. So now you got your Arabs. You mentioned your father, right?
Yeah.
You got all these different people. Even
he was born in Mauritania, but with him being born in Mauritania, my grandfather also was born in Mauritania. My grandfather was one of the first guys to bring like the horses to the States selling the fruit and shit. Yeah. But when they passport, it says white, because anybody from any northern West Africa to Egypt, part of Africa, is considered white by code.
So what's happening is that
only in the United States.
So what's happening is that a lot of us that don't really read this, we do it from a crayon standpoint. right? And also, we were told that we're African American, but Africa is a continent, right?
Exactly.
So you have these things that make your existence ambiguous. But but the thing is, also white is ambiguous.
Of course. Of
So
course.
so
Of
you
course.
have those things to where when we speak of black and white, we're not speaking from a crayon standpoint. We're speaking on a construct of identity. So, like that's why when we speak in these these codes, languages, racial issues, stuff like that. I don't care if you Latino,
I
if
call
you,
it cognitive.
I'll just be quiet. I'll be quiet. Go ahead, fam.
No. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
So when we're speaking these things, you know, the part is that we can't get caught up in the whole shade thing. That's why, because I think you mentioned colorism, correct?
Right.
So that became a sub I would say a sub construct problem that we had as well within the black community, mostly with our women. So that's what's going on. So now they try. I mean, most of the time, like for the brothers, we don't really go for that much. But what they do is they try to make a hierarchy of skin. For example, the pretty boy is looked a certain way. He has to be light skinned. The most tough and rugged dude has to be chocolate, right? That is still a social construct.
That's one
You
of
know,
them.
so
It is, and
that
it still goes that way.
yeah. So this is what's happening is that when we have these discussions, we just have to know the difference on the language so
But
that
how
we
are
can
we going to
continue on.
represent ourselves as a nation? And that's what you were talking about.
Oh,
How are
we're
we going to
not there
represent?
yet. We're not there yet, fam. I mean,
Okay.
that's
Okay.
the bad truth. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
hard truth. Is
Because
that
if you say you're black and you say you a nigga and you say that I'm not black, and I'm not saying you particular, but I'm speaking like in the majority of a genre of people of what they say color with the bunny ears. Like, how can, and I'm not trying to sound like the old guys like Martin Luther King and Al Sharpton, but it has to come to a time like we have to accept something. Like you said, underground. I completely agree with you when you made that statement. We might
well,
have to go underground
like
because that's
again,
how.
Khalil, when you get a chance, let me ask you a question.
well, let me address what he's
Go ahead, brother.
saying
Go
though.
for it.
I'm
Go
gonna
for it.
address it because again, like for example, I wish I can do my demonstration, but I always do that demonstration on why we are always conflating or mixing race with cultures and nationalities. So if you could just imagine, hopefully I can just go with your imagine, people's
You don't think
imagination.
those two mix? You don't think those two mix?
Well, I can break it down to you,
Go
like I
for
do
it.
it, like I do in class. Um,
Go for it.
if you can do a horizontal line across,
Okay.
that would represent cultures and nationalities. So down that line, you're looking at Indian to Arabs to Africans to Europeans, whatever it is, right? But if you can do a vertical line
Mm-hmm.
crossing it,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna have all the way to the top. That would be either your dark, original, black, or whatever. On the bottom, it would be your white or your new, right? Your new people. So when you could you talking about the crayon thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about race is usually stages of a journey, right? From beginning to end, whether it's NASCAR, track, or whatever. So when you take and go down that horizon line, what's happening is that if you look at the Arabs, isn't there dark Arabs? Like imagine where you're going up. You go
They're
to the
still
bottom,
dark.
there's
Yeah,
light
they're
Arabs.
dark Arabs to this day.
Then you got light Arabs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go down a list, and they're dark Indians. You go down, it's light Indians. Go across, you have dark Africans, and I guess you go on to the bottom, it's light Africans. So the thing is that every nationality has a stage, and what's happening everywhere you go, like Dr. Khalid Muhammad said, The
Mm-hmm.
white is on the
One of
top
my favorites.
and the black is on the bottom within every culture and nationality. This is the madness and the craziness that we're still trying to work our way out of. So everywhere you go, you're still going to have the race issue in Brazil or in Venezuela or even in Africa. There's always that based on
Due to
a
European
social
colonization.
construct.
Yeah, social construct. You're right. You're right.
So when you speak the language right now, we're the youngest. We are the youngest and the newest concept of a culture or an even existence. So right now, we're still finding ways to break eggs to make omelets and squeeze lemons to make lemonade. So
Shouldn't
we're
be.
still,
We
so we're
shouldn't be.
still.
We
I
shouldn't
mean,
be.
but here's the thing, and I said this in one of my. Well, I had this in one of my scripts.
We're the most
Always,
advanced country in the world.
always
You can
look at
go to you can Google on your phone, the tap of your phone, and find out any
man.
information that you want
Patience
to
is a
find.
virtue. Okay, so the whole thing is never look at the shoulds. Always look at the must. What you must do, what must be done, because shoulds will never save you. So whatever you have working with you right now, that would, and unfortunately, what black folks find ways to bond is through struggle for some reason. It's usually
But
struggle.
but you
So
know what
when
though,
you,
Art?
wow, I'll just go
I'm
on mute
sorry.
for a while
No, go ahead, man.
because
I'm gonna
I
shut
know
up.
this is like a topic.
It's just been on my tongue, man, trying to talk. But go ahead. I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that, and I just be real quiet because I had to make my concoction. Uh, most of us we really bond by struggle. That's why it makes it. That's why everybody got all these different ideals on who we should be called and all that. But usually, when we had that fist going up and all these different types of things, you got to use whatever bonds you until everybody comes together and finds some common cause to go up another level. So let's go with brother is it Khalid? I got my phone is small. Let's go
Yeah,
with
Khalil, I think we're separated by struggle also.
well, that's the thing.
Because sometimes
The
people feel like they work
okay.
harder than you do. Like you got brothers that went to college and graduated, and they might feel that another brother who probably stayed in the hood his whole life and just drunk beers didn't acquire the same knowledge that they did.
Well, here's the thing on that
You
one
got
too.
brothers that
It's
are
struggle.
Masons that join fraternities who feel like
But
other brothers that was in college that went to
but
college
this
with them.
but those guys you're talking about, they're pushing the fact that their struggle is over, so I don't have to do what you do anymore. That's that issue. But still, there are people that do remember, like for example, Sammy Davis Jr. He wasn't doing too well when he was younger, but as he got older and rich, he still reached back. So that struggle kept him bonded with Martin Luther King.
You say
We
Sammy Davis
had
Jr.?
Sammy Davis
Khalil, you
Jr.
gotta let Art get to the period, bro. You gotta let him get to the period.
I
Uh,
couldn't hear him. That's why I asked him.
yeah, Sammy Davis Jr.
Sammy Davis Jr.
He
Yeah.
had a very interesting upbringing to where he had to do a lot of like buck dancing and all kinds of things to put money in a can and all that. He was struggling, but as he got older, he started becoming more successful and rich. So the fact that he struggled and he got rich later on, it still kept the bond between him and Martin Luther King. He understood and he was sending Martin Luther King money, even though they kept criticizing him about these white women. But he still had that struggle. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying is that that's probably the only thing that we have that bonds us is the struggle instead of the greatness. So that's why we have all these different catchphrases and names and stuff like that. And like you said, we come up with what colored, Negro, black, all these different things. But what makes you more bonded more than any of these titles is your struggle than anything else.
That's
I
powerful.
go on I go on mute while I make my concoction. But
I
go ahead,
agree.
y'all.
I
Okay.
agree.
Okay. Let me chime in real quick. I agree with both of you. I agree with you on the fact that you stated earlier about the Asians. Uh, they don't like each other as much, but collectively they are a team. And that's the same thing that should happen with black people. So we could go into this. Oh, well, it's not my problem, or I didn't have the same struggle. But I think that and I say this to Khalil too, because Khalil stated something about the brothers that felt like they didn't have the same opportunity. Hey, we may not have the same opportunity, but we do have the same choices. You could make choices. We'll never have the same opportunities, but like Art said, you make the best of what you use what you got to get what you want. We may not have it the same way, but we can come to somewhere in the middle and get there. That's all I want to say.
That's definitely true.
And I'm with you, Khalil, because that N word, I still have reservations over it, but I made peace with some people just can't let go of it because it's like fast food. It may taste good and everything, but it's still not good for you. But at the same time, I have to look past some of that just to bond with my brother.
The thing that I'll push back on is the idea of this being exclusive to America and the color coded system. Look, don't let these other places fool you. In Canada, they have the same issue. Yes,
Facts.
it's different type of black people, but it's all black people.
Facts.
In Britain too, it's different type of black people, but it's all black people, and they call them black people, right? And other pejoratives. So, excuse me, but this is not exclusive to Black Americans. And
Yeah,
I would
that's
like
why
to.
that's why I
Go
did
ahead,
that.
I'm sorry.
That's why I did, Dr. Z. I did that vertical line, the horizon line.
Who created the terminology black and who conquered America? You gotta remember that.
Hold on. We gotta let Art and Khalil. Then who got next?
No, well, I mean, I was just going to give just say a quick thing for Dr. Z so he can expand on more because he was saying that it's not. He was saying that it's not exclusive to America, and I'll just remind him the illustration. I wish I could have like some kind of screen or something, but everywhere you go, there's always going to be a black and white dynamic, and usually the black people on the bottom and the white people on the top. You can go to Iran, you can go to Pakistan, you can go to India.
I don't believe
you go
that.
anywhere.
That's where
Well, here's the thing. It's not. Hold on. It's not for you to believe. It's for you to research.
Can I ask you a question, Art? Have you ever been outside the country?
Yes, about 3 times. Yes.
Do you mind? What countries have you been to?
Japan and Brazil and Mexico.
So what was your experiences? We're not going to use Japan because we already know that they rarely even have that many European people there. So when it comes to black, we already know that they love the culture, but it's not that many black people living there.
Let's go back to Japan.
When you were in Brazil, right?
Uh-huh. Can you hear me?
When you looked at the people in Brazil,
mm-hmm.
Did people call themselves black and white? And did people put themselves in that same? Did you see the same racial inequality that you've seen in America?
It's worse in Brazil. It's worse in Brazil, brother. What are you talking about, bro? It's worse in Brazil, bro.
Wow, you gonna ask me that question?
You don't know Art.
You don't even know who I married. You don't know what I married.
Hey, Khalil, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Y'all laughing. Hold on. But the president in Brazil was a black man.
But hold up. We got Nino, go with your question.
Khalil, I just wanted to ask you. I noticed you on this color thing a little bit. I like you, brother, because we've been on the same panel plenty of times right here at Charles. But I know that you've had a different experience. But believe it or not, black people, no matter what, and we're not these people here on the panel that's saying woe is me and that we've been conquered. But black people are the most hated in America and all over the world. And Art is making a point that, the same dynamics that you see in America, you see it in other places. It may not be spoke about, but guess what? In silence, it moves and you can see it, But you know what? We hate black so much even we hate the dark. We hate the fucking black jelly bean in the pack. But you know what? I'm telling you.
Hate my gums because they black.
You know what? And I'm gonna tell
my
you
gums because they black.
Oh, yeah.
I hear what y'all saying. I hear what y'all saying, but
okay,
I never had that experience.
Hear me out.
I've been outside the country, but I never had that experience. And I've been in Morocco.
Brother, but you can't. Okay. Nino, please let me say this, Nino. You go ahead, Nino. Go ahead. I'll go
Let me just say this. I'm just say this. We hate black so much, but you know what? There are no other colors without it, and that's even in art.
We back on colorism.
No, okay, brother, but you can't.
Hold on, pause. Everybody, pause. I don't mind the dialogue, but we can't talk over each other. It's gonna sound messy when they hear the playback. But who's got next? And remember,
let me go next.
I'm gonna just say this. I want everybody to remember this. Women, unlike men, because men challenge the environment, men find a comfortable spot within the nest. So that means colorism isn't carried out by the men, because if we have babies, we don't give a fuck what color it is as long as it's healthy in ours.
It depends.
Now, if that baby's white and doesn't look like me, we got some explaining to do, Lucy. We for the most part, we just want to care. The baby is the baby healthy? Got the toes? Got the feet? Just healthy. That's all we care about.
Resembles you.
When you look at the women, they're gonna put up there. They're gonna see how dark the baby's gonna become, and all this other stuff. They wanna play with the baby's hair while it's still.
His ears dark. That means he gonna get darker quicker because his ears is dark. I hear him say that. Yeah.
So let's go to Japan.
Camille, let me ask you something though. What is
Hold on. We're gonna go to New Style. Then we're gonna go to Nino, and who got third?
Me, because I was trying to go earlier, but go ahead.
Not me, because I'm just in the background working and listening.
Okay,
Mine
Z,
is quick. I'm very quick.
Okay. New Style and Z.
Because if you do the Philippines, it's going to be the Negretos and the Dermes pushed all the way in the back by the other Filipinos are sitting there in mainland. When you go into Japan, the Ainus and then the people in Okinawa, those are considered darker people. They're going to be disparaged while the other Japanese people are going to be out and free and about. And then you mentioned Brazil. I mean, it's like too obvious in Brazil. There's a lot of black people, and even the ones that are considered light skinned are treated bad in Brazil compared to the white people over there. Man, whose car is that?
Somebody's background.
You hear that? Oh, brother. You hear that, Doc?
I was gonna play Sanford and Son.
Oh, you know that shit? Who
the fuck? But anyhow,
yeah,
it's gonna always be that, and I'm not saying it's nothing to sell. We
I've
joked
seen
about
that
this
in India too. I don't know.
In India, they
the untouchables and the Brahmins.
They the one that created that, by the way. But I'm just real quickly. Real quickly. I'm just saying is that they're the one that created, but this is nothing. When we're talking about this, and we joked about this on Tuesday, it's not a fun thing to talk about. This is depressing. We're just talking about to find solutions and try to work our way through this, but it's not a fun event to talk about racial disparities.
Right.
It's not at all. And I'm done.
That shit's crazy because it's real.
Wait. There was an order. I want to give a few seconds to Khalil because he was going to ask a question, and I think I know where he's going to go with that because I want to answer that and I want to make my comment real quick. But go ahead, Khalil, ask that question. Okay.
My question was that supposed to be a response to me? And if it was, the question that I was going to ask you, all those different light people that you asked, are they the original native people of that country? No, they're not.
Ask.
Well, sometimes go
No,
ahead.
they're not.
You
The
may ask.
Aboriginals that they called the Negritos was named the Negritos when the Portuguese came there and the Spanish came there. When you talk about Manila, when you talk about the country of Brazil, when the Arawaki Indians was there, they were darker colored
Brother.
people.
I mean, brother.
I mean, like
Just to
none of
ask you, what does that have to
all the
do with their
information is from
position,
the Blanco people. That's the white
Okay,
brother?
okay,
people
okay, 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 okay.
living in
I'm
the
happy
land.
you said that. Okay, this is important because I ceded my time to him for a few seconds because I wanted him to ask the question, and he made a statement that I need to jump on. Let me make sure I'm very clear in this, and nobody else has to agree with me on this. It don't matter what you feel. It does not matter. They're the ones who put the color code and they run it, and that's the color code this planet goes off of. In Brazil, the black people on the bottom, the white people on the top. In the Philippines, it's the lighter Filipinos and then the darker Filipinos.
Why are you
In
so
India,
aggressive?
it's the same thing. I'm saying this
Relax.
assertively,
Relax,
maybe
man.
not aggressively, but it's important that I
So that's
stress
just
this
how
to
he
you.
talk, man.
Thank you. Yeah, that is how I talk. But it's important that I stress this to you. It does
Yeah,
not matter how you feel in your person. And when I say it
that's a
doesn't matter how
personal
you
thing.
feel, understand that I'm not trying to dismiss your feelings in that way. What I'm saying is you've had personal experiences, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with your personal experiences informing some of your opinion. But when you come out here and for the rest of the world, and the rest of the world has a color code that we may not even agree on, we may not like, but the people that run things and own things, you can't just be like, well, you know what? I don't care what they feel. When you walk out your door, the rules that are set are the rules that are set until you and other people like you, like-minded people, get in the position to change those rules, which black people in aggregate are not in the position. So the
That's
color
called selling
system
your
is the
soul,
color
brother.
system. I'm sorry.
That's called selling your soul, and that's something I would never do. I'm sorry,
No,
and I will cut you
what
off.
do you?
But it's
Wait, wait,
good
wait,
to
wait.
know.
What?
It's
I
good
will
to
cut you
know.
off.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
good to know, but I'm
never
not.
let no white
But
person tell me who I
hold on
am.
a
Wait,
time,
wait a
hold on
minute.
a
I'm not.
time,
Yeah,
brother.
What
I
are you
didn't.
talking
First of
about?
all, I didn't hit the period yet. That's first. Second, it's not about selling your soul, acknowledging what the system is now. Anything outside of that is called delusional. The system is the way it is now. Nobody likes this. Like Art was trying to explain to you, we don't get any glee by talking about this shit. The racial disparities are not something that we find enjoyable to talk about, right? But you acknowledge what is, and then you work towards getting a better system for your children, your grandchildren, and so on and so forth. But you first got to acknowledge what it is and be honest about what it is. Pretending like something is not because it makes you feel icky inside doesn't do anything for anyone. You got to acknowledge what it is as it stands and then work forward. And I'll pause right there.
Okay, now I want to say you have to see life away, just like Mrs. Z just said. You have to see life for what it is, away from what you think it should be. I know that everybody have their different walks in the park. They have their different way of seeing things and their different experiences, But I mean, I can't be even with that one black dot in the group, and he has nothing but white friends. He's quickly to say, "Well, I don't see it that way. I don't see color. My friends, they treat," until something happened. And it's sad that it takes something very drastic for them to see that. So
Bakari Henderson, anybody?
what's up, Sick Dickie?
Oh, good. But no, just to answer, I gave an example to you, what you just said. Does anybody remember Bakari Henderson?
No,
Yeah, no, I remember. We we spoke about this. Go into detail about it. About that.
Bakari Henderson was a young man who was killed in 2017 on an island in Greece by a bunch of Serb nationals over a selfie he took with a woman.
Damn.
In front of his white friends. Don't forget that part.
In front of his white friends, yes. Hell.
No, I remember that story. You're right. I remember
bro. Look. One thing for sure, what we not about to do is we not about to go ahead and tally up that. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're talking about.
No,
right?
we ain't tallying, but I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We here keeping a clean conversation because we respect
brother,
all nationalities over here.
Brother, we're not against you.
Khalil,
yeah,
but I wanted to ask
I
a
know you're not
question
against
because
me. I'm talking about respect for all nationalities because we can go
and that's
on the
fine.
line.
Hold on.
We can talk
Hold on
about
before I
George
mute
Floyd. We're not gonna
everybody.
do that.
Everybody's talking over each other. Y'all gotta do one at a time, man.
No.
I know
I didn't
everybody's
want us to go
passionate.
down that rabbit hole.
Hold on. I gotta speak. I know everybody's passionate. I know everybody's got a lot of intellectual prowess. But we still got to do it one at a time. All right, people listening.
Okay, now, Bashir, what I want to ask, brother, you know what I'm saying? Because I never got a chance to really ask it, and if you can't answer it clearly, and I know that it may not matter, but are you a lighter skin or darker skin man?
I'm actually brown skin, bro. I'm real dark on my knuckles and my knees, so that means that I guess I'm black. I got black nipples. I got black skin. I mean, that's how I was taught. If you got no homo, you know, I'm homosexual, but I'm black down in the places where, you know what I mean, and I'm dark. I got a thick nose. I got thick lips. I'm not light skinned at all, bro.
Okay, I just want
but
to
I'm
make
not dark skinned. I'm not dark skinned either. You feel me? I never was mistaken for anything but black. Because that's what Americans would consider me. What I'm trying to do with the brothers right now, I'm not trying to tell them what you believe in and what you was raised under.
All I'm
speaking is on a national level when it comes to representing yourself, man. When you got to represent yourself, when you represent yourself as being black, it's 2021. They just passed the Juneteenth bill because people kept calling themselves black. Black not a nationality, man. And when you go to the United Nations and you try to say that America treating you bad, you're representing yourself under the nationality of America as an American.
I've never.
I actually have a question to that. Then
they call it a civil matter.
I've never.
So that's why
I've never been through that. I've never. But what I'm saying is,
I'm not saying nobody's done that in this room at all. I'm not saying nobody done that in this room. I'm just speaking
in
general.
No matter how much piss you drink or shit you eat, with these white people, they're gonna still see you as what?
Bro, listen. I lived in Morocco, right? And I'm being honest with y'all. You got Moroccans that's whiter than fucking white people, right? You got Jewish Moroccans. I was out there for a month. Then you got Moroccans that are blacker than me and you.
So let me ask you this.
Hold
when
on,
you're done, I'm asking you a question when you're done.
Because we got to get out of this Western civilization. And the brother who mentioned UK and mentioned Canada, they were the first ones to enslave and adopt a caste system. The French, they were the first ones to do that. The French still doing it to this day with the African slave. You might as well call them slaves. That's transporting on boats going to France right now. That's letting them in for free. So, like, when you want to talk about like those countries, they already was doing that type of stuff before America became a country. Because French owned a part of America that was called the Louisiana Purchase. But
so let me ask you a question.
Let's go back because half of America was French at the point in time. But let's go back to what we were talking about. So you have people that represent themselves as being black, and what's going on is that you have a group of people that are African American, quote unquote. Africa's a continent, not a country, and they say that we are oppressed. We black.
Khalil, why do they call them African American? There's a reason I'm asking that question. Please answer it if you can.
I can't hear you. It's like a lot.
Charles, regroup.
Nah, my damn thing dropped.
Was that Jeffrey Tubin? But go ahead.
But Khalil, I was asking, why do you think they call Black Americans African Americans?
Because it all started with a social agenda. When they actually took a lot of Native Americans and African Americans in America and considered them one group of people because they needed ways to enslave people. So a lot of people in America who think they're African American are really Native Americans.
What about Latino American or Asian American?
Mm-hmm. They're Indians too. That's why I say we don't even know who our people.
Art just gave you the answer, by the way. Wait. Art just gave you the answer.
It's another name game.
No. They call them African American because you don't know where in Africa they're from.
Yeah.
Just like Asians. You call them Asians because they're off the continent of Asia. Go ahead.
Then on top of that, hold on. Then on top of that, you got to realize something, right? Hold on. You got to realize something. Hold on. You got to realize something. When they started enslaving a lot of blacks, they tried to enslave the Native Americans first. Guess what happened to them?
He died.
They died miserably from smallpox and from other issues because they couldn't take the work. So there's certain There's certain places in the world that only black people can live. Only. We can live any goddamn where. But there's certain places we can only do it indefinitely. So, when they went over there, and if anybody want to read it, somebody put in Daughters of the Trade. I don't know if it's on Google or Amazon, but somebody put it there. When you have Daughters of the Trade, they talk about how the Dutch and the Portuguese, who were the first to do this shit, married a lot of these people in the family. So when people talk about we were conquered, we weren't. We were sold. We were business. So, I forget this. What's up? So, when they got into this family, a lot of these people, the first group of mulattoes that you seen in them during this time, it wasn't because she was raped. It was because she was a concubine or wife. So that's another story that that doesn't get told because it doesn't fit the narrative that
I've seen it up close, brother. I've seen it up close. One of my West Indian people, I thought she was Jamaican, but she's a head of a lot of different things. But she's more just straight black. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go colorism on there, nobody. But dark skin. She's with the most racist white man you could ever believe. KKK in the flesh, but he just can to operate in the daytime. He pays the police money. Just imagine that. And I'm like, how can you be with him? And the first generation of the mulatto children, man, and she's like, I'm gonna tell you like this here. They're clients of mine, so I don't work directly with them. And I stopped working with them because I seen him say something about niggas, a black American. Excuse my language. I know people don't like me to use that word. Niggas, she never once corrected him in front of other white people. I said, bitch, okay.
I don't like that.
It was with me. No,
but let me ask brother Khalid,
I'm
just
here.
so we can make sure that we get you clear on record here.
Yeah, because
are you trying? Let me ask you this question, and I'll back up.
Yes.
Are you trying to say that there are no racial disparities like we're talking about on this global society when it comes to color and all that kind of stuff? Is not that at all in like Europe and Asia and Africa and Latin America? Is that what you're saying?
Totally not. What I'm saying is that it does exist just like it exists in America. The only difference is that when you're dealing with people like in countries like Morocco, and I had a chance to go to southern Mauritania through the West Sahara also, you see people of the same tribe. Some people are light with green eyes, almost, they'll never be pale, but they'll be white. Like what people consider like Arabs you go in the store, they'll look like that. But they have no Arab blood in them.
No, we're talking about the power dynamic, though. The power dynamic. That's what we're talking
this has to do with the power dynamic.
So break that down for us.
This has a lot to do with it. And I've met people in that same tribe that was dark as the damn asphalt.
Because you're talking about existence. We're talking about power.
We're talking about power too. They are a tribe.
Well, who's running what in these places? Because you're talking about existence.
Fulani. They call this group the Fulani people. Fulani's come in all colors, shapes, and sizes, brother. And they all ride together and they say Fulani. You know how they separate themselves? With their culture. So religion and culture does come together.
You mean ethnicity?
They're Muslim. They're Fulani.
Mm-hmm. So break down Egypt. Break down Egypt. Who's on top and who's on the bottom? Egypt.
Who's on the top and who's on the bottom? Egypt?
Yeah, who's on the top and who's on the bottom in Egypt?
Who used to be on the top of Europe and who was the bottom of Egypt? Africa?
No, we're talking about today.
But okay, you want to talk about today? We already know what's going on today, man. I'm not dispersing. Listen, brother.
We gotta answer. Hold up, we gotta answer the questions.
White supremacy exists. I'm not defying that at all. White supremacy do exist. But at the same time, bro, just because your brother light skinned and lighter than you, y'all gotta get out of that Drake shit, man. Just because a nigga like Drake can rap, bro, y'all gotta.
Now you're mixing things. You realize you're mixing things, right?
that's getting misconstrued, I believe, slightly from your tone. I know you might not have been meant that, but it's not. That's going back into the colorism damn near almost again.
See, this is the point that I talk about colorism. And
Charles, I gotta cut you off real quick because I gotta say this to him. You say Drake a rap and shit like that, but you seen what the darker nigga Pusha T did to his ass though. I'm just saying.
This is fucked up. But you gotta remember this when it comes to colorism. We're not as affected by colorism as the women, because the women are going to be emotionally and environmentally affected, because women, one, are looking for the hierarchy. They want to be, women are vain. Women are fucking vain as fuck. Okay?
But you know what, though, Charles? And our generation, maybe not you and I, but half of these younger guys have been conditioned to relate to other than themselves. But this guy here, Bilal, he's cool and all. Khalil, yeah, I'm sorry. I think that he think that, you know, it's over. It's not over. You know, he don't see it because he's been in different countries. Yeah,
I think he dropped off.
Yeah, he think he looking at it as okay. We should be over this. It's not. There's certain groups that are not affected by it. You know, a lot of us brothers who are dark skinned, we're down to earth, but you also have a lot of guys who think like females. You know, they're in the gynocracy and psychology of thinking like females when it comes to this light skin, dark skin. We say we're not into it, but soon as we get mad, we kind of like, how can I put it? We kind of
Hey, bro, my bad. I fell off.
Oh, your camera's on. Your camera's on.
Okay, my bad, bro.
He looks like
black though. We know you black.
Yeah, I know you black.
But you gotta remember historically.
Hey, when he came in, I heard "fuck Jay-Z" real quick. Somebody said he sounded like Nas. I heard Ethan when he walked in.
Hey, look, I almost threw up the C. I almost threw up the C when I came in. But like, but listen,
they see my hand.
Do exist. Hey, yo, brother Art, brother Art, white supremacy do exist, and it's one thing that a lot of people don't understand what's going on right now. But me and you understand this because you Nation Islam, and I'm Sufi Muslim, and you understand what I'm saying from right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when I'm dealing with people, I understand it on a whole different perspective. I look at it like, okay, if you want to talk about nationalism, I can speak nationalism. When it comes to teacher and all that, I respect you, bro. I wish I swear to Allah, I wish it was more brothers like you out here. And if you teach children, I will want my son in your school. You know,
inshallah.
But, yeah, inshallah. But when it's dealing with on a larger scale, white supremacy does exist, brother. I will never act like it don't. You do find discrimination and lighter and darker because that's the new wave right now. The new wave right now is that everybody, even in the Islamic community, in Morocco, you know what they're doing? If you marry a lighter woman is considered a better woman. But what about the brothers? What about the brothers who want the darker sisters? Because they still alive, they still breathing.
You gotta remember, like,
they go to school.
If you think it's bad, if you think it's bad here, look at fucking Central and South America.
Yeah, colorism is real as hell over there.
Jesus Christ! If you're my complexion, fuck your dreams. Okay? Fuck your dreams.
You got to jump on the train.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this, if I may.
Go ahead. I tell you, there was some beautiful back in the 90s and probably early 2000s. I've seen a lot of Muslim communities where you just had different colors and it was beautiful. You know, like when everybody go to Mecca. But I'll tell you this, bro. You know, everybody don't think like that. They just don't. You know. I see where you're coming from, though.
I can vouch for that, actually. Because I did grow up in the Middle East, and then you did see a little bit of colorism, but there was also the legacy of slavery. So they did kind of look at their own, Afro-Arabs in a certain dirty light. And then when they saw us Africans, especially if you're like Sudanese, Somali, or whatever, they would look at you. Yeah, it's me.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, because I understand that like the colorism and everything about that. I mean, Nino being Nigerian, he might also relate to this because like,
is he Hausa or Yoruba?
Nino, I think Nino's.
You Yoruba?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, you Yoruba, right?
Yes, sir.
What do y'all call God? Allah, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's Allah without the T, right? He don't want to say it.
Well, I grew up Sunni.
Okay, so
wait, hold up. And then after leaving from under my parents, I went NOI.
Okay, like Ogenaiki.
I'm listening with NOI, fam.
No. I'm talking to Nigerian brother.
Yeah, I'm here. You gotta understand, brother. I'm Nigerian. I'm Nigerian and Dominican mix. I was born in America.
Oh, okay. But you know about Ugun, right?
I know a little bit about all of it, but what I'm trying to figure out is, what all that got to do with anything right now.
What it got to do with anything right now? Well, what brother was talking about being in West Africa. So in Nigeria, they have a very caste system also. So like the North Nigerians, like the Hausa and the Yoruba is the rich ones. And the ones like the Igbo and the Sapa, the ones that's in the South, they are treated bad. But they all black. Nobody's light skinned.
Okay, let me address that. Khalil.
Go ahead.
In America, it's a color-based caste system. That's the part we're trying to get you to understand. So you can bring up, and we're not trying to defecate on that. You can bring up other caste systems that may not be color-based, but in America, the caste system is color-based. And then go ahead. I'm sorry.
What if they live in America? Because I deal with it all the time. Like my boss is from Nigeria. The one who owns my store is Nigerian.
Okay, I'll give you a prime example of what about if they live in America.
You live in
right now. Wait. Let me answer that. So here's the issue that they're having in Silicon Valley, right? And there was actually a couple of news articles about this. Indians are taking their bullshit ass caste system from India and bringing it to America. So if you have a Brahmin, let's say your HR, if your HR, you know what I'm saying? So if your HR member is Brahmin, they'll only hire Brahmins and other high caste people from India, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's one of the issues they're having in Silicon Valley. And it was a Indian that wasn't part of the high caste system. Well, he wasn't high caste. He's probably
like Javidi, Gotti, Untouchable.
Yes.
Or something.
So yes. So going to what you're saying, what happens is people are exporting their caste system to the to the places they go to. You find this in Britain, you find this in Canada, you find this in America, right?
That's culture, or is that race?
Not culture, it's more race.
Yeah, let me address that. So that's cultural, right? But then those same Indians, regardless of where they fit in their caste, still look down on you as a black man. Now what?
Yes.
But they black too.
No, wait. You say they're black. That's not what they say.
Yes, they don't look at us as being black like that. They don't, man. You're right.
But wasn't that my whole argument from the beginning?
What do you mean?
We're not a box of crayons. That you got people in India black, you got people in Spanish black who think they richer than us.
But let me tell you something, bro. I got plenty of friends. I got plenty of friends who are Sikh. I got plenty of friends who are Punjabi and Pakistani, and trust me, they rich. No, it doesn't matter if they rich or poor. But guess what? Even though that they're dark skinned, they say they have the same fucking problems.
Yep.
Yes.
Hold on. Do they say they make the same money?
It ain't even about the money,
No, it
man.
is about the money in America. You usually, I don't know what you're talking about.
Usually the lower class.
Okay, I want to address that too. This is one of the biggest lies, and black people are going to have to really struggle with this. Your money has power dependent on the people in power saying your money got power.
That's
one
right.
of the biggest lies that we have in America, and especially that black people refuse to let go, is that your money is automatically powered. That's a bunch of bullshit. Your money may be powered.
Bitcoins down. Money is power, bro. We got
Okay.
Bitcoins,
Well,
bro.
I mean,
money is power, man.
Money is power.
It would be no assassin.
No.
We got Bitcoin, dog. We got Doge, man.
No. Money is power dependent on what your society says it is, depending on the person, depending on the group. Money is power, and
change the currency.
money is power, but
currency.
Yeah, well, and by the way, y'all need to go look up what China's saying about Bitcoin right now. They ain't looking nice.
Look up Color of Money too. Get the book Color of Money.
Yeah, thank you, Mercer Baradaran, The Color of Money. She lets you know that your money meant nothing.
You ain't the best thing about this.
The reason
I'm
why
not trying to be a Bitcoin representative, but get with Bitcoin.
Okay, but Z.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I got the perfect example to back up what you just said. If anybody remembers the show, The Wire, Stringer Bell.
Yeah.
Remember Stringer? He tried to move up. and try to make something big of himself. And then Avon just looked at him and said, and then when shit went south, and Avon just looked at him and said, "What were you thinking? You didn't think you thought they were going to overlook the fact that you were a nigga?"
But a lot of black people do, though.
Baltimore.
And you know what? And
that's what I'm trying to say. A lot of black, and I know you agree with me. I'm just saying that just to reiterate it.
Yeah.
A lot, and look, I don't get one. I gotta stress this in Art Sitting. I gotta say it again for the third time in like 3 days. I don't get glee from talking about this shit all the time. I don't get any type of glee from talking about it in the way I talk about it. But I do think there are some narratives that need to die a horrible death. They need to be stabbed in an alleyway and left in the dumpster, right? Because some of these ideas.
Now about me.
Go ahead.
If I grew up around white people, which gave me a bit of a leg up. No, hold on. No. I'm not trying to say something rude. Just hear me out. Hear me out. I first grew up around white people, but also grew up around African Americans and others, and other ethnicities. So I was around a lot of people, different races. When I went home, I grew up around my people, and then I understood the whole thing about ethnicity, the dark skin, light skin, and colorism concepts and whatnot. And I realized they said, "Dude, you're still one of us, but you know what? White people like you. So you just don't forget who you are and how they look at you." And I never forgot that. My father made sure that I remembered. Always be wary of how people perceive you.
Starts at the dinner table, and I will tell you guys this.
Yeah,
I got a very good, not trying to promote, but I've got a very good documentary coming out real soon about Asian hate coming from a black perspective. Some of y'all gonna be mad, and some of y'all gonna be okay with it.
You already know what I'm gonna be, Nino. I already know.
Yeah, I remember you
shout out
that a while back.
Shout out to Tareen.
But as I was saying,
shout out to Tareen for my answer. I feel nothing.
All right. We love you, Tareen. Anyway, what I'm trying to say was, my dad humbled me and realized, dude. I mean, because he went through the same shit himself, working with with the folks he worked with. And he explained that to me. Young man, you got to understand about these gringos. Yeah, he could refer to Americans as gringos. You got to understand these gringos. They're going to look at you a certain way. You cannot deal with them naively. All right. So when I came here, I kept my eyes open and I was self-aware and self-conscious because I was fully aware that when they look at me, when it comes to stereotypes, there are people that live up to them and there are people that believe in them. And I've had to grow a thicker skin and exercise a whole lot of patience when interacting with certain people, white, black, or whatever, because they always had misconceptions. You have no idea how many times I've interacted with non-blacks, other immigrants, but from other parts of the world down up here in Norway. And sometimes they'd be asking me, "Yo, you smoke weed?" I'm like, ugh.
You broke up for a second. You got to say that again. You broke up for a second.
Don't forget about the fried chicken.
No, he didn't break up.
No.
Oh, that was me? Okay, no. Then go ahead.
Yeah. They don't do the fried chicken thing with us. But
okay.
I got your points. No, it's cool. Not your fault. Not your fault. We all make mistakes.
I do. I mean, people know.
But thank you for proving my point about the stereotype thing. Some people believe in them. Some of them live up to them.
Yeah, because
after Art, I want to say something. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, I guess I'm anticipating somebody cut me off. Watch, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. Anyhow, the thing that I look at, because I'm a very global person. People that know me, I'm all over the place. I know how to speak Igbo and Nigerian a little bit, all the way to Philippines. I suck at Japanese, but I like the food. I'm joking. But the thing that I've been knowing as far as most people experience as far as being black from other countries, they are treated somewhat different than black people from here. And one of the things that we came to a consensus, all the people that I've spoken with,
That's
was
all I
that
was saying.
the thing is that when they see black Americans, we remind them of the experience that we went through. When they see black people or darker people from other countries, they forget. So it's easier for them to deal with because they don't have to worry about the guilt. But when we're not around, you do take the place of the African American as far as being abused. So there's still going to be somebody has to play that part in their system, because that's what we're talking about. That I keep hearing a little denial. There is a system in place. You know what I'm saying? There's a system, and right now in this system, Arabs and Asians and Latinos are trying to be after the Italians now. They're trying, fam. They really trying.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is,
I
white
agree.
folks are indulging. I'm not sure if they're real serious about it,
Ooh,
because
that's deep.
Yeah, but they
BGS was
intermixed
saying,
quickly with that.
which I'm still trying. I want to have another panel on that, but BGS was saying that they're going to take away the whole racial construct and make it only class. So I'm still trying to figure out how do you maintain the racial dynamic as far as power,
I'm sorry, you keep going.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's because I want to have that discussion, because we had that last time with Charles, and I don't know if Mr. Z was on the panel. I know AL was there, and that is a very important discussion on how the whole social construct is going to be changed. Because
Hey, Art,
basically,
have you ever heard about history repeating itself?
In what way?
Well, the Moors, when they conquered Italy and Sicily, Hannibal, they taught them everything that they know, like they conquered Spain for 700 years. So when the Moors, Hannibal conquered Italy, not only did he give them the Pantheon of gods, because at the time they were Phoenicians, they worship different gods. Not only did they teach them that, they taught them architecture also.
You probably going to descendants, because Hannibal's BC.
Hannibal, I said history repeats itself. I don't know if you heard me. I said history repeats itself. Hannibal had conquered,
and the Moors, right?
Yeah, they conquered Sicily and Spain. What are the Africans doing this day? Conquering Sicily and Spain.
Huh? I mean, y'all understood?
Yeah.
Is this in relation to the migrants, the human trafficking and migrant issues?
I was going up what he said, and I was throwing my extra in there, because that's what he said.
It's like, but you gotta.
You're all over the place, man. I don't understand what you're saying.
It's like this.
I'm trying.
Art, didn't you say about the blacks people taking over Italy right now?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that's what you said. What did you say about Italy?
And Indians.
I was saying that, okay, the last people that were accepted in the white construct were Italians. After that, they shut the door. Nobody else was considered white, right? Arabs tried,
right?
Some of the Latinos tried, like the Cubans back in the they like
It was
hell
shut
to the
down.
no. They like
Yeah.
no, right? But at this time, since the immortality rate is like really ridiculous for them right now, where they are disappearing. They're
Mixing
opening
with the Asian.
they're opening an opportunity to bring that to where they'd be able to have maybe one or two different people to come in after the Italians, and then perhaps even take away the racial part and bring it more into class. So
Okay,
we
that's what
trying
you
to
said.
figure out,
Right.
I'm sorry,
right?
I misunderstood you, bro. My
So
bad.
we're trying to figure out like, and I wish one day I'll be on a panel with BGS and ask him, because he was talking about people in the back and I understand that, but how would you be able to maintain power without racism?
I think class will be implied by your race, right? So
So
I
that means
can
you still
still,
got to have racism then.
yeah. Well, I think it's almost like Brazil. We bought up Brazil. Brazil on the surface ended slavery. They didn't have a Jim Crow in Brazil, right? But it was already implied by your race, and you could somewhat move up a caste in certain Latin American countries, not
Yeah,
necessarily Brazil, but you can move up depending on your wealth position, right?
yeah, you get
So
them
you
benefits.
exactly. So I think that's what type of situation America is. America is, and I said the Brazilification. Art, you heard me say that before. The
Right.
Brazilification of America. I think that's the where we're walking to, right? Which race will still be an issue because the people that will be poor or disenfranchised will primarily be your darker people still, and then
Wow.
your lighter, whiter people will
I mean,
still be.
yeah.
Well,
I
it
mean, look
literally will
at
be
the
Brazil.
image.
Brazil is literally
So it's
a
still a
color
race.
coded, coded caste system in Brazil. It's same thing
Remember
in India.
where Willie Lynch was at? He was in
Mhm.
the Caribbean. Okay, so he was teaching the racist white people in America how to separate, meaning he knew it before the KKK, but he knew it. It was already a system that they were using. Just idea.
Remember the
Well, think
Germans?
about it.
The
Go ahead, Art.
Germans
I'll go
did it
after you.
over there.
And
Remember
believe
that?
it or not, right now, the Asian people right now
Mhm.
are using the police. They're using all the white people. They want to be like to blend in with them to promote the stop Asian hate type situation. Like you said, it's all about class. They put all their money together. They bought that bill, so that's why they have that bill right away.
Yeah, because we did talk about how I guess the Chinese in particular are going to be the ones calling the shots,
And
right? They're
quiet
going to
and
be
look
the ones.
and Art quiet has kept
Pretty much.
quiet has kept the Pacific Islanders, the Tongans, and the Samoans. They in on it too, but they don't want to say because they more on the black side.
They
So
all
are
more on
you?
the black side because we from the West Coast, so it's different. Hey, bro, us growing up on the West Coast is different from like on the East Coast. The Asians don't stick with the blacks like that.
Yeah,
They don't stick with the blacks anywhere.
we only have the South Pacifics over here
On the West
that
Coast, they
have
do.
some
The
kind of
Lyle and the
They turn it on and
Cambodians.
off. They turn it on and off. And I
yeah
Yeah.
have
because
my
I
niece.
have.
My
Oh,
niece
go
is
ahead, fam.
Korean and black, and she's a news lady up in Oregon. And
Okay.
trust me, she have problems up that way too.
So I have a funny moment.
I used to date a Vietnamese girl when I was in Long Beach, and my brother right
Oh,
now in Seattle, he dealing with a Lyle girl right now, and he said the same thing. That they
A
racist
what?
up there.
but yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I dated a Filipino chick, and there was they do have issues. That I mean, it's weird because most of the guys don't have issues with us,
Oh,
but some of the women do.
The
That
women
was the
do.
thing
wait,
that tripped
Art,
me
you
out with the
sure about that?
Philippines.
You,
I am deadly. I'm deadly. I got the one fresh off the boat, not the Filipino Americans. I'm
oh,
talking
okay.
No,
about
you
the
got the
Because I'm
real
telling
one.
you,
Filipinos.
the
You got
So,
actual,
Jordan.
the
so I
Jordan.
actual, the actual, Asian men and
well,
Pacific
I'm talking about the
Islander.
Filipinos though.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
still,
What she was
anybody of
Manila?
Asian descent, most of the men are racist.
Where
The
is she
women are not
from?
like that. The women just want a
Yeah,
man.
What
she's from
city?
Manila. Yeah, she's from Manila.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that didn't last too long. But the other thing too, I have a funny moment with the because we know like he talked about the West Coast.
Yeah.
Out here is nothing but Samoans out here. Samoans and Filipinos, a lot, right?
For
And
real?
Samoans don't get along with the Togans, right?
Not
They
at
beef
all.
like hard.
Only in
All
the jail.
Now,
rivalries
Only
between
when they
but
them.
locked up.
here's the thing is that even though a lot of them try to wear the dreadlocks, the afros, and they into hip hop or whatever, they got Bob Marley on their on the chest and everything, and
You said they ain't
and
black.
then dude, look, you gonna kill my surprise. But anyhow, so I got this book called Sex and Race by J.A. Rogers. It breaks down the miscegenation and all the mixtures of different people, what makes them who they are. And so
Yeah.
it broke down like a lot of your South Pacifics, starting off with African and later on mixed with the Ainus and all that. And they travel. And
Yeah. How
so
people
I,
travel. Yeah.
I showed him that history. He read it. He closed the book because it said something about, Samoans are a mixture of Negro and Japanese or something. He
Right.
closed the book. He said, "I'm not black."
all day long
Right.
after
He didn't
drinking,
say he was
after
not
hanging out.
Japanese. He
Look,
did not say he was not Japanese, but he
Hey,
said that he wasn't black with Bob
hey,
Marley on his arm.
and
hey,
look,
brother
Excuse me,
Art.
Arch.
Brother Art.
That's
I got one
ironic.
for you. I got one for you, brother Art. So you from Nation Islam, right?
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thank you for your silence. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm not a good
Who's the first
representative.
black? Before you say that, before you go that far, before you spoil my surprise, who's the first black man and where he come from?
Who's the first black man and where he come from?
Yeah.
Well, you want me to answer that from a nation standpoint?
Yes, sir.
He has no birth record, no beginning, no end. He hasn't been created, nor he hasn't been created, nor he has created. He is the owner, the maker, he's the
The maker of
owner,
the land.
the maker, the cream of the planet Earth, the God of the universe.
And if you was to say, where was that man from? What land did he land at?
What
Say it.
land?
Where did the first man land at?
Land? You want to say planet Earth?
The
One hundred
first black.
ninety-six million
Hold
nine
on.
hundred
So the
forty
first
thousand.
black man wasn't Asiatic.
Oh, you talking about the East, well, actually Asia? That's what the messenger taught.
Asia.
Uh-huh.
So you see where I say we gotta get out that colorism, brother.
No, I mean
So
you're
so are
mixing
we
you're
Asiatic
mixing.
or are
Fam,
we
hold
black?
on. You gotta let me.
You get what I'm saying?
We
Because
got
you
a
got
dialogue,
black
fam.
Asians.
Dog, we got a
Hold
dialogue,
on,
Khalil, you
hold
fam.
on,
gotta
hold
let
on,
him
hold
get
on.
to the
Hey,
period,
y'all
bro.
got it back.
You gotta have participants.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Who's screaming in the goddamn background?
I was
But
laughing, my
anyway,
bad.
this is how we got to do it. If you ask somebody a question, you got to give them time to respond. It's a
All right,
dialogue. We're talking. All
my
right, go
bad, my
ahead, Art.
bad.
Yeah, so I mean that in particular. I mean, I'm saying that you're mixing things because you're mixing a system with a personal mindset. You can have a personal mindset based on like, trying to reconfigure your thinking and all that kind of stuff, but it still doesn't change the system. No matter how much you want to think who you are, who you're made of, where you came from, you're still going to have to go through this maze or matrix that we don't like until something else comes better as a collective. No matter how much we go back and forth.
The dichotomy of race politics.
That's from the heart, fam, and
You didn't
that's
answer my
from the supreme
question.
wisdom.
You didn't answer my question.
Oh, what answer were you looking for, sir?
Are you Asiatic or are you African?
I'm just going to say that I'm a
Are you
black man,
black?
fam.
Excuse me. Are you Asiatic or are you black?
I can't go on titles, man. And I'm sorry I can't give you the answers you want, but I'm just going to go with a black right now because basically that is a universal tie to the global society as far as blackness,
I
diasporic.
respect that. I just wanted to know.
I actually have a question for you, Khalil, going off of something you said a little while ago, um, and why you think that Malcolm failed and whatnot when they went
I
to the
never said
United
Malcolm failed.
Nations. Well, no, I'm saying when they went to when they were attempting at least to go to the United Nations or whatever brothers went to the United
They
Nations
stopped
and
them.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's my question: if it was up to you, how
Mm-hmm.
would Black Americans go to the United Nations? What would they call themselves?
They would do what Noble Drew Ali did in 1928.
Mm-hmm.
They would understand that it was a mandate that was written from Morocco. Morocco was the first country to recognize America before America was United States, it was a 13th colony. As being a United Congress, it was United Congress America, and John Hanson was the first black president at that time. They will understand and recognize it as we are not free man. Because whenever you go under titles that was under the English government, you was substitute to that. Even Abraham Lincoln was a servitude citizen. A lot of people were. All presidents wasn't just white.
But what is that going to do for you?
Yeah, but I'm asking go ahead, Art. I'll ask him again.
This is the point I'm getting at. So what you would have to do is you would have to do like other countries do, like Libya did. Libya told America that, hey, we're Africans. We can count our generations like 2 generations, 3 generations. We need our own country. They took a boat. They sent the people to Libya, and they started the country Libya.
You mean Liberia?
I mean, excuse me, Liberia. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say Libya. Liberia. Okay. I'm sorry. No, I'm not on my Gaddafi shit. No, but Liberia. I can give you another country by example.
It's been a long night. Let's chalk it up as that. It's been a long night. We ain't thinking straight.
We're talking about Africans. We got the Hebrew Israelites who just got kicked out of Israel, who sat there and was able to track their lost heritage to let people know that they're not black, that their nationality was Hebrew Israelite, and they lived over there for over 50 years over there in Israel. Now they're just kicking them out because Israel going through this war with Palestine, so they don't want to
get me started on Israel, man. Yeah. Oh my God.
But you guys know what I'm talking about. You know about Ben Israel, all the brothers that moved
and I know, we know about the
Israel, but I gotta look at that
word.
But I can give another example. All right,
Uganda,
my man. He's a smart brother.
Yeah. So your answer is,
I'm sorry,
to call
that you can claim a nationality, but when you claim black, you are servitude to the bullshit that takes a hold of you.
So you can't claim a nationality, but you can't claim black either.
Well, how are you going to beef with the people? How are you going to go to the United Nations? Now, the United Nations is to deal with other nations.
But do you understand a lot of people from the Moorish Science Temple tried this and failed?
The United Nations, this is what I'm telling you, this is why it failed. Because when you go to the United Nations, they're going to tell you that it's a civil matter.
But they did this as nationalities. I mean, you're speaking their philosophies, and they still failed trying to do it.
I'm not speaking their philosophies.
Really?
Malcolm philosophy and Martin Luther King philosophy was not nationalism.
I'm done.
At all.
But you know what, though, brother? I'll tell you, you'll be able to get
I can tell you why.
You'll be able to get in a lot of places.
Khalil, wait. Nino, I got to stress this. Khalil, you do realize that you're talking to a 50-year-old man who's like in a doctorate program and knows his history and was part of the nation, and like you can't just dismiss Art like he a nobody that's saying this shit.
I'm not dismissing him. I'm not dismissing him.
I'm gonna say this.
Okay,
Everybody gotta go one at a time.
All right, you gotta understand this. Art's a human being just like I am. I went to Washington University and St. Louis University. I took 2 years of college. I studied also. He might have graduated. I don't know what degree he took. He don't know what degree I took. He do not know what type of reading that I just like what they call it, fundamental reading. I don't know what type of fundamental reading he reads. He does not know what type of fundamental reading that I read. Because sometimes I sit back and read books and everything. But to get back to the statement, I'm speaking politics right now. You cannot go to the United Nations complaining about your own country. They're going to call it a civil matter. That's it.
Wait, so you're saying that there's never been any human rights complaint levied against a nation by a group of people in that nation?
Yeah, it did happen, and it was called World War II. But you think they're going to do that for the black people in America? It has not happened.
So you're saying it hasn't happened since World War II?
Has it been a World War III?
That's not the question. So you're saying it never happened since World War II?
The point that I'm trying to get at is that the reason why you asked me the question about why Martin and Malcolm was not successful, that's the answer I'm giving you. The reason why they were not successful is because they were dealing with a white supremacy state Judo-Christian state. They were going to the United Nations complaining about a nation that was not a real nation. You need to have it's certain. Do you know the credentials you need to have a nation? Hold on. Let me ask
So
you.
do you believe that Farrakhan?
You need to have a nation?
Do you believe that Farrakhan went over there, started complaining as well?
Farrakhan is not a nation.
I get that, but you get what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Well, you said you complain about a nation that's not really a nation. So are you saying the United States is not a nation?
You cannot represent yourself in the United Nations unless you have a flag and you're under that nation. So you're under the American flag.
Okay, can I say something?
So you're saying that
you can't say shit. They bully you.
Hold on. Anybody say another blessed word?
Come on, man.
I will shut this motherfucker down because I'm just notice I'm giving everybody freedom to speak and get their stuff out. But you gotta do it one at a time and let the person speak. And everybody gotta shorten up their answers a little bit. But just this is for everybody. You gotta let everybody speak and have dialogue. This is the way we teach each one. But go ahead. Who's on next? Is it Shatter?
I just want to add into the Libyan thing. Did we not just do that in Libya when they said that Gaddafi was attacking his people, which was a lie? Did we not just bomb the hell out of them using that same damn bullshit ass excuse? Excuse my French.
We're talking about people who have their own nationality, though.
How do Black Americans get their own nationality?
Gaddafi there? I mean, it's just what you're saying. I was just hitting that because wasn't that a UN resolution that allowed us to go in there and allow this black man to be killed after he spoke at the UN?
It actually was a co-op. What happened? The military went against the government, went against the president. It was a co-op. Well, how's it pronounced, Charles? I'm sorry. A coup.
A coup.
The military coup.
It's cool. You don't pronounce the P.
It's just cool.
Coup. Yeah. So like the United Nations, that was illegal. That was not supposed to happen that way. That was illegal. That was not like agreed thing. Like, okay, we're going to war. This is stamp. That was not agreed. That was illegal. That was the people going against their own president. That's like Black Lives Matter going against the United States of America. Excuse me. That's like the white people who ran into the White House. I'm sorry. I'm just speaking facts to eliminate fiction.
I think
but you gotta
facts to eliminate fiction.
But hold on. You gotta realize, right? When you talk about nationality, what's my nationality? I'm American.
Exactly. Me too.
And people will be like, would you like to be specific? I'm Black American, African American. I'm going to reflect to being the representation of what I am. I am ADOS, an American descendant of slaves. Okay? So when people say, hey, there's no shame. My ancestry came from people who were enslaved. There's no shame in that. That's how you differentiate, okay? Not saying we're thinking we're better than anybody. We're proud of our lineage. Because you just like here. Like when KD the answer popped up when the quote was popped up about thanks a lot.
What would a black woman say?
Yeah, when you're conquered. I said, tell her she needs to go read a fucking book because we were never conquered. We were engineered. Okay, we were grown like cattle. Okay.
Yeah, but
so hold on for a second. So when you actually realize this, just like you have Namer, he's from Eritrea. His nationality is what? Eritrea.
First and foremost.
Even though he lives in Norway.
In Norway.
Goddamn, got me fucked up right now. In Norway.
Okay, because it's safe, yeah.
He's in the Nordic countries, goddamn it. But
when you sign that paper, do you say Black or Eritrean?
I am Black either way.
Hold on, no,
I
we're
call
not
myself.
asking your personal preference. We're not doing that.
No,
You
no,
the
no,
one
no,
who
no,
said
no.
that.
I'm answering
Wait,
your question.
you
I'm
know,
answering your
race and
question.
nationality are two different things. I'm sorry.
Hold on. You gotta realize something. When somebody gives you an answer, whether wrong or right, you gotta accept the answer.
Okay.
And let me put
In
in proper context as well.
And they could ask him the same thing because he looked more Asian and black.
Yeah, because you gotta remember, a lot of our this is the funniest thing about the genetic code of the human being.
The
Okay?
Asiatic with the first black man.
A lot of you gotta think about it. Well, I'm gonna put it to you this way when it comes to science. I gotta break this shit down for a minute. White people hate losing. That means they don't like.
You don't say.
So, Asian people hate losing. So, you got to think of the major blow. When they started to look for the origins of mankind, guess where the fuck they started? Guess where they started? No, they didn't start in Africa. Because white pride is a motherfucker, okay? And now since Art left the panel, I guess I got to take the role as professor today. Because sit down, kids. We about to teach y'all some shit.
Pass that shit on to Nino.
We're gonna teach y'all some shit today, all right?
That's because
number one. Hold on. Let me finish.
I'm gonna tell you why he left.
I'm gonna tell you. No. I'm gonna finish. Number one. When Europeans who said they're the eyes of God, God's in their image, and all this other shit, they thought they were hot shit looking at their culture. They went through their burial sites. They went through their country to look for. Guess where else they went? They went to Arabia. Okay? They went to Persia, which is modern day what?
Iran.
Yeah.
Okay? Iran. They went to Mesopotamia, which is modern day what?
Iraq.
Okay? When they said, no, we got to go even further. Okay? They even went to fucking Asia. Guess where the fuck they ended up?
Where?
Africa.
Central Asia. Yeah, Africa.
Africa.
I thought it was mitochondrial Eve was the woman that everybody shares DNA with, wasn't it?
Yeah. So they went in Ethiopia. They went in Egypt. Remember, the cradle of civilization is right up there. But digging deep, remember, genetically, you're more human. You're actually the only human. Okay? You don't like, let's take somebody like Neymar, right?
Please.
No Caucasian, right?
No Neanderthal DNA. I already know where you're going, Charles.
No DNA.
Yeah. Say that.
He is even if you take black Americans, right? With a little bit of white, I am 91.9% sub-Saharan African. I don't even have Neanderthal DNA. So you can imagine Neymar, whose people never even kissed a motherfucking white person.
And you Egyptian also.
Yep. You got to think Neymar's closer
Southern
to
Arabian,
being.
actually.
Guess
Southern
what?
Arabian, actually.
You got to remember, Neanderthals was another subsection of fucking human.
Yep.
They are not. Okay.
Where's the white people come from?
The Homo genus.
So number one, even the fucking German scientists called black people Homo. What is it? What is that? What does Cerulean say? Homo sapien superior.
Yeah, Homo erectus something. Yeah.
No.
No, Homo erectus is before Homo sapiens. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, Homo erectus.
We were called Neo, which means new. Homo sapien, which is human, Superior. What does the word superior mean?
Top.
The top or the best or the ultimate.
Greater than.
Yes.
Greater than.
Best of the best of the best,
Hey,
sir.
because we the best
So,
around.
and this is and remember, what was the first thing I said with my statement? White people don't like losing. So for German scientists in fucking Nazi Germany to admit this,
the
what does that tell
eugenicist
you?
experts, the eugenicist experts now.
Even though they're not the experts, guess who was? We sent our scientists to them.
Allegedly.
They were the second best. You know, they so remember when they had to admit this, how big of a blow did they have to fucking take?
Yeah, they ate that
I
L.
understand exactly what you're saying now. That's a big
Because
blow.
when you look at nationality, that's just what plot of land you came from.
It's like Jesse Owens. It's like Jesse Owens beating a nigga in the beating the white dude, the Hitler dude in the fucking race.
Yeah. So guess what? When you look at shit and you see why they hate you so much, it's because they know what the fuck you are.
Yep.
Yeah, they just finished mapping that genome too, and they know this explicitly. They just
Why the
finished.
fuck? I'm gonna give you another tidbit. Why the fuck do you see so many fucking biracial fucking couples in commercials now that it was taboo to even have a black woman, a black man, and a black woman?
Every advertisement I've seen it in man.
Because
Wait. Let me Charles go ahead. And I definitely want to get in after you with that.
Because number one, 50% of white men in Europe and America, guess what? They're sterile. And as the old saying goes, if you can't beat them, then what?
Join them.
So not only do you get to preserve your family lineage and your so-called race, even though you might have to join us, but guess what? You get to get the superior genetics of the motherfuckers you oppressed.
Exactly.
In other words, you get all of Superman's powers with no kryptonite.
And they never lost.
Even though
genetically, they're going to co-opt us genetically.
Which is the ultimate insult.
Yes,
but yet, we're dealing with people, when we say black man first, guess what? This is the reason why you had to think black man first. Because you think good and goddamn well that child that a black man produces with an Asian, white, Latina, African is going to be what? Black.
Black first and foremost, like their father. And that is because paternal lines are paramount and primary. Maternal lines are secondary.
And I'm going to say this real quick, okay? And I'm going to use the terms of royalty, then I'm going to pass it to Z. If the king of a nation goes into the projects and marries that woman, what does that hood rat become?
The queen.
The queen of the project.
Say it all together. The what?
The queen of the project.
Not the queen of the projects, the queen of the nation.
Right. Exactly. She's uplifted immediately.
Immediately.
Hold up. If a queen goes out and marries the hood booger of the projects, what does he become?
A hood booger.
A prince. He doesn't get elevated.
He doesn't even really become a prince. He's the royal consort.
Yeah, he's a bitch.
They might call him a prince, but really, he's the royal consort.
That's the
matter of fact, Prince Philip. Here's a little story for all these people, since people don't know that I was a historian by trade. Prince Philip, kids are not even named after him.
Wow.
Nope, they don't got his last name. They got her last name.
Windsor.
Yep.
Windsor.
He's a lord. Yep. He's not a king.
He's a prince.
No, he's the Duke of Edinburgh.
He's the Duke of Edinburgh. So guess what?
That's what the Duke.
He's a prince. His title is the royal consort, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. So there's a lot of
cannot be king.
his son can be king. Guess what? The only motherfucker, and I'm gonna say this.
How do it go? I'm confused.
Hold
Yeah,
on. I'm gonna explain it.
Yeah.
The only motherfucker in the history of all of mankind that a woman has ever made king was the motherfucker she birthed.
Yes.
Facts.
Can I say? You want me to say it again for the niggas in the back?
Please.
The only time a motherfucking queen has ever made a man a king, she birthed the motherfuckers. Okay? So when you look at it, take it to modern day. When women get with men, and this woman can be a 92. Women always say, and I had an ex, she who will not be named, asked me when she dated this guy, when she found out how much she made as a police officer, why did he say I gotta go get a raise? Because when a man is out-earned by his woman, he knows that he's gonna be treated differently and less respected by her. And by the community. He's gonna be looked at as a bitch.
Consort, allegedly.
A consort. But when the man out-earns the woman, every woman, and we got Kareem still with us, right? And she can come on the panel where she like to confirm what the fuck I'm saying. Every woman throughout history, even if she's gay, because they still dick dipping too. Yeah,
not dick dipping.
That
shit is funny.
I need to fucking. You know what? I'm gonna start trademarking a lot of one-liners, man.
You gotta start coining some of this shit, or somebody else get it and say that they came up with it.
I already stole it. What you talking about? I'm gonna bring that shit to a shirt manufacturer tomorrow. No, I'm playing.
Matter of fact, a lot of them bitches are still dick dipping. Every female.
No, I'm gonna put that on the shirt.
Shout out to all the lesbians, all the bisexual chicks out there.
Don't worry. I'm gonna do the poor man's copyright. It's on my channel, and I'm gonna timestamp that bitch. Dick dipping.
You record it and email it to yourself.
Yep. And guess what?
I'm still dick dipping.
Those bitches are still dick dipping.
Every time you say it, I still laugh like you said it the first time. That shit is fucking hysterical.
Yeah, that shit's funny, bro.
Dick dip. It's funny because you'd be surprised how quick my mind works. Like, as quick as my mind works, that is as fast as my fucking. That was as fast as I could run.
Hey, brother, let me tell you this real quick. When all the kids
show dick dipping, goddammit. Real goddamn show.
Let me finish this real quick before I finish. All the bitches are still
pause real quick. You gotta be careful with the wait, y'all. Wait. Yeah, you gotta be careful because from my understanding, the rules changed though with the aristocracy. So it used to be that the king produced kings and the queen produced kings, but her husband wouldn't turn into a king. Those rules changed. They just changed those a few years ago. Yeah, so now, yeah. And Britain, at least, I don't know about other countries.
Let me put it this way. If that was true, I'm going to tell you why.
Well, what about Meghan Markle?
I'm going to put it to you this way. That if that is true, number one, Philip would have been called King Philip or King.
No,
whatever.
It's going from William's kids on. So William's kids on, but it just so happened that he has boys, or at least the oldest is a boy. But from this point on, if they ever have a queen, her man is a king when she marries him. Right? No! I said that wrong. They don't skip over the girl. I said that way wrong, y'all. I forgot. I said this shit way wrong.
Skip over. No, they don't.
Remember they used to.
This is a rule they have.
Mm-hmm.
They used to skip over the girl in succession.
They're not gonna do that no more. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
They actually stopped doing that with Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Because Elizabeth was the firstborn of her father. Because her father had to abdicate. So the daughter is, but yet, even if she marries the motherfucker, remember what I said. I'm very careful with my words. I have to testify, even up to the Supreme Court, to what the fuck I say.
Right on.
She even if her daughter can be in succession to be queen. Like if put it to you this way. Let's say my sister, who's 10 years older, in succession. She couldn't be queen because
because your dad had a son, so it would skip her and go to you.
Actually, she couldn't. Let's say, even though we act like the royal family, just niggerized. But
Tracy?
In other words, she wouldn't be queen because he was married to my mom and not hers.
Oh yeah.
Uncle
So
Charles.
the legitimacy would be different.
Okay.
The legitimacy.
Uncle Charles, you talking about Tracy?
Yeah, I love my sister dearly, but because of because they go off of legitimacy, that's why marriage is so fucking important. That's why when you have this shit, think about this. When you got a lot of these dudes dipping in everybody, you bastardize the lineage of what these children get. You're getting these kids saying, so now these kids are born from this mother, and that mother. Who's the legitimate heir to your fucking fortune? Well, even though these niggas are poor, but who's the heir to his Jordan collection?
Real shit.
That's what happens. And this is the reason why when you look at lines, and this is the reason why you have to be married unless it was a male, and this is the reason why it's not fair. That's the reason why, even though I was never married to my son's mother, he would be my legitimate heir because he did what? Carry my name.
There you go.
When you have a woman, that's the reason why for the longest time the woman couldn't be the heir unless no male heirs were appointed. Because some nigga can change the course of history. Who doesn't deserve to be there and fuck it all up. Remember, Meghan Markle thought she was hot shit, even though BGS already told you she was only there to get the old band back together, aka the Commonwealth, because Great Britain was moving away from that fucked up ass EU. So
that's right.
Didn't that happen like with France?
And that's a well shit.
German and England had the same king and prince brothers or something?
It was three different countries that all of them were cousins.
Yeah. They still are. Think about it. Okay, number one, all the royals in Europe, their great-great-grandmother, maybe one more great, is still Queen Victoria.
Isn't it the Saxe Goldberg?
They're all related.
Saxe Goldberg, Gartha, Saxe Garba. I can't remember how to say that shit. Yeah.
So you gotta remember, they're all related. That's why they have. If you ever notice, I'm the same age as Prince William. You take a picture. You take a picture of me, and you take a picture of Prince William. He looks 10 to 15, if not 20 years older than me. Why?
Don't do that to him, Charles. He maybe 10, 15. I don't know about 20.
His genetics, and they didn't fucking treat him like a whipping mule up in there. That consort shit, boy.
Yeah, because you got to remember. That's why they called her the grandmother of. Why do you think they called Queen Victoria the grandmother of the fucking Europe? She literally was. So
they the Pharaoh kids.
I mean, Charles, think about it. Charles, think about it.
Yeah.
The 19th century, Khalil.
Yo, I'm listening.
لحظة شوي. استنى شوي.
نعم.
All right, good. Anyway, what do you think? Why do you think? Yeah, I speak a little bit. I ain't forgot all of it. But anyway, why do you think the 19th century was referred to as the Victorian era?
Victorian era.
Yeah. And by the way, I need a couple more cash apps for giving y'all that goddamn history lesson, motherfuckers.
We got you, man. I'm about to give you right now, man.
Because a lot of you motherfuckers on YouTube think I'm some big dumb jock.
Fuck no.
When I could teach you history from your biblical or Islamic or Judaism standpoint. Because guess what? I can go back and tell you about. I can tell you one thing about it.
Really?
Hell, because of the
Get
Christian schools I've been
out of
to,
here.
guess what? When you read about Samson and the Torah, it sounds awfully like Hercules and Superman. I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, sir. Hey,
You
look, we
read the
already been
Torah.
down that rabbit hole, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, we
Okay.
already been down that rabbit hole, man. We
Oh
already
yeah,
been down that
you
rabbit
know
hole.
because of the cookout.
You and Dusty.
Yeah, I already know,
You're
man.
just a
But can I
big
make
Dusty.
can I make a statement to everybody right now?
Don't forget the
This is nothing against art. I'm just saying this, okay? One thing that I learned from a real wise man who was a doctor also. I used to praise him a lot, and one thing he told me, he said he told me to stop doing that, and I was like, why? Because I was doing an internship. This when I was doing paralegal, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, what I mean, I just want to learn as much as I could do. I was doing filing paperwork, mediation paperwork, and he made this comment to me. He said, "Do you know who Stalin is?" And I was like, wasn't that the dude in Italy? He said, did you know that he had a doctorate degree also? I was like, yeah. He said, do you
Stalin
know
was Russia, Soviet Union.
it was Russia, Soviet Union? He said, do you know he had a doctorate degree also? I was like, no. He said, do you know just because a person is smart and have a degree doesn't mean they have good intentions? And the West.
I'm not gonna let you allow. I'm not gonna allow you to slander art. Yeah. I would rather you move on. I would rather you move on.
I'm gonna just say this about art. I'm gonna just hold up.
I'm not doing that. Listen. That's not what I'm doing.
Great guy, but I'm just gonna tell you, Art's a great guy.
Just because you have a degree doesn't mean that your word is solid.
In other words, I'm gonna put it to you this way. Khalil, I want you to listen to me for a second. Khalil, I want you to listen. Number one, Art is not intelligent because of his degree. Art is one of them people, he makes the degree look better, not the other way around. Okay?
Okay.
This guy, this guy, hold up. This guy, number one, Big J Triple X. I didn't know we still got male spinsters in the fucking manosphere. God damn.
I'm not attacking him.
Well, hold on. This guy here, for all you guys who haven't been there, Big J Triple X is one of them guys who beats his dick like a UFC fight to midget porn. He tries to act like he's the smartest guy in the room. He tries to act like he's the smartest guy in the room, and still, this guy is so fat and so ugly. Even his hand put up a fucking restraining order for masturbation.
But this is my only thing.
But you got to remember, with Art, you got to think about it. We're gonna go over that because Art's a good dude.
All right,
he's a smart dude.
But only two things that I'm saying is that just because a person has a degree doesn't mean that their word is bond.
It's not because
Art does not strike me as disingenuous.
It's not. He's not a he's a real dude.
No. I got one for y'all. Can all y'all just give me a second? He was talking all that black shit, right? When I asked him that one question, I said, "What do the Nation of Islam preach?" They say the Asiatic man is the black man. He was just bashing Asians. So what the fuck is you?
We're not Asian.
But he a Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam. He said the black man is Asiatic.
In other words, if you look up the back of
hypocritical. I just took it as being
you know, Asiatic and Asian are two different things.
Okay, means black, right? You know that he was saying that every other nation besides the black person was being oppressed.
But hold up. When you look at Asiatic, hey Toya, when you look at Asiatic, right?
Yeah,
Asiatic does not mean Asia. That's
India. That's Nepal.
That's Arabia. That's actually before you get to there. That's
it could
more.
Be also.
That's actually Egyptian, Northern African, parts of the fucking Persian Empire.
India.
Hey, Big J, don't you got a blow up doll that you sexually assault this morning? Get out of here, man. Okay, now back to the real story.
Excuse me, Charles. Charles, I don't mean to get it. I don't mean to interrupt y'all. Khalil,
yo,
don't make me come over there. Don't make me come over there.
You
don't want to. My mother is 5'5".
You cannot tell me you cannot speak black power, then you follow the teachers that the Asiatic man is the black first man. That just doesn't make
But
sense.
hold on.
First of
We gotta
all,
It's just,
first of
hold on,
all,
folks. Hold
it's like
on.
me being Muslim
Hold
saying I hate the white man.
on. I gotta give Mr. Z his turn because we did interrupt him.
My bad.
well, I
I'm
just want
just
to let
saying,
everybody know I'm
like
getting out of
you,
here. So peace.
Oh,
Later.
all right, Namely. Have a good night, bro.
Hey, yo,
Well, it's
brother,
night over here. I don't know. It's day over you.
Blessings, brother.
It's probably daytime by you, but yeah,
It
it's
is,
nighttime
yo.
over
But
here.
yo, brother, I always love speaking to you, bro. Salam, bro.
All right, man.
But yeah. So I just like yo, I just can't allow the art slander.
It's not slander. It's fact.
Yeah, you're masquerading it behind something else. It's slander.
It's not,
Yeah,
bro.
it's slander, bro. I mean, you could use a different word for it, but it's slander. So yeah, I can't allow the art slander. Art is
You good, bro?
Art is a cool dude. I don't know what you got. I don't know what type of rainbow activity you're engaging in, but yeah.
There's no rainbow activity, brother.
Well, you're the one who brought it up.
I'm just gonna say this.
Speak
Art's a
facts,
cool dude.
eliminate fiction,
Hold
bro.
on. Can I goddamn speak, people, please?
Yes, sir.
Number one, Art's a cool dude. He's smart before he was ever degreed. As a matter of fact, we should pray for more arts than anybody else on this planet. We're gonna leave it like I told you before. I put in the chat. I put where his page is. Go check it. Just go check his channel out, and you'll be surprised at the in depth because Art is not a know-it-all. He welcomes open things. Okay, he welcomes open thoughts. He's one of the few that does, and he's not rude about it. Even if you disagree, the thing about it is, you already know me, Khalil. I'm a little bit stronger with the disagree. Art's the smooth operator.
Okay.
But guess
if
what?
If I'm taking that from you, then I'm listening.
But you listen to Art and listen to his panels, and you'll be a fan. Now we're gonna move on off of the art stuff. Now back to this. And by the way, when you talk about the Asiatic man, Asiatic is Jesus Christ Almighty. It's Arabia and northern to Saharan Africa. Okay, so that's still black.
Essentially, the areas where pretty much the Bible took place.
It's pretty much everywhere where the Bible took place.
Pretty much,
it's black
because you have an African lion,
black and Arab. That's it.
And even the Arabs, guess what? We're mixed people. Okay.
Yep.
So when we look at this shit, remember, a lot of things changed over a couple of thousand years. Just like a lot of your monarchs in Europe look a hell of a lot like me. Right? They don't tell you that because people get fucked up about it.
They show the first Europeans. The first Europeans were black looking as hell.
Yeah, because but like you said, Charles, they got to win, so they can't show it to you. They can't because they gotta win. They gotta let you think that you was even better, even though we know it. They would never admit it.
Yeah, you got to remember when they say that thing about the neo Homo sapiens superior. Okay, you're the original human being. Then here's the real unfair advantage. They took the fucking people when they bought us. Let's just say it. We're not conquered. We were bought and bred. We were engineered. They took the biggest motherfuckers they find, both male and female, with the biggest muscles, the fastest legs, and the most endurance, and made these motherfuckers over here. You mad because you built a better nigga than you. And all you had to do was just basically educate this creature. And now it's going to be really, if you look at people now in Black America, we're the original humans 2.0. If you really want to think about it.
Yeah.
Because how many people you know out of the history of the planet the slave group invent 85% of the shit you use today.
Yeah, sleeping, people sleeping on it, but you is right.
How many of the lower class ever get the same rights as the ruling class? Anytime in history, I wait. Anybody objected that? Big J 000X? You know, Big J, I weigh too damn much that I couldn't see. You know, speaking of Big J, you ever seen a nigga whose gut so big he can't even find his dick? You know, be like trying to go through his stomach fat, you know, like janitor looking for keys. Goddamn
Charles,
keys.
you know how people say booty do? Like, girl, your stomach stick out more than your booty do. So are you saying he's dicky do? That's what girls tell him because his stomach stick out.
Like he's the only man. He's the only man. He's the only man in history who can't go dick dipping.
Bro, you gotta deflate your stomach first.
That motherfucker gotta go through there looking like a. You ever see the school janitor looking for keys? That's how I'd be like, goddamn dick is around here somewhere. Goddamn it. That shit look like the plastic tip of a Black and Mild, man. I know I'm a mean motherfucker. Fuck yeah. But back to the education.
He asked for that one. He asked for that shit.
Back to the education. See, when we look at history and genetics, man, there's a reason why we call ourselves black. What does the word Kush mean? Anybody? And we ain't talking about the shit y'all smoke either.
Yeah. The Kush region was the Kush region.
Yeah, what type of people?
We're black, right?
Black. That was also another thing for black, just like people love the word Moor. It was also for black.
Right, Moor is black, right.
So when we look at a lot of shit, oh man, if y'all really want to look at the historic
root word of it, where did the word come from? We started on the root word and root cause.
Yeah, even if you look at I'm gonna put it to you this way: when we look at the Asiatic man, let's take the Asiatic lion. That lion had range back historically from the tip of what's modern day South Africa, as north as damn near what, Spain, Portugal, as far west as India.
Without the mane?
Well, the Asiatic has a different mane structure, so
okay,
that's probably the Asiatic. The African has those thick, heavy manes. So even your Bibles talk about the Kushites, right?
Yep.
So a lot of this stuff when we talk about the Asiatic, don't make me start breaking out maps because we forgot Google's our friend. So when I love Khalil, but he was absolutely wrong because remember, when we got the Semitic tribes, which is what? A lot of that shit is from what? Persia.
Right.
The Kushites are on the coast, the east coast of Africa, which is Nemours people. You know, like Axum, modern day Ethiopian or Eritrea. The Berber people are the people of Hannibal.
Yep.
And then you have Kemet, Egypt, or the upper and lower kingdoms. So y'all do know I could have got a degree teaching this shit, right? You haven't noticed that yet?
You're very versed in your knowledge of this shit.
Don't make them feel special.
I was born
special.
Up
shit that I ain't even know, bro. I'm just saying.
Special bus.
Shit.
Got your ass. I got yours one time. No, I'm not gonna even let you reply tonight. I just want to bask in this victory with this gold trophy. I'm done.
Yeah, special bus driver driving your special ass in the big wheels and shit in the helmet to the back. That's what I got. But that's why when you say the Obsidians, that's what the Persians. That's the people of Persia.
Yep.
That's the Persian people. So,
Charles, you were there that night. Real quick, Charles, you were there that night when the dude was like, Oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't that night. It was on Roger's show when the dude was like, "I'm Iranian," and I was like, "Bitch, you would have said Persian."
Mm-hmm.
Nobody that's Iranian calls himself Iranian.
Right.
They say
No,
Persian.
no. That's like how can you say I'm Iranian? No, I'm Persian. They'll tell you I'm Persian.
They don't
As
even
in,
like you to say it Iranian. I had one. He was like, he didn't like how I said it. He was like, that's not how you say it.
That's like if you that's like saying a Baltimorean or is from DC, or if you refer to them as like the DMV. We really don't refer ourselves as the DMV. And
Outside people refer to y'all as DMV. Y'all don't refer to yourselves as that.
No, I'm gonna tell you what Baltimore is a state. Over east is a city. Over west is a city. The county is the territories. Okay, that's how we are. So in our minds, you say we're the DMV, we're like, fuck you. We'll take it if we're friendly about it, but most times we're like, fuck that. But here's the point. When I can look at a map and tell you what a lot of the fucking empires were, depending on the time of history that we're speaking of, a lot of shit was different. Like, can you look at the Mongol Empire?
Yeah, shit.
There's a reason why like damn near 100 million to 1 billion people share genetics with Genghis Khan.
But wasn't it 33% or some stupid shit like that?
Something. Because guess what? The one thing you'll never stop human beings doing is fucking.
Right.
And then you get these Looney Tunes coming up in here trying to tell people, well, you don't know anything because you didn't finish college. Well, nigga, you need a refund.
They charge you too much.
Well, shit. A lot of people get their fucking information from the back of a fucking bubblegum wrapper. That's the fucking sad part. Instead of actually going to Google and fucking reading. Like, hell. Like, even look at Saudi Arabia. Or, as a matter of fact, and the Byzantine era, what was fucking Istanbul called?
I'm not sure about that.
Anybody got a guess? Z, you probably half sleep anyway. It was called Constantinople. So when that was when the last remnants of the fucking Roman
After
Empire.
Constantine. No, I'm not asleep. My bad. I'm at work. I didn't tell you, Charles. I told Art. My schedule changed, so I work nights now. Yeah,
congrats.
Yeah. So this whole time I've been at work, y'all been keeping me educated and entertained, right?
Yeah, and so
yeah, Constantinople was named after Constantine.
Yep.
Yeah. I know.
So that's like, and while you're there, I know you're probably working, but as example, you got to remember, depending on the time period, the name and the culture changed. Do you think America looked the goddamn same 600 years ago? Hell, go back 300 years ago. America's not even 300 years old yet. Think of how America looked. So you can imagine when, for example, Queen Elizabeth could trace back her lineage 1,000 years back to William the Conqueror. Who's the last emperor of Ethiopia?
Was it Selassie?
It was Selassie. He could trace his shit back 5,000 to 6,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how the Earth looked then, geographically.
Right.
So when we talk about these things about the Asiatic man, we got to make sure we talking about the regions that this motherfucker's been. So if he could trace his lineage back from Melanek the First, people got. And by the way, if they still were continuing, the second oldest lineage in the world is what? Japan.
Japan. Yeah. So if he could trace his shit back like No, I think it's more like 4,000 or 5,000. It's
like
something stupid,
4,000.
Charles. Yeah,
It's
that's just
4,000
stupid.
because
Yeah.
before they abdicated the throne of Ethiopia, the empire, it was Japan. So
Yeah.
think about it. We had some. Good God, it was like what? In Egypt, we had over 180 pharaohs for what? 33 dynasties.
Yeah, that's something stupid.
Like, put it to you this way. This is how old the architecture of Egypt is. The pyramids and the Sphinx are even more ancient to Cleopatra than Cleopatra is to us.
Us, yep. Cleopatra is closer to us than yep.
Think about that. Cleopatra. By the time Cleopatra, who was the last pharaoh, by the way, got into power
during the time of the Greeks, Romans. I'm sorry, Romans.
No, the Greeks.
You sure it was the Greeks, not the Romans?
The Romans are after the Greeks.
Yeah, but I thought it was during the time of Julius Caesar and them.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was Caesar, but Caesar was the Greeks still had the power. Rome didn't really get to this start its power till Octavian. So when she got into power, the Sphinx and the pyramids were estimated to be about 5,000 to 6,000 years by then. Maybe some numbers say even 10.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was even longer. Yeah.
Yeah. So God only knows how old shit is in that motherfucker, because you can only carve it.
Our boss keeps that up under, and he doesn't let anybody. We see their circulation. What's his name? Abbas. The guy that basically curates the stuff that the grave robbers haven't stole yet. If you notice, he keeps everything under wraps. He doesn't let some of the West people get in there to carbon date some of that shit because he don't want nobody to touch it. I can't say I blame him, but you're right. It's kept very close to the hilt. You can't even we can't even estimate some of this stuff because I think it's way longer than what they would tell us. Of course.
And see, Kareem, Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson said it best in an interview. When they said aliens were here, he told the interviewers who were white.
I remember that. Go ahead.
He said, just admit the people who built the pyramids, parentheses, who's the black people.
And you could tell that was his, because Neil deGrasse Tyson, he knows how to reserve his anger, right? He knows how to, but you could tell he was highly annoyed. That's why he checked them so hard. Like, nigga, could you just say that they were black instead of alien? That's how far y'all want to go? Y'all want to call them alien instead of black? So
now I'm gonna embarrass you. And it's like this: just say the people who built the pyramids were smarter than you, and we'll get it up there. Hey, Snake Man, who the hell are you? Snake Man, who are you?
It's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, who are you again?
It's me, Charles. It's the African brother.
Oh, okay. I forgot. Hey, how you been? You gotta be careful.
Like it's the African dude. I remember him. I just couldn't get to the mute button fast enough.
So he was like, "Oh shit, there we go." But remember, when he said who built the pyramids were smarter than you parentheses black people. See, a lot of people don't want to give black Americans, black Africans, well, only true real Africans are black any damn way. They don't want to give you fucking credit
you
for what
pissed off like how many Arabs?
Fuck them. So, I mean, really, they know. And Arabs are nomadic by nature anyway. They're nomadic. They'll tell you they're nomadic tribes.
There you go. Because what does Arab mean again? And there you go.
There you go.
Now, Charles, do you know what is funny? Because that is a big discussion sometimes in Africa. There's the oldest dynasties
in Africa, and the Arabs always get butthurt because they have perhaps long-living countries, but they don't have old dynasties because they change every 4-6 generation because of a coup, or you follow the wrong religion of Islam because of that was overthrow you. So they have no long dynasties.
Right. That's why the people in Egypt now are not the people who built the pyramids.
You know, the Sudanese are closer to the Egyptians of old. Okay, so when you look at history, say I don't want to show people my intellect because then you're gonna expect me to be smart all the fucking time. The hell with y'all. I'm supposed to be.
You can't be Madden King and smart, Charles.
Oh Lord, don't remind the people. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. So when people actually look at it, a lot of people. When I'm gonna tell you what pisses me off. Anybody who's a history snob will tell you they hate it when you fuck up the way people look back then, and they try to give us a King Tut that looked awfully looking Caucasian.
Like what? Yeah, what? Yeah. I saw that bullshit. I went to the Field Museum in Chicago, and I saw that, and I was like, some just told me they even had the sarcophagus there. I think at one point in time, I don't know if it was weird, but I was like, man, these people don't look like you would think they would look coming from the place that they were coming from. That just doesn't even make sense.
You know, and here's the fucked up part that nobody noticed from Art. I wish Art was still here. If you look at the sarcophagus, yeah, Cleopatra Kardashian, yeah. If you look at the sarcophagus, doesn't he have broad nose? Doesn't he have broad, like thick lips?
Stop using logic, Charles.
Charles, the funny thing.
It looked like that picture on the wall. I tell you that fucking much.
The funny thing is, to this day, there is a huge bulk. You will call it some black people in Egypt. So you cannot go 2 meters without meeting someone with curly hair, dark skin, big nose, and big lips who are native. But if you listen to the Americans and the Europeans, there are no black people in North Africa.
And see, this is the reason why when I told Khalil, I'm proud to be black, because black is an encompassing thing for anybody of the African race. Stop letting other people shame you for what we called each other for fucking tens of thousands of years.
Right.
You know, we called each other black. You're Moor. That was another fucking way of saying black. You're a Cushite. Black. Hell, you're an African. Black. How the fuck you could tell the difference between the Cushites and the Egyptians? Is the way they dressed. The food they ate. The food they ate. The way they dressed. So, think about it. Have you ever noticed the Pharaohs and the fucking Cushites actually were, even though you see it in brown, a lot of the shit, because of the time faded, were actually black. It was actually drawn black. And only in Egypt, everything good was black. Everything evil was represented by the color red. Only till you got to Europe, black means evil, white means good, because, you know, they wanted to have a superiority complex.
Is it the Madonna that's in one of their holy shrines actually black?
The Madonna?
Yes.
Put it to you this way. In Rome, at the Vatican, the Pope prays every morning to the Black Madonna, which is black. As a matter of fact, what's the god that it originated from? Osiris. So
okay,
they're basically put it to you this way. When you're in Africa, we call him Shango or Shango. When you go up to fucking Norway, what do they call that same person?
Thor. Fucking God.
Thor.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thor.
Yeah.
Instead of a two-headed hammer, he had a two-headed axe. Notice when you looked at Infinity War Endgame, what was more powerful, the hammer or the axe?
Axe.
They tell you you're I keep telling you, motherfuckers.
Shango.
Do I have to actually do a fucking live stream where I take the character of He-Man and tell you all the African spirituality in it? The goddamn sorceress is what? A fucking eagle or a falcon. Her daughter, Tila, becomes the goddess who is what? She becomes a cobra. And what is the sign of the cobra? Have you ever noticed what's on the crown of the Egyptian crown? The cobra. Why is it the cobra? Because the cobra has one of the biggest pineal glands in the animal kingdom. The pineal gland deals with what? Anybody want to take a guess?
No idea.
Isn't that hormones?
Your melanin.
Oh, okay.
And your pineal gland is right there where it's what? Your third eye. So back then, people used to think because Egyptians were doing irrigations and shit and building these big monuments, guess what they said? They thought the blacker you were, the more intelligent you were. What's the stereotype now, folks?
Ooh.
So, when she becomes the fucking goddess, when she takes over for her mother, she's a cobra. She, instead of having the eagle, she becomes the cobra. So now, think about this. He-Man says what when he raises his sword?
By the power of
Grayskull. He's not praying to King Grayskull. Let me ask the Haitian brother on here. What power did y'all invoke to kick the shit out of the French?
I don't remember that, Charles. You got to ask my younger sister. She know more. Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all invoked the power of your ancestors.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah.
So guess what? He-Man invoked the power of his ancestor from 1,000 years ago, King Grayskull.
I see where they're going.
Shall I go on?
Please continue, sir.
Like I tell you, a lot of these shows in the 80s took African spirituality and fucked you up with it and made classic cartoons out of it.
Papa Shango.
Little did you know.
Shango. Look how they did Papa Shango. You saw
Matter of fact, yep. Look at this shit right here. And I'm gonna give you a little tidbit of that show. I kept promising that I would do it, and I'm being lazy as fuck. Look what the hilt of the sword. I want you to take a good look at that fucking sword. Remember, when he goes for the... What does he say? Sword of Omens. Somebody in the chat say it. Finish it. Sword of Omens, give me what? Yep, that's Thundercats. But what does he say? Sword of Omens, give me what?
I'm too young for that.
He says, Sword of Omens, give me sight beyond sight. You see where the hilt of that thing hits? That hilt hits where his pineal gland is. And the pineal gland is supposed to be what? The third eye. Right. What is that gem called in the middle of his sword? What is it called? Since you got some of my nerds up here on the panel and the chat. Yes, thank you, Jeremy Hammer. Jersey Hammer. Sword of Omens. Give me what? Sight beyond sight. What is that gem, that ruby gem called in the middle of the sword, in the hilt of the sword? What is it called?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's called the Eye of Thunder.
The Eye of Thunder?
The Eye of Thunder. Their planet. Their culture.
Gotcha.
So he got the goddamn sword saying, give me sight. He's got the goddamn Eye of Thunder saying, give me sight beyond sight on this pineal gland.
The third eye. Okay, symbolism, I see what you're saying.
And guess who they fucking fight? They fucking fight a fucking mummy in a pyramid.
Wow.
But
And they tell you your culture before they, and then on top of that, by the way, why is the mummy, who the only time you be mummified in a pyramid like that, you had to be a pharaoh, by the way, and he's only fighting them because they fucking invaded his land and this planet. But go ahead, Snake Man.
no, but Charles, you must understand that even if they use thousands of references in comics and in the media, when they do cartoons and all those things, even in anime, you see how a thousand of symbolism from Africa. They never will tell you directly. You always must find it out yourself because they don't want you to know it.
Yeah, because they'll tell you. What do they always say, Snake Man? What's the best way to hide something?
Put it in a book.
Either put it in a book. Actually, the best way to hide something is to put it in plain sight.
Yeah, for sure.
Like we had an argument, because most of the time when I have arguments, I'm more on the European kind of side of the side, and the arguments are mostly stupid because one of the most arguments I had was, there were never black people in Rome, and it's the same breath they're saying, yeah, do you know that there was entire legions of Africans, aka black people, on the Hadrian Wall, but there were never black people in Rome, so what's just an entire legion of them? But hey.
Yeah, how the fuck there were no black people in Rome? But who the fuck were these niggas trading with?
I mean, and who was doing all the damn fighting in these places all around the world where we know certain Caucasians can't even stand up in 90 or 100 degree weather with shields? Who's doing this?
Like, number one, Egypt. Okay. Greece used to be a fucking province of Egypt, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They know what black people look like.
Yeah, they called us Ethiopian because basically for everyone who is black, and they have us in the Greek stories. Many of the heroes actually are from Africa and are black.
Mm-hmm. See, this is the reason why when people talk about Asiatic, you're still talking about us, bro.
So true.
The reason why they say sub-Saharan is because what do you think the Arabs kicked us down to? Back in the day, the Persians invaded Egypt and took over for a little bit. So the Egyptians and the
Sub-Saharan
That's fact.
means
That's fact. Everything Charles is saying is fact.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Charles. I don't know. Sub-Saharan means that they had to bring you across the entire expanse of the Sahara Desert to get you there. Is that what that means?
Literally just mean what it says, like
below the desert.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny because there's still entire black tribes in the Sahara and up the Sahara, so I don't get the determination.
Because when you hear the term sub-Saharan, it's actually like somebody kicking you in the fucking nuts. Oh, we took your land. You're sub-Saharan. No, bitch.
They're still here. That is the fun thing. They're still here.
Exactly. But what happened was the Egyptians came back with a vengeance and whooped their ass. I mean, it was all kinds of. They went upside their head. They took clubs to their asses, swords, shanked the shit out of them.
Charles, what dynasty was it again of the?
I don't know if it was a Kush. It was the invaders came from the north and claimed.
The Nubians that moved up and kicked their ass and saved Egypt from being pretty much ruled over by non-Egyptians.
But this is what happened. Remember when they said, "Beware Greeks bearing gifts"? They used to say the same thing about Persians. So, this is the danger part of trade. When you start trading with people, you start intermingling. So, what happens when this is what's going on now? You're going to get the poor people of the world, whether they're white, black, Asian, or whatever, or they're looking for black men. A lot of black men are doing pretty well for themselves, even though we still got the largest homeless, but we're doing pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is for the black women who think they don't need a man. No other woman says that. There's no vacuums in nature. Them other women said, "Oh, we ain't got to do that much except cook and be submissive and be friendly and smile." They're gonna come right there and take your men, and then next thing you know, in the next 100 years, everybody looks like Blake Griffin.
Them damn Silk Road gypsies, boy. I bet you they fucking got them some man there.
Mm-hmm.
You know something, Charles? You said something yesterday that just kind of outlines this. And good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, still man.
Good morning, brother.
Charles, you said you used this analogy. The old school toys that required the battery in the back. How many times have black women complained about that toy that they wanted so badly, and they didn't bother to read the instructions? No batteries included.
That's the gist of them. Think about it. They want to go to the mall. They want to go to the mall and get a pre-built nigga. Okay? Yep. And see,
rechargeable batteries included.
And I'm not saying to everybody go to, hey, we're gonna go date white women, Hispanic women, Asian women, any other. I don't promote that. Mm-hmm. You date and marry who the fuck you's best for you. I'm not here to tell you what to do. But what I will tell you is, one, when you look at a consumer, which men are the consumers when it comes to mating, there's a reason why men can never be whores. Because men sleep with who they can, women sleep with who they want. Should I say that again for the niggas in the back?
Yes, please.
Woo!
For the ones in the cheap seats at Old Chicago Stadium.
Men sleep for who they want. Men sleep for who they can. Women sleep for whoever they want. So, when we know that women's most valuable commodity is her beauty, her fertility, and her loyalty, when you go around sharing that with everybody, you lessen your value. A man's currency is what he can protect, what he can conquer, what he can destroy, what he can build, and what he can rule.
What he can keep, yeah, for sure.
Why do you think women get mad when we cheat? They don't get mad because you're Z gonna laugh his ass off. Because they're dick dipping.
I love it.
Women get mad because in their brain, when you deal with another woman, that's resources going out the other way.
Woo! And
I can do psychology too if you like it. When we say multifaceted motherfuckers, we meant it. So when women cheat, it's emotional. Wherever her mind goes, the rest follows.
Yep.
Like I was on POF for one of their little live streams. It was this group of ugly bitches, and that's the best way to call them. And of course, you ever notice that ugly chicks always make the excuse, "Look, I'm not attracted to looks," and that's why you're single.
She's lying, but that's a lie.
That's a lie because number one, I proved it. Well, I'm a sapio sapien. Guess what? I don't care how smart a motherfucker is. If they don't look a certain part, they don't care. Guess what?
When a woman tells me that, I look at her like, bitch, you are fucking lying. I don't even know that shit's cap, dog.
Number one, women have a greater sense of smell and taste. There are certain colognes and certain oils I wear to a certain female. If I wear certain scents to my exes, I can sleep with them in 5 minutes.
Is the pheromonic compound in it?
But yep. Oh, somebody hit that cash app. We learned it today, motherfuckers. So, have you ever noticed what's the typical male that every female on the earth wants? Because it had to be men to tamp down females' desires or wants. Tall. What else? Dark.
And handsome.
Don't forget curly hair.
Mm-hmm.
And white people ate that shit hook, line, and sinker. I think some of the racists didn't even understand the irony to what they were saying.
Yeah. Why do you think a lot of the times when the slave master was away, the mistress will play? Why do you think? Think about it. Nah, not even rich. When women talk about, when these two chicks were like, well, happy forever. You trying to, that's what my name is. Happy forever. You don't know what you're talking about. What if you had a woman and she was not attractive and she was everything you wanted? I wouldn't approach her. See, I'm for all the females, if we got females in my chat, give me a woo if you're a female in the chat right now. Not a person who was transformed into a female, born one. I'm not picking on y'all, but we looking for the biological females.
I gotta say, before I get out of here and get my day started, I gotta say thank you to Charles and all the gents in the chat that have really been there for my wife and me.
Anytime, bro.
And have really pushed the GoFundMe, which I will post before I get out of here this morning. And to echo what Charles said last night, when a man finds B1, no one stops him. Because
exactly.
She will lift him up whenever he's down. Let me say that again for those of you in the cheap seats at the old Summit in Houston. When a man finds B1, she will lift him up whenever he's down without blinking an eye.
And that's straight up. And tell Jody we love her, baby. Tell her to check. You know, like Ric Flair used to say, hey, yeah, it's so bad. And tell the missus that the champ said hello.
Blessings to your family, brother.
Yes,
Thank you.
Blessings.
Thank you.
And this is the point that I bring out for the females. How many times have you seen a guy that you know you had to leave that room because he had you? By his smell, by his look, and by his speech. You had to leave the room because, not saying that you're easy, but you would have been for him. If that was true, give me a yeah. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna leave before this motherfucker think I'm easy. Females will tell you. There are certain, when she try to say, well, looks don't matter. Bullshit.
That shit is fucking cap, dog, and it's cap. I be seeing it on some of these women profiles on the dating sites, like, oh yeah, what is it called? Sympiosexual or something stupid shit.
Yeah, I can be attracted to your intelligence, but I gotta know what you tore your sense of fucking me with her running. Every woman, known to man, knows. Look at Kareem. No comment. No comment. You gotta let the ladies in this space because they keep it real. Every woman knows. Every woman knows that certain men hit that light. Every woman knows there's that guy that she can't control herself around, and she knows Either if I don't get out here right now, I'm gonna be in this bed in about 30 minutes.
If not sooner.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, or her bed.
If not sooner.
I want Z, Snowman, and Shatter to ask me this question. How do you know, Falk? How do you know, Officer Falk?
Yeah, how do you know?
How do you know?
I don't have to ask the question.
How do I know?
don't have to ask that question.
I went on a date with a chick. We only ate for 30 minutes, and next thing you know, she was on me like fucking drywall on a like fucking old school 80s fucking wallpaper.
Back to the Future style.
I mean on me, she didn't wait till we got to the house. She said, "Fuck it, we're in the parking lot of Towson Town Center. I'm trying to fuck you."
Yeah, no, for real though, bro. I had one drive down the street. Literally, she had her cousin with her, and he was like, "Hey, bro, my cousin want to holler at you." I'm like, "Man, what the fuck is this?" And she's like, "Yeah, hey, can I offer you a ride?" I was walking in town. I was in Mississippi. Man, this bitch picked me up. I went to the house and got my fucking Audi. Before I could get this motherfucker down to McDonald's, man, that motherfucker was in my lap. I said, "God damn, off the street." I'm like, "Man, shit." I feel kind of disturbed because I'm like, "Damn, did she just pick me up? What the fuck?"
Exactly. And then the crazy part was, this makes it this to give you further context. She was an army captain who was engaged to a woman.
Yow.
So don't act like I trust me. When they said multifaceted, I could easily be a dating coach. I could easily talk about science.
Hell, in many ways,
that's diversification right there, man.
Shit, like how diverse did we have the conversation go today?
Man, that shit was exponential, bro.
And then that's why when nephew came out there with the Asiatic man, I said the Asiatic man is still black, dude. You gotta remember when you go to fucking Asia, the first people over there were black.
I mean, you can still see it to this day.
Yeah. They call it when you see the shape of Asian people's eyes, that's called mongoloidism.
Or you can find that shit in Africa. The entire tribes have the same.
You can, just like you got tribes in Africa with blue eyes and not a white person in sight.
Mm-hmm.
South America has that Asian effect as well. If you go in South America,
that's that mongoloid look, because you have the Africanoid, which is us. You have the Caucasianoid, which is white people, or the Caucasus Mountain people. And then you have the Mongoloids, which are Asians. They call it mongoloidism.
I mean, one thing I never get is where does it come from? This picture of, okay, we are only the melanated people are only contained into the continent for some reason. I don't get it. Why? I do people research.
Easier to make a target of people, I imagine, and then to further delineate that that's the only place that we were from. Not that the conspiracy was that we were everywhere.
No, because it's not you people, but from the Caucasian perspective, it's not even Asian. Asians have mostly, beef, is that? But from the Caucasian perspective, they really think that the Sahara is some kind of a shield.
The slavers didn't think so.
No. I don't get it because the funny thing, if you read your Bible, you can see we are here too. Like the funny thing, for example, is like the story of Nimrod. That's some of the panel know Nimrod. guys.
Wasn't Nimrod a king?
He was a king of Babylon. He was the founder of Babylon and the one who built the Tower of Babel. Yeah,
Right.
the funny thing is, in Europe, he is depicted as white because the European didn't read the Bible. Later, they found out because they read the entire Bible that Nimrod was the son of Cush. And always depicted,
you know what? Nimrod was actually, well, of course, you know Nimrod was black, but here's the thing. Isn't Nimrod evil? No. Nimrod was the conqueror.
Nimrod was the first king.
He was the first king. See, Nimrod was called mighty. The only time and the only person other than God that was called almighty was who? Nimrod. He was that much. He was a warrior. You said Nimrod. Nimrod probably looked like some nigga with some steroids. Like, it looked like that nigga had the first fucking the pure super serum in his ass. They said he went out there. You send him against a lion. Go help the lion.
He coming back with some lion meat.
You send him. You see him with a bear. The village is eating.
No, I just wanted to show you how they whitewash everything because they literally didn't read the Bible. They thought he was white. For long time he was white. Until they rewrote the Bible again and found out that he was the son of Cush, and Cush was the blackest son of Ham. So they depicted Cush as black, dark, really dark, night dark, and Nimrod, who was literally next to him, as white.
Isn't that also like the Dark Ages? Why they call the Dark Ages dark?
No, that's also a reason. But I just wanted to tell you where sometimes the whitewashing comes from because they never read the scriptures right or their own history right.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's lost in translation and also dogma as well.
Dig it.
It says the Bible states that he was a mighty hunter before the land and began to become mighty in the earth. There's only one motherfucker that was referred to as mighty in the Bible, and that was God.
Yeah, the Tower of Babel he built was actually a way to go to God, to erect a gate to
God, right?
Yeah.
In the heavens.
You know, he was like, "Yo, God, we got some words, man." They said they called me mighty and they called you mighty. Only one of us got to be mighty damn right. God was like, you know what? I ain't even trying to fight, bro. I just got heaven reupholstered, man. Split these languages up.
Yeah, the niggas getting too small. Hey, you know what's funny, Charles, that you say that? I want everybody to go and look at Oats Studios. Neil Blomkamp made it. Was a funny ass thing that he made. And it had one of them where it was like God, right? And then it was like back in the prehistoric era. And then it was like a caveman or whatever, what they were showing. And you know, the nature was going good. The elephants was over there, the tigers was over there, the monkeys over there. You had this one guy making fire. And then God was reading his book, right? That's how they had God reading his book. And he had his butler. And the butler said, yeah, I think they discovered fire a little bit earlier this time. And he blows it out. He's like, and he just blows the fire out. And the guy's like, oh, shit, you know. And he's like, hey, so then he just sends the elephants and all the lions, they run them into the cave. The shit is funny. He comes back out. That same guy, they didn't kill him. He comes back out and he's like, man, I learned some fire. We cooking meat now. Fuck that. I'm finna cut some trees down. And and it's like tiny, like a video game almost. And then he's like, oh, he gonna do fire again? He turned on the damn thunderstorm, like flooded the whole thing, killed everybody. And then they came back, you know, the humans came back again. And then eventually the guy kept on doing it. He was like, man, he killing the animals now. He's doing all this shit. They're not supposed to be doing this. And then he's like, release the plague. And I was like, oh, shit. He just like sprayed them with like some roach spray and all the damn humans died. I was like, oh, that is sick.
Yeah, I just want to say the butler should be the symbol of Satan.
Mm-hmm.
But the show should symbolize that even Satan is still under God.
Yeah. Yeah. Through the Judeo-Christian beliefs, yeah. And it's funny because here's something. According to biblical chronology, Nimrod was the great grandson of Noah, the grandson of Ham, and Ham was what? Black.
Black.
And the sixth son of Cush, which means what? Black.
Black. Kush was black. As he was reading on all his
Identified as a Cushite, black. Nimrod destroys the historical myth to try to explain the culture of black.
And that is the funny thing. Nimrod was chilling in Persia, what do you call Arania, Mesopotamia. That was his center of his kingdom. So he went from Africa into the Middle East and conquered everything.
You know, his kingdom was in the Assyrian Empire. Was the start of the Assyrian Empire. And F. Holiday, what term were you talking about? Because when we look about the history, for even the Bible tells you, hey, black was here. Even before you made anything on earth, everything was voided.
Charles, I just put that video in the back chat. I swear, bro, you fucking laugh your ass off with that shit.
All right, gents, it's about time for me to fly out of here this morning and get my day started. But I just wanted to hop on real quick and say salute to my comrades.
Woo!
And Wednesday, if you love old school sports as much as I do, Wednesday night on my Snowman in the Morning YouTube channel, I'm going to go back in the day with some highlights and some trivia. And it's going to be, and Charles, I'm expecting you to spread the word because it's going to be a donation stream also.
Okay. Come up there, get your old school sports on with the Snowman. Put your link in the put your link to the channel in the chat.
Done.
And we'll all salute.
Do that. I will do that, and I'll also put my I'll put my GoFundMe out there also. I'll put it in the back chat, but I'll put it in the front chat before I take off.
All right. Woo.
Thanks, guys. I love you.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, man. You fucking awesome, man. Woo! My ass is like damn near about to nod off. So anybody got any few words that they want to say about today's night? Because we did almost 8 hours. Shit, need to put an overtime slip.
Yeah.
No, Charles, just continue with the good work. Be one.
Thank you.
Black man first.
Black man first. Guess what? Black men are intelligent. Black men started this shit, and black men will be the last to motherfucking be here. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just think that man, the diversification, man, and some of the knowledge on the panel from all walks of life, man, it's well appreciated, man. And I'm just thanking everybody that came through, man, and for you for moderating and hosting this shit, man.
I appreciate it. Don't be a stranger, man. It's always welcome.
One love.
One love. Anybody else? No. Well, since everybody else probably asleep, thank you all for putting up with my ass. And all together now in the chat and the panel.
Bye, Charles. Woo!
Woo! Woo! Remember, everybody, to style and profile and show that intelligent style. Woo!
Jet planes and limousines.
Limousine riding. Double pinky ring you're wearing. Woo! Hopefully everybody's been thoroughly entertained. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Woo! And be at peace and be profitable. God bless.
Bless.